Our story opens on a tale from an age long past. Once, there lived a master blacksmith, whose shop was renowned for the legendary wares he forged. His selection of equipment was so magnificent, he earned a fortune beyond imagining. Fate smiled upon him, granting him the chance to work with the great Cairo kingdom. At the time, a brutal war was raging, offering an incredible opportunity to elevate his name. When the conflict ended, he was granted the title of Baron. This legendary blacksmith is the lord of this very land, and the father of Roman Dimitri. The young man sits across from the elder, listening with a curious fire in his eyes. The mustached man standing behind him wonders, why is he listening to a story every child knows by heart? We flash back a few hours. Roman asks a strange question. He wants confirmation that he is the eldest son of the Dimitri family, that this is the kingdom of Cairo on the continent of Salamander, and that the world he knew, Maram, doesn't exist here. The servant, stunned, confirms it is all true. He couldn't help but wonder what had come over his young master. Roman was never the brightest, but this was different. Was he on drugs? He heard it was a popular vice among the wealthy youth. That must be it. The servant then reminds Roman that his fiancée, a lady from the esteemed Lawrence family, is visiting today. This itself was a miracle. Unlike his brothers, Roman had hidden away in his room for the last 25 years. It's why they called him the Dimitri family's fool. The servant tries to advise him. Lady Lawrence appreciates elegance and manners, so you must. But he was cut short. Roman interrupts, his voice sharp. There is something far more important. He then commands, take me to this land's elder. To him, this Lady Lawrence was nothing compared to the simple ability to survive in this new world. The servant stares, bewildered. Why would a man born here say such a thing? But what could he do? A simple servant must obey every command. With a bow, he agrees to fulfill his master's whim. Now, back in the present, the elder concludes, that is all I know. Roman thanks him for his time. You will be rewarded for this. He promises. The elder insists it was an honor just to speak with him. Roman's thoughts drift to his past name, his true name, Baek Wongyom. As a true disciple of the heavenly demon martial arts, he lived a life of constant battle. Having achieved all he could, he accepted his death in peace. But for some reason, he awoke in the body of Roman Dimitri. Was this a gift from the heavens? Or a punishment for refusing to ascend to a higher realm? Suddenly, a scream shatters his thoughts. You geek, it roars. A crowd watches in horror as a young boy is brutally kicked in the head. Just die, the attacker screams. The boy lies gasping on the ground, bleeding profusely, while three menacing figures tower over him. Roman's servant frantically pushes through the fleeing people. He sees it, the muscular man has a distinct tattoo, the mark of the red fangs on his shoulder. But something else catches his eye. Standing before the thugs is his master, Roman. Those are the blood fangs, the servant whispers. Roman asks who they are. The servant explains they are a ruthless loan shark group, operating not just in Dimitri territory, but all around it. It seems the boy owes them a staggering debt. The servant urges they should pretend they saw nothing, but Roman had already vanished from his side. Stop! Roman's voice cuts through the chaos, directed at the three bandits. They turn, confused. The servant watches in terror as his master slowly approaches the thugs. One of them recognizes him. Roman Dimitri. He spits on the ground. You think being a noble lets you do anything? What a fool, the bandit sneers. Get out of here before you disgrace yourself further. Get away from them. Young Master Roman's servant rushes forward. The Bloodfangs are dangerous people, but Roman silences him with a single word. Hans. The young master admits he knows little of this world's laws, and commands Hans to explain. Roman's gaze turns terrifyingly cold as he looks at Hans. Who has broken the law, he asks, and what is their punishment? Hans stands in shock, fumbling for words. He stammers that while the boy failed to pay his debt, the Bloodfangs have no right to take justice into their own hands. More importantly, they showed blatant disrespect to Roman, the eldest son of the Dimitri clan. This is a crime that will cost them their lives. Hans declares, according to the laws of this land, they could receive the death penalty. The bandits stare with bored indifference. But Roman's voice rings out. You heard him. You broke the laws of this land. He picks up a thick stick from the ground. Therefore, as the eldest son of Lord Romero Dimitri, I will deliver justice. One of the bandits scoffs. I see you're a nobleman who doesn't understand how the world works. You're putting us in a very difficult position. Clearly, Roman had no idea what kind of danger he was in. The bandits begin to draw their blades, but Roman simply smiles. This just proves it. What are you talking about, the bandit demands? You're nothing but trash who dares to speak to the lord of this land in such a way. He charges, roaring. I don't give a damn what you're doing. Stunned by his audacity, one of them yells, attack him. The bulky bandit swings his sword, but Roman dodges with impossible grace. An instant later, the bandit feels an unimaginable pain. Blood sprays from his neck. He gasps for air as the wooden stick pierces straight through his throat. The other two watch in absolute horror as their comrade chokes, clutching his own neck in vain. "Get him," they scream, rushing at Roman with their blades drawn. Master Hands cries out in terror. A bandit swings, but Roman evades with ease. He dodges, trips the man, and with devastating force impales his chest with the wooden stick. Hans stares, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. Could this truly be his master? Roman? Dismantling a group of vicious bandits so easily at that moment? Baek Wong-yeom recalled when he first opened his eyes in this body. He saw a will written by Roman, and pills scattered on the floor. The Cairo kingdom, constantly at war, demands a representative from each noble family to serve in the military. Roman, chosen to represent his family, committed suicide out of pure fear. It was a pathetic end to a miserable life. But no matter what life he once lived, the current master of this body is the heavenly demon sect's leader, Baek Jong-hyuk. Having seized this vessel, he would now live as Roman Dimitri. His staff, drenched in a grotesque amount of blood, dripped onto the defeated bandits. Suddenly, his senses flared. A monster! The terrified man behind him screamed, scrambling to escape. Roman's hand shot out, grabbing a fistful of his hair. "Let me go!" the man shrieked, collapsing to his knees. Roman's voice was cold. To maintain order, the law must be absolute. He wouldn't take the man's life, but a price had to be paid. A raw scream tore from his throat. He whimpered as a pool of his own blood formed on the ground. "My name is Roman Dimitri," he declared, and a wave of terror washed over the crowd. "If any of you," he continued, his voice sharp as steel, "disapprove of this punishment, you are free to find me and challenge it." With overwhelming power, Baek Jong-hyuk had once climbed to the peak of Murim. Countless masters challenged him, only to die by his hand. Their blood formed rivers, and the world came to recognize the heavenly demon sect as the absolute rulers. Roman stared at his own bloody hand, disgusted. What was this pathetic display? Taking this long to crush a mere gang of thugs, Hans Roman commanded. "Call the guards, report this incident. Have them investigate everything." Hans stared, stunned for a moment, before scrambling to obey. At the same time, he raced to fetch the guards. Roman scoffed internally. This body is utterly useless. It has almost no mana, and its energy flow is abysmal. He needed information, and he needed to strengthen this vessel immediately. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. It was the young man who had been beaten by the bandits. Barely able to stand, he bowed his head. "Thank you for saving me," Roman thought. So this is the boy they were brutalizing. He turned, his gaze like ice. "You misunderstand. I didn't act to save you. The Bloodfangs broke the law, so I punished them. You are no exception. Tell me everything, and do not even think of lying, unless you wish to end up just like them. That is, if you wish to keep your tongue." The boy processed the threat. He nodded, understanding completely. "My parents borrowed money from the Bloodfangs," he explained, "to buy land for farming. We could have easily paid it back after the harvest." The boy shouted, "But they destroyed our crops. They ruined everything, so we couldn't repay the debt." He later discovered the monster's true motive. They were after his little sister. The boy fell to his knees, screaming in despair. "It's not fair. We never hurt anyone," he pleaded. "Please, at least save my sister." Roman looked down at him, and for a moment, he saw something familiar in the boy's eyes. The burning gaze of a mad demon, like one of his 4 heavenly kings. Come to think of it, he had met that loyal subordinate in a similarly wretched place. Roman turned to the boy. "What is your name?" he asked. The boy replied. "Kevin?" Roman nodded. "All right, I will verify your story, and I will handle what happened here today," Kevin called out as he walked away. Thank you so much." As Roman departed, a strange feeling washed over him. Something told him this would be their final meeting. The scene shifts to a carriage. "Lady Flora," a voice said gently, "we will soon arrive in the Dimitri family's territory." Flora simply replied, "Okay." She would soon meet her fiancé. So, Roman Dimitri, 1 month earlier, in a grand hall, a voice boomed, "A political marriage with the Dimitri family." Flora's father turned to her. His voice was firm. "You must understand, our family is in a precarious position. We have no other choice." Flora was horrified. This couldn't be happening. She had to marry into the Dimitri family and to one of their sons to spend the rest of her life in a land of iron miners. Flora faced her father. "This is too much," she protested. But he cut her off, refusing to listen. "I am truly sorry that your pathetic father had to make such a choice. Now, back in the present. Lady Flora, we have arrived. Stepping out of the carriage, Flora stewed in her resentment. She should have been engaged to the second son, a man with a brilliant future. But fate had twisted against her. The eldest son, Roman, that infamous buffoon, forced this marriage upon her. She knew how terrible their reputation was. But this she couldn't accept. She had to tell him directly. Flora faced Roman. "Please," she began, "forget about our engagement." Roman let out a heavy sigh. "Fine by me." Flora froze, shocked. "What?" Roman replied coolly. "I've heard the rumors about this marriage. I don't understand why an idiot like me would dare marry someone of your stature, so yes, I also wish to cancel this engagement." Flora thought he must be serious. But this was completely unexpected. Roman turned to leave. "Then I will inform my father." Terrified, Flora cried out. "Wait a moment." He stopped, glancing back. "What is it?" Rushing toward him, she stammered. "I heard that you were the one who insisted on this marriage, but now you want to cancel it without any good reason." "I'm a bit taken aback," Roman asked flatly. "Do you want to marry me? Or not?" Flora hesitated before answering. "Not really." "Wonderful," Roman said. "We both agree to annul the marriage. Let's end this conversation here. And yes," he added, "I will take full responsibility. You have nothing to worry about. They already call me the idiot of the Dimitri family. Adding divorced to that title won't make a difference." Flora stared after him, utterly bewildered. What was wrong with him? Was this really the man they called a fool? Later, Roman stood in his father's room. A muffled argument, then a roar. "Cancel the marriage. Are you out of your mind?" Roman stood unflinching before his father. "Yes, I have already come to an agreement with Lady Flora." His father's face contorted with rage. "You worthless fool," he bellowed. "Despite what the world says, despite them calling you the family's idiot. As your father, I tried to prove them wrong. This marriage to the Lawrence family was our greatest chance. A chance for the Dimitri name to finally gain a solid footing in the nobility. All you had to do was marry one noble girl, and you couldn't even manage that." Roman bowed low. "I ask for your forgiveness." His father seized a nearby glass. "Forgiveness," he roared. "Do you truly believe a simple apology can fix this?" He then hurled the glass with all his might. It shattered against Roman's head. If things had gone smoothly, his father seethed. "I could have done something about your disgraceful reputation, but now," with months to go before the battlefield, Roman had something to say. Blood trickled down his face as he replied. "There is nothing else." His father scoffed. "I heard you had some trouble with the Bloodfangs. Witnesses claimed Roman had punished them, but his father just laughed. Who would believe that someone must have helped you?" He continued. "The Bloodfangs are a problem even I can't handle. Now, you are responsible. Since you failed your duty, you will deal with the consequences." His father expected him to break down, to fall to his knees and beg, but Roman's answer was ice cold. "Fine, I'll handle it myself." Shocked, his father demanded to know what happened. Roman simply replied, "It was all my fault. I will take full responsibility for my actions." With a final look, he promised, "I will be back when everything is sorted out." His father, lost for words, called for him to wait, but Roman had already left. In the hall, he pulled out a napkin, wiping the blood from his brow. Flora stared at him. "Are you insane?" she asked. Roman shot back. "What are you still doing here?" Flora was speechless for a moment. "It's the Bloodfangs," she finally managed. "They terrorize nobles without fear. If you angered them, they will not let this go. You can't handle them, not without the family's help. Just go back and ask for forgiveness." Roman turned, his eyes piercing. "And why are you doing this?" Flora started to repeat herself, but Roman cut her off. "Lady Flora," he said, his voice dangerously low, "you truly do not know your place." She looked up, startled. "We flash back to a rich estate." Roman cried out in disgust. A servant, spraying perfume, replied that there was nothing to be done. The stench of blood clung to him too strongly. "And this suit," Roman complained. "Why is it so tight?" Hans explained that since Roman was meeting Flora, he needed to show her the proper respect. Roman scoffed internally. A wedding? He was just getting used to this world. Marriage would only be a burden. Hans mentioned Flora would arrive soon, suggesting they wait together. Roman considered it. Hans was right. There was no reason to be rude. The girl had done nothing to him. He just needed to end the engagement gracefully, without hurting her feelings. That was his plan. But it seemed Flora had no intention of showing him any respect at all. And that changed everything. Roman turned to face her. "You're quite an arrogant person, aren't you?" He knew exactly what she was thinking. She hadn't cared one bit about his situation before. But when he took full responsibility, suddenly she was worried. Flora tried to argue, but Roman silenced her with a look. The moment we spoke of breaking the engagement, he declared, "You lost any right to interfere in my life." Flora stood frozen in shock. "I thought that would be the end of it," Roman said, already walking away from her, down a different path. "Since our paths have diverged, we will not interfere in each other's affairs." The only reason he'd said he would take full responsibility was to silence any future talk of marriage. But more than that, it was because he wanted absolutely nothing to do with her. Roman wondered if this would be the first and last time he ever saw Flora. We shift to a mansion, where his father drinks alone. "I drink too much," he slurred to his wife. "Vicky, I raised my hand against my son, but again?" He stared into his glass. "Back when we were commoners, I often struck Roman. But when we became nobles, I swore it would never happen again." His wife, Lyona, embraced him. "Because of that promise. Our other children grew into fine people." Her husband sighed. "That's true. But Roman? He is the only child who endured those hard times with me. I don't know how to treat him anymore." Lyona kissed him gently. "Don't blame yourself," she whispered. "Even if we weren't perfect parents, we are the only ones who can guide our children's future. The Dimitri Romero I know wouldn't let his own son walk into ruin. You still have a chance to make this right." Leona continued. "The Bloodfangs. Roman is a proud child. He must have spoken in the heat of the moment," Romero countered. "If we leave this alone, who knows what will happen to him?" "Then why not ask Captain Jonathan to help him?" Leona suggested. Romero's eyes widened. "You're right." He stood, his voice booming. "Someone, get in here." A servant rushed in. "You called for me." My Lord Romero gave a single command. "Bring me Captain Jonathan. Immediately." Meanwhile, Hans followed Roman. "Master Roman, it's too dangerous out here. We don't know when the Bloodfangs will attack." "Please, let's go back." Roman turned. "Hans, do you know how the Bloodfangs gained their power?" Hans admitted. He had no idea. "They built their reputation on hunting down and killing their enemies," Roman explained. "Their notoriety breeds fear, and that fear is their true weapon." Hans, completely lost, asked, "So, they are still dangerous?" Roman just smiled, for now. But fear can be overcome. We cut to a bustling restaurant. The air is thick with conversation. A server brings a mountain of food to their table. "It's the food you ordered," she announced. Hans's eyes lit up. But Roman stood from his chair. "You can stay and eat. I'm leaving." Hans screamed in terror. What are you talking about?" Roman replied calmly. "From here on, I'll investigate alone." "It's too dangerous for you. Stay here." Hans leaped from his seat. "I won't let you, even if it means I'm in danger. I could never send you out there alone." Master Roman looked at him intently. "Hans, are you truly one of my people?" The question stunned him. "Of course, I am," he stammered. "Then stay here," Roman commanded. "Don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. You've already done more than enough just by walking these streets with me. I'll be back soon." Hans watched him go, completely stunned. He never expected such words from him. He turned to the tavern door, but it wouldn't budge. It was jammed shut. Hans's heart sank. This was not the time for this. He'd have to reveal everything. We find Roman walking down the street, a plan forming in his mind. He knew one thing about Bloodfang. Their power was undeniable, but they moved in the shadows, in small groups, making them impossible to track. Perhaps they hid themselves, because they feared the consequences of failing to kill him. A leader hiding in the darkness. If Roman couldn't find them, then he would simply make them come to him. He walked these streets as perfect bait. They almost certainly knew his location already. And on top of that, tonight was the regular night training. The number of guards patrolling the city had been drastically reduced. This meant if they wanted their revenge, this was the perfect chance. 3 robed figures emerged behind Roman, their knives already drawn. One of them lunged, shouting, "This is for Bloodfang." Roman stood motionless. Elsewhere, Hans sprinted towards the captain, screaming his name. Captain Jonathan turned as Hans ran up, asking what was wrong. Hans struggled to breathe. The captain urged him to calm down and explain what happened. Catching his breath, Hans cried out that the young master needed the captain immediately. Roman was in grave danger. With chilling calm, Roman caught the attacker's wrist, then slammed an elbow into his gut. The bandit growled that Roman was finished, but Roman twisted his arm, forcing the blade from his grip. In a flash, he claimed the weapon for himself and plunged it into the thug's chest. The bandit stumbled back, leaving a trail of blood on the stone, before collapsing. His 2 comrades stared in horror, shouting, "What the? Ooh." They looked at Roman, terror in their eyes. "What is this? This isn't what we were told?" Roman just smiled. "Why have you stopped? Come on." Then, with a flick of his wrist, he beckoned them forward mockingly. The captain demanded to know what Hans was saying. The young master, Roman. He went into the city alone. He's fighting Bloodfang. Hans yelled, "Yes!" The captain and his men stared at each other in stunned silence. Then, the captain burst out laughing. "This can't be happening. You must be joking." Hans. Panicked, Hans cut him off. "It's true. Why would I lie about something like this? We don't have time. We have to hurry." The captain's mind raced. He recalled Romero's warning about a big fight between Roman and Bloodfang, and the master's request to help. The captain scratched his head in frustration. Why would Roman go there in the first place? He couldn't even hold a sword properly. Still, he barked orders for his knights to arm themselves immediately, telling Hans to lead them to where the young master might be. Hans acknowledged, as the captain declared that as long as they were there, Bloodfang wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. The captain muttered to himself, if what Hans said is true, then Roman really is an idiot. Back on the street, the bandits stared at their dying comrade. Roman taunted them. Why the hesitation? They looked at him, paralyzed by fear. With a chilling smile, Roman urged them forward. The bandits grit their teeth. "You bastard," they screamed, charging into battle. "Die," they roared, raising their blades. One of them lunged, but Roman sidestepped with ease, then drove, the stolen blade deep into the thug's stomach. The final bandit saw this and screamed, "You scum!" He leaped through the air, swinging his blade down. But Roman simply hopped back and delivered a devastating kick to his stomach. The bandit flew several meters, crashing to the ground. Roman slowly approached the fallen man. "What was that all about?" he asked coldly. The bandit spat. "Kill me, and you'll never be safe again," Roman replied. "Dead serious? But I've already killed 2 of you, haven't I? All you bandits do is run your mouths." His blade flashed. "You'd be wise to answer my questions." He stabbed the knife into the man's leg. A scream of pure agony tore through the night. "Now," Roman asked, "who is your leader?" We are transported to a bustling street where we see a tavern filled with lively conversation. One patron was in the middle of a story, raising his mug. But he suddenly froze. Roman stood before them, his clothes filthy, his hand dripping with blood. The bartender turned around, about to say welcome, but stopped dead when he saw Roman. He stammered, "Hello, young master." Roman returned the greeting. Whispers erupted through the bar. "That's Roman Dimitri. What is he doing here? Is he looking for someone?" The bartender asked what Roman would like to order. "Tear of Dawn, please," Roman said. The bartender apologized. "We don't have that." "Perhaps I can recommend something else," Roman sighed. "Fine," he said. "Pour me something stronger. I have some work to do in the morning." The bartender and the other patrons stared at Roman in shock. Roman continued, "So, I need some drinks. Maybe the Dew of Dawn." We flash back to the interrogation. "This pub is in the middle of the street where we get our orders," the bandit confessed. "They give us a task if we say a special code," Roman asked. "What's the code?" The bandit replied. "Tear of Dawn, something stronger. In the morning, to work, you must say it in that exact order." Back in the pub, everyone tensed. The bartender said, "People, unseen." By Roman, he pulled a knife from under the counter. He swung it, shouting, "Everyone, attack!" But a fist slammed into his face like a thunderclap. As the bartender collapsed, the entire pub erupted. Knives and swords were drawn. "He's a monster!" "Kill him," someone yelled, calling for the guards. A man was thrown through the front door, shattering it to pieces. With his bare hands, Roman became a whirlwind of destruction. 2 men stood before him, one of them asking what just happened. Roman had instantly taken down 3 of them. This was definitely Roman. But nothing like the rumors they'd heard. Roman thought to himself, this is the ultimate technique of the Murim. It allowed him to amplify his strength through controlled breathing. In an instant, the heavenly demon had reforged his body with martial arts. He was nothing like his pathetic old self. This was only one nest. There had to be more. A smile crept across Roman's face. These people were nothing but trouble. The bartender suddenly stirred, asking what happened. Roman, from across the room, replied, "You woke up just in time." He slowly approached him. "I was just about to finish up here." The bartender asked what the young gentleman was doing. He was the first to attack, after all. And now, it seemed they were the only 2 left standing. Roman leaned in. "There's just one thing I want to know." The bartender stared, his face a mask of terror, a massive bruise blooming across his nose. Roman casually invited the guards to chat, but the captain could only call out. Gazing at the mountain of unconscious bandits, he stammered, "Did the young master truly do all of this?" Suddenly, A soldier's urgent shout pierced the air. There's a survivor on the second floor. He said the young master is heading towards Lawrence. The captain, confused, demanded to know why. The soldier replied that the survivor had revealed the Bloodfang's main base was in Lawrence. Just an hour earlier, under a bright sun, a different scene unfolded. An innkeeper is being interrogated. He insists he will speak up for everyone's best interest. A fresh bruise mars his face. He points to his hand, showing 2 missing fingers. He explains how they were cut off, but the interrogator tells him to stop talking. He's not getting out of this. The innkeeper is tied to a table. The man who mutilated him, covered in blood, smiles while holding a pair of scissors. Just kill me. The innkeeper begs. I'm sure Bloodfang will take revenge. The man simply laughs and says he should have done that right away. He then leans in, a chilling smile on his face. You see, he muses. I quite like people like you. The ones who stay silent through terrible torture. The ones who aren't afraid of death. Because people like that, he continues, usually hold the most valuable information. The innkeeper just tells him not to waste his time. But the man hears something in his voice. Is that so, the interrogator says, his eyes landing on a photograph of the innkeeper and a child. Let's make sure you won't open your mouth until the very end. He picks up the photo. For example, what if I told you I would find and kill your son instantly? The innkeeper's face contorts with rage and shock. He turns away, shouting, You know nothing. That's not my son. But the man simply states, Who are you trying to deceive? We're the same, he says. The innkeeper grits his teeth, yelling about the aristocrat threatening his family. The man steps closer. I recently learned something interesting about Bloodfang. He whispers, How, for the sake of revenge, its members are willing to sacrifice their very lives. And from that, I discovered a very curious detail. A tremor of fear runs through the innkeeper. These thugs aren't just bad people, the man continues. They're indebted to the Bloodfang. That's how they became scoundrels. He lays out the truth. Bloodfang doesn't commit crimes to drive people into debt. They do it to turn them into slaves. They push people to the edge of an abyss, threatening their families. He explains, Don't you think that's a very reasonable assumption? The innkeeper argues that even if he knows the truth, it won't change anything. Bloodfang always gets its way. The man scoffs. I wouldn't be so sure. I wasn't joking when I said I would kill your son. He drops the photo at the innkeeper's feet. I swear on my own name, I will let my soldiers find him, and then I will kill him. He promises, stepping on the picture very slowly and very painfully. But before that, I will give you one last chance. The innkeeper begins to weep. The choice is clear, remain silent for Bloodfang and watch his son die a brutal death. Or share the information needed to deal with the gang once and for all. Later, at one of their strongholds, a man asks another what happened. A bandit, pale with fear, reports, Roman Dimitri single-handedly defeated an entire squad. If a knight from the Dimitri family is involved, their business is in serious trouble. A massive, bearded man roars, Damn them all, I refuse to believe it. He sits on a broken stone throne and slams his fist down. Roman Dimitri is not capable of such a feat. He had planned to make a name for himself by destroying Dimitri's forces. Yet, one man who dodged military service took down an entire squad. Where is he now? He bellows. The scout reports that Roman just left, after brutally extracting information from their informant. The leader asks if it was done alone. The answer is yes. The leader's rage explodes. He's mocking us, he screams. He dares to attack our bases alone. Gather our forces immediately. The scout bows and retreats. The leader rises, his eyes burning with hate. We'll kill Roman before he gets to us, and before the Dimitri knights can interfere. He thinks to himself, Roman, you dare to challenge the Bloodfang? Today, I will kill you without mercy. Hang your corpse over the town square, and the Bloodfang will avenge this shame. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a mansion. A man reads a letter from the Barco family, saying a decision has been made. It was a feast for important figures, all gathered to discuss a grave matter. A man with red hair speaks up. There is a rumor, he says, that the family has taken a large loan from the gold bank. The only reason for this is to prepare for war. All eyes turn to the white-haired man seated at the head of the table. Next to him, a black-haired man confirms, The start of this war is only a matter of time. We must gather our forces first. The white-haired man sits, deep in thought. As it is, he says, I believe we must avoid excitement. He closes his eyes. I never thought this could happen, he laments. Looking at the documents from his family, the black-haired man adds he never thought the central government would take their side. At this rate, he warns, everything will end with the transfer of our lands to them. Another noble shouts, We must hold our land at all costs. Our family lives only at the expense of this fertile land. The room erupts into shouts and arguments. One man claims their ancestors were born on this land. Another expresses disbelief, while someone else accuses the central government of secret dealings. Finally, the man in the center silences them. I ask everyone to leave everything as it is. They all look at him, surprised. No matter what has happened, he declares, we should not give up our land. If we do, other families will come running. Like hyenas, to snatch a piece of it. Since the family is not going to compromise, we must fight back with all our might. He looks around the room. It's true, which is why the engagement to the Dimitri family mirrors filled the room. After all, the Dimitris were one of the wealthiest houses in the entire Northeast. Even if she was once a commoner, their power was undeniable. A man with dark hair scoffed. It doesn't matter how large Barco's loan is. They are hardly richer than the Dimitri clan. The family head nodded, a grim hope in his eyes. Which is why I sent my only daughter to that Dimitri family idiot. He sighed. It was all for the future of our house. A council member reassured him. You did the right thing, my lord. Do not blame yourself. As they nodded in agreement, the grand doors creaked open. A young woman stood hesitating, wondering what she could possibly say. Her blonde hair, held back by a blue bow, framed a troubled face. She wore a matching blue jacket, her eyes wide with anxiety. Standing before the door, her nerves were frayed. She had done it. She had broken the engagement. Now, how could she possibly face her father? But what was done, was done. A flicker of defiance ignited within her. No, she thought, this is my life. It won't be sold to a fool like him. But then, the weight of her father's plan, the family's future, crashed down on her. What could she even say to him? That she couldn't marry a man she felt nothing for just then. A soldier rushed towards her, urging her to leave the area. She looked up, and he quickly tried to approach her properly. Mister, he called out, then bowed deeply. Greetings, Miss Flora. The formal gesture surprised her. Yes, he spoke with urgency. An urgent message. From the walls, a guard shouted down, I told you to get the hell out of here. Surrender your weapons. The man below yelled back. Young Master Roman is in danger. If anything happens to him, you will not be forgiven. The guard scoffed at the absurdity of the threat. But then, another soldier ran up, his face pale with panic. Captain, we have a huge problem. Is it true? The captain asked, a dreadful feeling sinking in. Yes, there are riots breaking out in the square right now, he thought to himself. Don't tell me. They're actually going to break down the gates. Screams erupted from the town square. Frightened citizens stared at a horrifying sight, a trail of blood leading to a corpse. Fear paralyzed the crowd. What was happening? Should they intervene just then? A figure emerged, dragging a man behind him who pleaded for his life. Mercy, the man cried, grabbing at his captor's knee. Please. But his captor simply said, it was easy. Show me the basement. The man was just a fool from a noble house, after all. But as the door swung open, an army of armed bandits awaited him. One of them, a giant of a man, bore a massive fang tattoo on his shoulder. It was supposed to be an easy job. Then the door to the hideout opened. The man who led him there peeked inside and saw the carnage. Dozens of his armed men lay dead. He trembled. He couldn't have... It's impossible. But the truth was laid out before him in a river of blood. His knees gave out from under him. He stared as all his bandits lay slain. A cold dread washed over him. I'm finished. At that moment, Dimitri Roman stepped into the light, his hands stained crimson. He advanced slowly, his gaze like ice. You are definitely finished. The bandit's mind screamed. He didn't want to die. Not like this. Not by the hands of this monster. He scrambled backwards, his thoughts a whirlwind of terror. As Roman loomed over him, he snapped back to reality. Mercy, I beg you, he shrieked, pleading for his very life. He grabbed Roman's leg, hugging it tightly, continuing his pathetic pleas. Roman seized him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him across the stone floor. The man screamed in pain as he was hauled directly into the town square. The townsfolk watched in stunned silence. Spare my life. I'll do anything, the bandit wailed. I'll be your loyal dog. I'll serve you forever. He begged for mercy, his voice cracking. A cold smile touched Roman's lips. My faithful dog, you should have said that. Before you showed your fangs. With a vicious kick, Roman slammed the man's head into the ground. The sickening crack echoed through the square. The townspeople recognized the man's face. The leader of the Bloodfang gang. They whispered in shock, wondering what kind of demon this bloody rabbit had crossed. The Dimitri family. This gang had cheated and terrorized them for years. The people were stunned, Roman announced. They tried to assassinate me to silence their crimes. These are the sins of the Bloodfang, And so, before all of you, I will uproot this evil. He continued to stomp on the bandit's face, again and again. The crowd watched in horrified silence as a knight on horseback yelled, "Young master!" The knight could only watch as Roman delivered the final, fatal blows. Blood splattered across the cobblestones. Inside the mansion, a lord asked, "Is this true?" "Yes, my lord. We called for Roman Dimitri to be stopped at the border, as he is Miss Flora's fiancé." But an hour later, Roman appeared in Lawrence Square, dragging that man with him. He announced he was the leader of the Bloodfang. The entire council was speechless. And then he publicly executed him. Everyone was in shock. This can't be real. The same Roman Dimitri caught and executed the leader of Bloodfang. A corner judge spoke up. What's important here is that he killed a man without the Lord's permission. That cannot be overlooked. The Lord mulled it over. Permission? Was that really the most important detail? No. What's important is that the man who will be my son-in-law dealt with the Bloodfang. He gave the order. Summon Roman Dimitri here immediately. I want to hear this from his own mouth. Soon after, soldiers escorted Roman into the hall. Captain Jonathan, a bearded man, stood beside him. It seemed the Dimitri family knights had aided him. Roman Dimitri stood before them and offered a greeting. But the Lord waved it away. Forget the formalities. Get straight to the point. You came all the way to Lawrence family lands to commit such an atrocity. Roman began to explain. It started a few days ago, when the Bloodfang attacked an innocent citizen. I executed the perpetrator on the spot. Just then, the doors opened again. A knight called out, "My lady," she pointed a trembling finger. "That man, he's Roman Dimitri, right? Why is he here?" "Why has he come to my father's office?" the guard replied. "It seems you do not know yet." "My lady," she looked confused. "Know what?" Roman continued his story, unfazed. "That is why I decided I could not let them go. I went to their main lair and killed their leader. That is how it was. You had no authority to do this. No right to execute someone on our family's land," he fires back. "I am well aware. However, I doubted your family could handle the Bloodfangs alone. Their leader's identity was no secret. His crimes were infamous, in these very lands. Yet he was repeatedly released on bail. Therefore, I took care of the problem myself. Had I entrusted it to your family, says, "How dare you," the men shout. The knight tries to intervene, but Roman simply states, "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed." His displeasure is clear. "I stained my own hands with blood to solve a problem the Lawrence family ignored. So, permit me to ask, Baron, have I done anything wrong?" The Baron turns to his advisor. "Did they pass on the report about the Bloodfang's leader?" The man grows agitated. "I knew he was a criminal, but I had no idea he was their leader." The Baron sighs. "Very well. We'll close the topic. After all, if my family had dealt with this sooner, none of this would be happening. I will reward you later. You are dismissed." The knight and Roman bow. "Yes, my lord." As they leave, the Baron and his assistant remain. Suddenly, the Baron bursts into laughter. "What happened, my lord?" his assistant asks. "I was completely captivated by him." "That boy, Roman Dimitri," he strokes his goatee, intrigued. "Master, we cannot simply forget this." "Of course we can," the Baron declares. "Because he will become her husband. I won't hear another word. I never thought Roman would be a suitable match for my Flora." He thinks to himself, overjoyed, "Bring my daughter here at once. I must tell her the good news." As dusk falls, Roman and his soldiers ride on. The knight approaches him, concerned. "Young master, was it truly necessary to be so bold with the Baron? It worked out this time." "But what if he'd become enraged?" Roman replies calmly. "We are not to blame for what happened. My actions only proved that their own carelessness was the true cause. Besides, it seems he hadn't heard about canceling our engagement. He wouldn't dare punish his daughter's fiancé." The knight is stunned by this revelation. He planned everything this far ahead, he thinks to himself. The person before him wasn't the Roman he knew. This was Lee Junhyuk, the son of a heavenly demon. The boy is looking up. From inside a deep, dark cavern, a voice booms from above. "If you truly possess the skills to be my heir, you must prove it. Crawl your way out of this frozen hell alive. You are but one of my 12 children. Your death would mean nothing to me. If all of you die, we'll simply create new ones. Remember this. The only way to prove your worth is to seize power over everyone else." His siblings stand behind him. A moment later, a brutal blow sends him flying. A larger boy scoffs. "I thought a son of the heavenly demon would amount to something, but you're just an arrogant little brat." He grits his teeth, rises, and attacks back, only to be struck down again. The other boys sneer at his weakness. While other kids were protected by their parents, he was thrown into a world where only the strong survive. The scene shifts to a palace. Steam fills a grand chamber, and in the center of the room is a large, hot bath, where Roman Dimitri rests. How utterly exhausted I am, he thinks. This body tires so quickly. After waking up in this new world, he had experienced so much. He stares at his hands. Most of it was tied to the blood fang, to destroy them. He annihilated everything in his way, but he feels no regret. His fundamental nature has not changed. He will shred and torment those who do not interfere, and by any means necessary, he will eliminate anyone who seeks his life. This is the path he has always walked. The world may be a novel, but nothing has changed. He scratches his head. He had acted as if this time could be dangerous, but he still didn't fully understand this world's rules, and his power was far less than before. What is my next move? As he sinks into thought, a voice breaks the silence. Young master, the Lord is calling for you? Roman nods. I understand. I will be there shortly. The scene shifts to a grand study, where a man taps his finger on a table. So, Roman truly did it. A knight confirms, yes, I've noticed young Master Roman has changed a great deal. Has he really? It seems the young master we see today isn't the person we once knew. Jonathan, Roman has always been a source of trouble for me. The only one of my sons who was not outstanding. He gazes at his hand. He is also my only child who remembers. A memory surfaces. Dad, a small boy puts a bag into the man's large hand. What is this? The child beams. It's candy. I came all this way just to give it to you. The man frowns. I told you to stay away from here. It's dangerous. But Roman just smiles brightly. You worked all day, and that's why I wanted to give you candy. Eat it, finish your work faster, and come home soon. The man is stunned, surprised by the simple gesture. He treated him differently because of that memory. He allowed others to mock Roman for his weakness, never thinking it would make him take a wrong turn. A part of him had already given up on his son. My lord, the night begins, but the Lord interrupts. But when I heard that Roman had destroyed the blood fang, my heart filled with hope once more. He clenches his hand into a tight fist as a servant announces Roman's arrival. It doesn't matter how he defeated them, he thinks. Let him enter. If Roman truly did this of his own free will, as his son enters, the Baron makes a silent vow. I will do anything for him. I will become the father he's been missing. Roman, he clasps his hands. I heard you took down Bloodfang on your own, Roman thinks to himself. Baron Romero? I can see the high hopes gleaming in his eyes. If I tell him the truth, he will see me in a new light. But an achievement that shatters expectations can bring disastrous consequences. And if I remain silent now, I cannot grow stronger. His father addresses him, awaiting an answer. Should he reveal the truth or not, he closes his eyes. Option 2 is definitely the more. But his rational thoughts shattered, remembering their taunts, their mockery. He seized a jagged rock and slammed it into the boy's face. A scream tore through the air as the boy clutched his bleeding eye. In retaliation, he grabbed a stone of his own. Blood sprayed everywhere. He struck again, and again, harder each time. When he finally stopped, the stone was drenched in crimson. The other children were paralyzed with fear. While other kids had parents to shield them, he was thrown into a world where only the strong survive. He rose, standing before them all. He declared this place his. He told them to deliver a message to those hiding in the cave, to the ones who broke his head. He now owned their territory. The white-haired kid confessed it was him, a memory of asserting dominance. Back in the present, a chilling smile plays on his lips. I am the heavenly demon, he says. Hiding my superiority is not in my nature. Elsewhere, the sun beats down on a fortress courtyard where young men train. Wooden swords clash against each other. Suddenly, a voice booms, ordering them to halt their training. It's the Baron. Make way. Welcome, my lord. The trainees bow in unison, but one blonde-haired boy looks bewildered, staring at Roman Dimitri as if he's completely out of place. As the procession stops, a knight addresses the trainees. Attention, you will now demonstrate your swordsmanship for Master Roman. Volunteers, step forward. A murmur runs through the ranks. Why a sudden duel for that fool, one trainee mutters, glaring at Roman. But Roman simply gazes at the sky, utterly uninterested. An hour earlier, inside the Baron's study, Roman had declared, I took care of it. The Baron, Stunned, leans forward. You dealt with the entire Bloodfang Guild. How is that possible? Roman knew he had to choose his words carefully. I have been secretly honing my skills with the sword, he answers, a carefully crafted lie. Why would you hide this from me, the Baron demands. If I had known, I would have sent all my forces to aid you. Roman replies, for me. It was a long, dark period of living without truly existing. The boy once called Dimitri's fool needed to prove he could handle things on his own. But even so, the Baron exclaims, to master your skills in secret and then defeat the Bloodfang single-handedly? It's unthinkable. Roman explains, Bloodfang is a loan shark organization. They maintain power through intimidation, so I knew. The only way to destroy them was to sever the root. He continues, I tricked their leader into attacking me personally. The Baron is aghast. You lured the leader of Bloodfang. You made yourself the bait. He understood the grave danger. How could you? He roars. It was an incredibly reckless plan. What if they had abandoned their leader and killed you for revenge? But Roman was steps ahead. For the men who built that organization from nothing, risking their lives for one leader when freedom was within their grasp. It was never a possibility. A silent understanding passes between them. That is precisely how it unfolded. Roman thinks, the Baron realizes, it takes immense courage and flawless planning to pull off such a feat. Closing his eyes, he says, I have no words to express my pride. But were you truly capable of this? He then makes a request. Son, I wish to see your swordsmanship with my own 2 eyes. He needs to confirm it himself. Roman thinks. The Baron smiles, a mixture of awe and disbelief. And with that, we return to the training grounds. The knight's call for volunteers is met with dead silence. One of the trainees thinks, of course no one will step up. Win, and you make an enemy of the fool. Lose, and you suffer eternal humiliation. Who in their right mind would join this absurd theater, he scoffs? Just a little show for his father. The knight grows impatient. They needed someone skilled enough to test Master Roman's true strength, while also preserving the knight's honor. If there are no volunteers, the knight announces, then I will choose. He wished he could fight him himself, but the captain would likely pick someone just for show. There was only one person truly suited for this task. His gaze falls upon a man with blonde hair and a green tunic. His name is Chris. He knows he's been chosen. Taking a decisive step forward, he leaves the others stunned. Chris, the vice captain of the Dimitri Knights. He first met Roman last year during a patrol, when a report came in from Augusta. Some drunk was causing a scene. He remembers running to the location, shouting, the guards are here only to find a shocking sight. Roman was bullying a shopkeeper. How dare you, worthless trash, speak to me, he slurred. Do you want your shop shut down for good? Food and broken bottles littered the floor. The owner pleaded for forgiveness, but the drunken Roman cut him off, telling everyone to shut their mouths. He swayed, bottle in hand. You? Come here, he growled. The man tried to calm him down. Sir, please. But Roman hurled the bottle, smashing it against the wall. I said, get over here. The terrified men flinched from the shattering glass. The knights finally intervened. Master, that's enough. But Roman shoved them away. Who do you think you are? Get lost. As Chris grabbed his arm, telling him to stop, a sharp slap echoed through the alley. Roman glared at him. How dare you? Touch me. His eyes dripped with disdain. Look at this pathetic jerk. The moment the hand struck his cheek, Chris understood. This man had never trained a day in his life. He pushed him back easily. His physical strength is less than any normal adult. How pathetic, he thought. As Roman continued to shout and boast, Chris realized the truth. He was just a spoiled child, hiding behind his father's name. In that moment, Chris genuinely thought he would rather die than become such a disgrace. He demanded that Roman fight him. The soldier was shocked, insisting to the captain that this couldn't possibly be a mission for someone like him. The captain's voice was firm. Mister, Romanov handled the Bloodfang single-handedly. He is here to equalize our forces. The man tried to protest, but the captain cut him off. Understood. With that, they all strode into the arena. On one side stood Chris, on the other, Roman. The captain and the Baron watched intently from the side. The rest of the soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. The captain began the proceedings. Then, the opponents shall. But someone interrupted. Wait, Chris spoke up, a confident smirk on his face. I've trained for real duels, not just standard sword swings. I have a suggestion. Whoever my opponent is, I have no desire to hold back. Let me fight, mister. Roman without any restrictions. He thought to himself, this blockhead couldn't have dealt with the Bloodfang. This is my chance to show him what real power is. The captain looked to the Baron, who simply nodded, when his eyes fell on Roman. The man was starting to smile. That smile quickly turned into a laugh, infuriating Chris. He gritted his teeth. So, mister, Roman agrees since that was the case? The opponents readied themselves, taking their stances. Roman's smile never faded. Chris, seething with rage, glared at him as the fight was about to begin. Opponents, ready, the captain declared. They took their positions. Chris was a storm of fury, while Roman stood there, smiling calmly. The sight only baffled Chris more. How could Roman be so calm? Begin with the captain's roar. Chris exploded forward, launching an attack. In a flash, Roman moved to intercept. A sharp clang of steel echoed as Roman blocked Chris's strike. The soldiers gasped. How is he so fast? That was Chris's signature move. The captain was stunned. He blocked it. Chris himself was in disbelief. How did he block that as he retreated? Roman countered with a powerful strike of his own. The force he felt through their crossed swords, the steady stance, the perfect form. Could it have been a fluke? Did Roman not expect his attack? Chris wondered. So what am I supposed to do against this guy now? Shaking off his doubt, he attacked again. His blade sliced through the air, but Roman was already gone, sidestepping the blow with ease. Chris's eyes burned with frustration. He unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, but each one was blocked effortlessly. Roman's gaze remained fixed on his sword, his expression unreadable. Chris then spun around, aiming to stab him in the back. Goodbye, he thought. But as he lunged, Roman dropped into a crouch. The blow missed completely. Chris was stunned. Before he could react, Roman launched a counterattack. The blade whipped past him, and he felt a sharp sting. Chris looked on in horror. A few strands of his hair floated to the ground. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. That was dangerously close. The Baron and the captain stared with their mouths agape. How is this possible? They whispered in unison. The other soldiers were just as shocked. He was nearly defeated in an instant. Chris's face twisted with irritation. How could he do this to me? He seethed. Evasion, defense, counterattack. There are no openings. The terrifying truth began to sink in. So it was true. He really was the one who defeated the Bloodfangs. If that's the case, then who is this man, this Dimitri? This monster? Chris felt his composure shattering in front of everyone. Then, Roman spoke, his calm voice cutting through the tension. That's enough for a warm-up. The man was stunned. Roman continued. This time, I'll go first. In the next moment, Roman's blade flashed forward. Chris barely registered the movement. He desperately tried to block. Their swords crossing once more. This idiot is so damn fast, Chris tried to back away. But Roman gave him no quarter, pressing the attack with an overwhelming storm of blows. What are these ferocious attacks, Chris thought in a panic? The onlookers were shocked, watching as he barely managed to block each strike. He was getting nervous. This is too difficult to defend against, he thought frantically. It's too dangerous, I need an opening to attack. Just then, Roman lunged, striking his enemy. Chris leaped back in shock. He didn't even understand how it happened, but he had retreated first. Roman raised his sword high for an overhead swing. Chris saw it coming. What a telegraphed move. It's full of weaknesses. He prepared to launch his own attack. But as he moved, he struck nothing but air. Roman had stepped aside. I wanted you to attack, Roman thought with a faint smile. Chris's mind went blank with shock. Why? Why am I losing to him? How can I possibly lose in a moment of desperation? He unleashed his magic. Chris! Stop, the captain roared. But it was too late. He activated his divine aura. His eyes began to glow a menacing red as a brilliant blue aura enveloped his sword. Roman looked genuinely surprised. In the next instant, a massive explosion and a blinding flash filled the arena with smoke. The nearby soldiers coughed violently in the thick dust. Roman the Baron shouted in alarm. At that moment, Roman himself had stepped back, his expression finally turning serious. He had narrowly dodged Chris's attack by dropping to the ground. Chris, his power spent, stared in disbelief before collapsing. The captain and the Baron were frozen in shock, as were all the other spectators. Roman stood over Chris's fallen body, looking down at him as if he were nothing. One of the onlookers finally spoke. What? Is this new deputy captain? He remembered how easily Roman had fought. Another soldier scoffed. You must be joking. Chris is the captain's own prized student. He recalled seeing Chris dueling the captain himself, holding his own despite his young age. Another guard added, I'll say even more. He's a 2-star aura knight. A 2-star knight. At his age, the crowd buzzed with disbelief. Whispers claimed that after just half a year of training, he could finally sense mana. The soldiers remembered the intel. They were supposed to attack each other. But this was a one-sided slaughter. One of the men stammered, asking what single-digit rank he had risen to. Over 3 years, didn't he? another man added. I heard his swordsmanship is incredible. The scene replayed in their minds. The captain parrying the vice captain's blows. A nearby woman whispered, so that's what he's capable of. What was his name again? Then, Chris fell to one knee, barely able to stay upright. The captain walked over to him. I think that's enough for today. Chris? The young man was exhausted, breathing heavily. He sat on the floor, completely drained. No, he gasped, pushing himself back to his feet. Please, let us fight again, he pleaded, wiping sweat from his face. The captain thought to himself, despite his immense talent, he continues to work harder than anyone else. He smiled softly. This guy, he is undoubtedly a genius. But now, that same genius was sent flying by Roman's blow, collapsing to the floor. The captain and the Baron could only stare, their minds utterly blown. Their jaws were on the floor. Every soldier was stunned into silence. Roman stood over the defeated Chris, his gaze cold, just as he looked at his blade. Someone called out, Captain. The Baron roared. What is the meaning of this? He couldn't believe his eyes. This was the 2-star knight Dimitri was always so proud of. The captain himself was in a state of shock. A cold sweat dripped down his face as he began to stutter. How could this happen? That worthless son of a... He trailed off. What was going on a month ago? Roman was a nobody, a complete disgrace. It takes years of grueling training to reach that level of mastery Roman fought, as if he'd spent his entire life on the battlefield. It was simply impossible. The captain tried to calm him. Don't be surprised, my lord. Just listen. It seems Mr. Roman is a true genius. Looking at his back, Roman was lost in his own thoughts. He replayed the fight in his mind. He could see every opening, every next move Chris would have made. He recalled their clash, knowing he could have easily severed all of Chris's tendons. In this world, his record was impressive. He deserved the praise. But compared to his past life, his skills were laughably pathetic. He thought to himself that even the lowest-ranked warriors of the Dark Faction would be stronger than Chris. And yet, the man had surprised him at the end. Roman remembered the moment Chris activated his mana, the raw power it unleashed. Suddenly, the Baron's booming laughter shattered the silence. He looked at the stunned faces around him, then at the victor. That's my son, he declared with delight, a wide grin spreading across his face. My eldest son is a true master of the sword. He turned to the captain. I am certain of it now. The captain saw it too. There was no other explanation. He had been a fool for not seeing the potential sooner. The Baron shook his head. It can't be true. It's unbelievable. He called out, Roman, come here quickly. It had been a long time since he'd been in such a magnificent mood. He praised his son for achieving something on his own. Justice and punishment must always be earned, the Baron declared. You may ask for anything you desire. A faint smile touched Roman's lips. You said that in 6 months. I must leave for the battlefield. Once the marriage was annulled. The Baron paused. Are you asking me to settle that matter now? No, Roman replied calmly. Let the summons stand, but grant me the honor of choosing the men who will fight alongside me. Just then, Flora appeared. Why, she asked, her voice trembling. Don't you have more time to settle the marriage, father? Must you go? The Baron closed his eyes. It is a good decision, he said firmly. You may regulate everything concerning your service, but is there something else you want to ask? Now that you've shown me your true colors, how can I not listen? A smirk played on Roman's lips as he looked at the battered Chris. Then, have him teach me aura. In the infirmary, Chris was told the news. I will train him, the captain said, standing beside his bed. This is an order from the Baron. He will understand your condition. Are you insane? Chris shouted. Isn't this too much? Look at my face. He used aura against Mr. Roman, and I was instantly knocked out. I just woke up, he seethed, clutching his head. I want to die, and you want me to teach that monster aura. The captain's voice turned to ice. If you refuse, your head will be cut off. So listen well. Chris glared at him. What did you want to say? I heard something. While you teach him, the captain explained, you will learn more about his incredible transformation. If you agree to this. He leaned in closer. I will teach you the secret skills I possess. Chris was stunned. He shot up in bed. Is that really true? The captain nodded. Chris thought to himself, if he can handle this, that skill is the key that helped the captain become a 3-star aura knight. He clenched his teeth. Fine, but don't you dare take it back. Don't you dare take it back, he repeated to the captain. Elsewhere, someone called for the master. I heard what happened today was simply incredible. Roman was dressing. So many rumors are spreading through the castle, his attendant said. Defeating the 2-star aura knight and deputy captain. It's unbelievable. An elderly man approached them. "This aura you know of?" the man began, pulling up his jacket. "Unfortunately, I cannot say for sure. But isn't it a power that uses mana?" Roman walked to the window. "Mana? So that's what it's called here." The power Chris showed was definitely a flash of Kai energy. He thought back to the attack. It was used so differently from how they did it in Murim. What they call aura here, it's full of flaws. He couldn't understand why they didn't use the energy more efficiently. If he could learn more about this world's power system, it would be a tremendous advantage. He smiled. "Tomorrow, my training begins." At that moment, Chris grumbled, "I can't wait." The sun shone brightly as Chris and Roman stood on the training grounds. Chris eyed Roman with obvious suspicion. Roman just stared back with that same placid expression. He let out a deep sigh. "What's with that sigh?" Chris thought angrily. "It's nothing," Roman said calmly. "We haven't even started yet. Tell me, what is?" Aura, Chris began his explanation. Aura is one part of mana. It is typically used by mages and knights, who perceive it as a bundle of energy. While wizards store mana in a special circle, knights, on the other hand, spread this power all over their body. An image of a burning knight flashed in his mind. Its creator was none other than Emperor Alexander, also known as the Innovator. He recalled the image of a gray-haired man with a huge crown and a red cloak. He was the one who found a way to strengthen the human body. It was he who first learned how to spread mana. Unlike wizards, who contain it, aura implies the power to instantly release that mana after spreading it throughout the body. He demonstrated, showing how a hand filled with power could instantly unleash incredible strength. In truth, you don't need to know the history. Only a select few can use it. 1 in 1,000 who walk the path of a knight. And only 1 in 10,000 becomes a wizard. Therefore, it's vital to know. If a person has any aptitude for it, the most basic skill an aura knight must have is the ability to feel mana. And it is at this very first step that the vast majority fail. "It took me half a year just to sense it," Chris boasted. "Even if you could sense mana within a year, it would still be a magnificent result. This means it all depends on your own abilities." Roman's gaze was piercing as he said, "Let's begin. You must first feel the mana. Describe the sensation to me." "Of course," he replied, though a confident thought crossed his mind. "He only beat me once, and I've grown far too proud. It's a pity. But this won't end the way he thinks. Possessing talent and monopolizing it are two entirely different realms." And today, a cruel reality was about to dawn on him. The very foundation of this training was flawed. He could already sense this world's mana, remembering how to condense it, though it should gather in his core. The common path here was a fool's errand, blindly following tradition even when it made no sense. For now, he would follow their method. Breathe steadily, concentrate, feel the faint tingle of energy upon the skin. Success meant sensing his own aura, a concentration of mana that flowed throughout the body. In that moment, a brilliant light began to shine from Roman's hands. This was the proof of his power, the first step to becoming a 1-star aura knight. Energy began to swirl around his palms. This aura could be used in countless ways, like sharpening a sword or amplifying its destructive force. Applied to the body, it would make one unbelievably strong. Suddenly, a torrent of golden aura exploded from Roman's entire body. Chris's jaw dropped in disbelief. This can't be. The way they used Kai energy here was a complete and utter joke. In his world, they had a different way. They refined their methods, casting off all that was useless and concentrating pure energy deep within their core. But here, they foolishly hoped mana would just gather where it needed to on its own. With such a flawed method, true power was impossible. This energy was nothing like the heavy, abundant force from his world. This world's mana was soft, light, and almost effortless to gather. You barely lost any of what you gained. He could replicate their pathetic aura with ease, but it was nothing compared to the true power he once wielded. This method didn't strengthen the body from the outside, nor did it allow you to accumulate power within. What good is scattered mana, drifting aimlessly? It was as useless as a lamb challenging a lion. With this technique, you wouldn't reach the pinnacle in 100 years. Chris finally spoke, his voice trembling. How did you do that?" He screamed, his mind reeling. "I saw it all. I know what you did. How many years did it take him to achieve this? Answer me," he roared. "You knew how to do this all along. You were just mocking me." Tears of betrayal streamed down his face. Everything became suspicious, even his defeat in their duel. If you had this strength, why did you wait 2 years? But Roman simply stated he arranges things as he wishes. To Chris, that was the only possible answer. He had trained until his body broke for 10 long years, just to reach 2 stars. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. Chris demanded to know why he was laughing. "Because it's funny," Roman replied. a smirk on his face. Let me ask you one thing. In all that time you were striving for that level, did you ever once doubt the quality of your training? Chris froze. Roman continued. People are often mistaken. That sacred training passed down for generations is nothing but a grand misconception. He had seen the obvious flaws in their methods from the very beginning. So why did they cling to it? Why did every knight learn this broken technique? Roman's question hung in the air. Did you not know Chris was stunned? It was because he had absolute faith in his captain, so the man he had studied under. The reason was simple. It's always easier to follow the herd than to forge your own path and face the criticism. I won't deny your decade of hard work, Roman said. But the fact that you never once doubted the path you were on, that is what makes me laugh. With that, Roman turned to leave. The path you followed was paved by someone else. You have nothing to say to that. Doubts. Those doubts had made his own past life a living hell. So many mistakes, all leading to unfortunate ends. He remembered his past world, and the words of his father. The hardest part wasn't the struggle, but enduring the judgment and despair of others. But change was absolutely necessary. He would not just follow his father's will, he would complete his own mission. Today's training is over. Wait, Chris cried out, turning to him. Then tell me how. What should I do now? The scene triggered a memory from Roman's past life. A warrior, drenched in blood, stood before him, admitting defeat. I will follow you. He had said, my blood will follow you from this day forth. They chose you to stop me. He was the first truly powerful warrior he had ever seen. Looking at his own broken sword, the warrior asked, what must I do to become as strong as you kneeling? He pledged his eternal loyalty. If I become stronger, will that not benefit us both? He had shouted, tell me what I must do. The memory faded, and Chris stood before him, his pride shattered. Roman looked at him and thought. He cast his pride aside. A slow smile spread across his face. Interesting. He was reminded of the heavenly demon, a man who bathed the world in blood, wreathed in a terrifying red aura. He was one of the supreme masters who dominated his former world. Their conflict over demonic power had been inevitable. After a fierce, world-shaking battle, Roman stood victorious over the blood god's body. I have lost, the god had whispered. Looking at Chris now, he saw the same look in his eyes, the same shame, overcome by an insatiable desire for strength. The resemblance was uncanny. This guy, he's just like the blood demon. Roman found the situation truly curious. So you truly want to know how to get stronger? Roman asked. But I can't just tell you. Then what should I do? Chris pleaded. Roman's advice was simple, yet profound. First, stop believing everything they tell you. My answer will change nothing for you right now. But if you truly wish to learn, you must stay. The vision was clear. In just 6 months, he would leave for the battlefield. He would grow stronger, standing alone against entire hordes of enemies. He would claim victory. If in 10 years he was still by his side, only then would he receive an answer to his question. The vision faded, and Chris sat bolt upright in bed. That evening, tears streamed down his face as he remembered his vow. To train relentlessly until he could finally feel mana. Others were shocked that in only 6 months, he had already awakened it. The captain's voice boomed. Manifest your aura. A nearby knight gasped. A 1 star in just 3 years. He's a genius. He's a genius, the captain declared to Chris. I now grant you the rank of Star Knight. He couldn't deny the 10 grueling years he'd spent training for this moment. The fact he never once doubted this path made him want to laugh. He squinted, thinking to himself, what am I back in the castle? A voice interrupted him. What did the captain say? Chris's voice was firm. That I will follow Master Roman to the battlefield. A fire ignited within him. I must become stronger. The captain's eyes narrowed. Something has happened. Yes, Chris confirmed. Their gazes locking. Is there a reason for this? From this moment on, I am no longer a part of the Knights of the Dimitri family. No matter what happens, I must stand by Master Roman's side and pursue my own path. He thanked him. As the captain's mind drifted, he was no longer the boy he once was. The captain recalled seeing a small child, weeping over the cold body of his mother. He remembered the little one, clinging desperately to his late mother, pushing at her still form with his tiny hands, crying until he had no tears left to shed. The captain's voice cut through the memory. Thank you. He was now sure of one thing. He rose to his feet, declaring, the Chris I once knew is gone. If you will follow Master Roman, then you are no longer the fool you used to be. He stepped forward. Follow me. From today, your true preparations begin. Chris was stunned by the sudden change. The captain's tone was grim. To survive on the battlefield, you must have at least one ace up your sleeve. Chris was surprised. Then a slow smile spread across his face. Yes, mentor. Later, the scene shifts to the city. Whispers filled the streets. Did you really hear the rumors? Someone asked. They say Roman Dimitri crushed the Bloodfangs. Impossible, another man scoffed. That useless idiot who can't do anything? The man beside him confirmed. Yes, that's the one they're talking about. It's about him. But who actually saw it? Who knows what trick the Dimitri Knights played to make him look good this time? Just then, a man rushed over. It's true Master Roman dealt with the Bloodfangs himself. His friend was in disbelief. The young master, who killed those thugs with nothing but a single branch. He remembered the sight of Roman mowing down bandits, covered in their blood. It wouldn't be hard for him to handle the Bloodfang gang alone. The man was utterly stunned. Is that really true? Then, tears began to stream down his face. I never thought someone would do such a great thing for someone like me. He really solved my problem with those loan sharks. Another man shouted at Tom. What are you doing? Are you going to clean up this mess or not? Yes, I'll handle it right now. Later that evening, he walked down the street carrying a box, his mind racing. How could he become a person like that? A master. A warrior strong enough to protect people. The world is still full of scum like the ones he killed. I need to be stronger, so my family can survive. He thought, how can I ever become like that if only I could meet him again? No, there's no chance. Then someone called his name. Surprised, he dropped a potato from the box. Young master, he whispered, looking up. Is it really you? Young Master Roman smiled. We haven't seen each other in a long time. He stammered, are you here on business, or? He fumbled his words and bowed deeply. Thank you, because of you, my family and I. We're able to live on, Roman replied. That means you are doing well, he smiled, looking up from his bow. Yes, they don't bother us anymore. And I even managed to get a decent job, thanks to you, sir, honestly. I have no idea how to express my gratitude. Roman's smile widened. Perhaps you will have a chance to do so when you hear my offer. He was confused. An offer, Roman continued. You will no longer have to worry about your family's livelihood. I will provide a warm home and delicious food. Instead of fighting for existence, you will be able to truly enjoy your life. How does that sound? Kevin stared, his mouth hanging open in complete shock. Roman then said, in return, you will live for me. I am giving you a new life. The man looked at him, gritting his teeth, before bowing and pressing his head to the floor. I will live for you, he declared. If I must die, I will die. If I must kill, then I will risk my entire life to do it for you. As he bowed, his forehead hit the floor and began to bleed. I only ask that you promise to take care of my family. That is all I need, Roman said. You've shown your loyalty with blood. He looked so much like a mad demon. A memory surfaced of the blood demon who fought against hundreds of enemies in his past life. He never once held a thought of retreat, even as he walked the razor's edge between life and death. This man, he looked so much like him. The blood demon, a nostalgic memory, he thought to himself. This one will be useful. A grin spread across his face. Excellent. From now on, you belong to me. The scene changes to a huge white palace. Roman spoke to an attendant. I'm leaving Kevin with you. Help him get settled in. The man bowed. I understand, sir. Roman told him to rest and that he would find him later. Kevin beamed. Yes, thank you so much, Sir Roman added. I will be in the library. So if you need anything, look for me there, the attendant asked Kevin. Would you like to see the estate? Kevin eagerly replied that he would. The library was massive, filled with countless books. Roman had already read many of them, thinking to himself about the Knights of Aura and the way to become one. To become an Aura Knight, one must first manifest their aura. Flipping through an ancient book, he found a passage stating that to become a one-star knight, a person must use an aura so potent it could slice through steel. He kept counting, analyzing. The stars were a measure of one's aura and its sheer destructive power. 3 stars was a realm of power, unreachable by an ordinary knight. He recalled the captain. In this entire kingdom, such warriors are treated with special reverence. There was even a 6-star knight on the continent. But those who had reached the legendary 7 stars were non-existent. Even the top 10 ranked knights on the continent all held just 6 stars. He remembered how they were clad in the most legendary equipment imaginable. He thought to himself, only 6 ranked knights exist. The crisis he faced was a mere 2-star level. meaning Jonathan's 3 stars were slightly below average. It became clear that 6 stars meant transcending the very limits of human capability. The sheer size of the aura they could release after just 1 month reached dozens of meters. It was truly unimaginable. He recalled how the aura crashed to the ground, leaving a massive footprint. There were 12 such people on the entire continent. It was also known how these revered 6-star knights appeared. In every nation, they were treated as supremely important figures, called the 12 Swords of the Continent. He scoffed internally. They seemed quite strong, even with such an inefficient method of using energy. These people had reached the absolute pinnacle. Next, he researched wizards, reading about archmages. These were mages who had comprehended 7th sea, circle magic. They were called archmages. He remembered how they weaponized mana itself. In other words, these demi-humans were walking calamities. Their magic was capable of shattering the earth and tearing down the sky. The book showed massive meteorites raining from above. For most, their appearance caused more terror and fear than even the presence of a 6-star knight. He was stunned, realizing that in his former world, this level of power never existed. Now, his path was crystal clear. These characters from the book could one day become his enemies. Who knows? And in his current ignorant state as Dimitri, his chances of defeating such a foe were practically zero. Unpredictable variables are always the most dangerous. He stared at the book, his resolve hardening. He was not the same person born sheltered from the world's dangers. Not like the father from his past life. To survive here, he needed to know everything. He needed to know how. He had been waiting for this moment. Now, his true training would begin. Later, a man led him into a solitary building. This was the workshop the previous Baron used, the man explained. Outsiders are strictly forbidden, and the space is sealed. From the outside world, Roman declared. This place is perfect for my training. For 1 week, I need nothing, not even food. Do not dare let anyone enter, he repeated, his voice firm. Do not forget. Only seek me out if our people are in mortal danger. The man was surprised, but agreed immediately. The heavy doors sealed shut, and Roman stood amidst piles of hay. He analyzed the straw. It was a cautious measure, but this would only diffuse the flow of energy. He gathered all the hay, turning it into a single pile that he pushed aside. He sat, down in the lotus position, and began to meditate. He could feel the minimal amount of mana accumulated in his core. To reclaim his former power, he had to take the first step. He activated the heavenly demonic art. Step 1, a fierce wind immediately rose around him. His aura flared to life. He circulated his mana, forcing out the corrupt energy. His entire body began to convulse violently. Blood trickled from his ears, mouth, and eyes. He realized his mana channels were blocked, and the bad energy needed to be purged. Compared to the body of an ordinary person, this vessel had accumulated an immense amount of impure energy. But if he was to think of the future, he needed this mana to enter the first human stage. He had to restore his former power, even for a brief moment. His blood-red eyes snapped open. He thought of the new bonds he was making. He must protect every single one of them and achieve his goal. This entry into the human stage was only the beginning. A week passed. The baronial family entered with their daughter. Please wait here for a moment, they were told. We will bring tea and sweets. Count Lawrence and Lady Flora stood, their blonde hair shining. They did not stand close to one another. The Count asked, "Where is Roman?" The man explained that the master was still attending to business. He reluctantly agreed. Once they were left alone, he sighed. I dislike coming so suddenly. But they should wait for us. He offered her a seat. She agreed quietly. He turned to his daughter. This is your chance to correct your mistake, he whispered. Be extremely careful in your speech and conduct. She lowered her head, her heart filled with worry, and replied, I understand. She recalled telling him her wish to annul the marriage. She had claimed she wanted to follow his will, but she couldn't marry someone she didn't even respect, no matter how powerful he was. He grabbed his head in frustration. I truly thought you were a wise child. But to create such a problem? Did I not tell you how serious the situation was with our land? And the massive debt we owe the Golden Bank? She was creating a catastrophe. He had explained the gravity of their land's situation, and the immense funds their family had borrowed. Did she understand what that meant? All that remained was war. The marriage of convenience with Roman was an unavoidable, desperate decision. In the Northeast, only the Dimitri family could stand with them. That family was not so weak. Without Dimitri, they had no chance. But the Central, Government had approved unverified documents, and the bank had provided improperly protected loans. This was no longer a simple battle between two families. The forces were aligned with the Barco family. They could not win. There would be no excuses. Their enemies wanted only one thing: their land, their good name, and the beautiful flower of their family. He looked at his daughter. The realization hit her with stunning force. She trembled. The truth finally crashed down upon her. The crushing weight that had been tormenting her father for so long. She had known everything, yet she had understood nothing, acting only for herself. "Come to your senses," he pleaded. "You cannot remain the sheltered flower of this family forever." Meanwhile, a servant paced back and forth anxiously. What should I do? He worried. When will the master return? He mused to himself. The Viscount and his daughter had been waiting since morning. Already, their patience was wearing thin, just as he expected. But the master's orders were absolute: do not disturb. Suddenly, the doors burst open. "The master has completed his training," a voice announced. His eyes widened in fear as he looked towards the room. "Master," he cried out. Meanwhile, the Viscount and his daughter calmly finished their tea. Everything was preordained, he thought. After his daughter's critical mistake, a marriage of convenience was the only path forward. And it had to be arranged as soon as possible. She grasped his hands, but he seethed. Even so, what of it? When his daughter asked what was wrong, his fury only intensified. "I will see the Baron myself inside." The Baron was writing, unbothered by the harsh knocking. The door swung open. Baron Dimitri the Viscount stormed in. "What is the meaning of this reception?" he roared. "If our arrival was inconvenient, you should have sent word." This treatment is an insult. He never imagined the House of Dimitri could be so disrespectful. The Baron remained silent, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He finally spoke. "I understand your frustration. But was this visit arranged in advance?" The Viscount exploded. "We came without warning because you refused our request to meet a week ago. My patience would not be so thin if you hadn't dismissed us in the first place." Dimitri's voice was like ice. "Was I rude to you, Viscount? Is that truly all? You came here to vent your anger after waiting until sunset." They were stunned into silence by his sharp retort. "We were worried," the Baron explained. "The day Flora visited, Roman declared his intent to break off the marriage. I cursed him and shamed him for his foolishness. Even a 3-year-old child understands the stakes." He remembered shouting at his son, but Roman insisted it was tied to Flora's decision to end the engagement. "I was about to question them both, but I thought Roman was handling things his own way, and so I held my tongue. Like a fool, I did not resist," the Viscount thought, his anger rising. "I should have found out for myself." Even though the marriage was his family's idea. Flora stood worried, her head bowed low. The Baron clenched his fist. "And still, you have the audacity to reproach me for my hospitality, simply because you had to wait? You conveniently forget your own family's mistakes." He slammed his hand down on the table. His voice thundered. "And now you come to me with these demands." They could only stand there, speechless. The Baron continued, his tone cutting deep. "A month ago, I was contacted by the Barca family. Had we sealed an alliance with them, our house would have received a portion of their lands and direct connections to the top of the government. But I declined their offer. And do you know the reason why the Viscount was shocked? Why would anyone refuse? The benefits were immense," the Baron stated. "The reason is simple. People. Power means having the ability to choose. For my eldest son, a door, and for my daughter. For that simple reason, I rejected the Barca family's offer." The Viscount understood. He was wrong. He should have been more patient. His accursed pride had led him to make a grave mistake. How could this be Flora of Lawrence? And this fool, Dimitri? They were from two completely different worlds. He had to remember the station the Dimitri family occupied. The moment Roman was added to their family, his value and importance would change entirely. This marriage was never for them. It was for the Lawrence family. The Baron's gaze fell upon Flora. "Am I wrong?" he challenged. Flora began to tremble. She was suddenly reminded of a time long ago, back when she attended the academy. It was a place where children from prestigious families were molded into true aristocrats. She remembered how they all sat and studied. And in that place, her eyes had fallen upon a certain boy. He also studied there, from another, less fortunate house. She recalled his pitiful expression. In a world where children believed their noble blood made them divine, he was a complete outcast, a pariah. One day, he made a tiny mistake. He broke a flower vase. While the children of other aristocrats caused immense trouble and faced no consequences, His single error was reported to the disciplinary committee. He was brutally scolded by the elders. Then, between the figures of the shouting teachers, another person appeared. It looked like the boy's father, his head bowed in utter shame. He was apologizing, raving, begging for forgiveness, promising to watch his son more closely. The other children laughed at them both, and as she looked at him, she felt only pity. Thinking about it now, it seemed almost laughable. The Viscount finally broke. "I have nothing to say." He bowed. "Yes. Who is there to pity?" he continued. "My daughter is still immature. That is why she made such a huge mistake." Flora stood frozen, thinking. "I had no strength back then, just as I have none now." She watched her father beg for forgiveness. He should have asked for their pardon from the start. Instead, he showed only his own arrogance. The weak can only bow their heads before the strong. Flora, too, apologized, bowing deeply. "Please," they pleaded, "forgive us." It was just like that day. The Baron turned his head, and everyone followed his gaze. A servant's voice cut through the tension. "Master Roman has arrived." Flora looked at him in surprise, a realization dawning. Far too late. Roman entered, wearing a stunning new red and white suit. Adjusting his tie, he seemed like a different person. He approached his father. "I have returned." The Baron looked surprised. "Truly, did your training go well?" "It did," Roman replied evenly. "We will return to this conversation later. I came to discuss the wedding with the Lawrence family," Roman announced. "Since this all began with my decision, I will accept whatever consequences follow my choice." Roman met the Viscount's hostile gaze. "I understand what you mean," he said, his voice firm. "And I perfectly understand what the union of two families signifies." The Baron sighed, closing his eyes. He imagined a future where another house threatened the peace of his family. He took a rag and wiped a stray drop of ink. "Our family's wealth is what ensures our safety." The Baron's eyes sharpened. "Even knowing this, you still desire this marriage. Then why did you once believe?" "It wasn't worth it," Roman answered. "When I met her and listened to her speak of breaking off the engagement, my mind was changed." He had heard everything. Swayed by ugly rumors about the Dimitri family's fool, she made a choice she couldn't take back. And for that foolish decision, he stared at the washed-off ink. "What if I wanted someone," he began, "who trusts what they see with their own eyes, not what the world whispers?" Her words died in her throat. The color drained from their faces as his cold gaze swept over them. "There is no doubt," he declared, "and no other possibility. The engagement is broken. In Baron Romero's office." A crushing silence fell. It was all over. That marriage had been the Lawrence family's final hope. Now, stained by a broken engagement, no other noble house would ever form a tie with them. To survive the coming storm, the Lawrences would have to rely on their strength alone. And if Dimitri allied with the Barco family, any resistance would be utterly futile. If only they could turn back time. Flora's father bowed his head low. "This mistake," he confessed, "rests entirely upon the shoulders of the Lawrence family. We will waive the tax for gold merchants. A pittance to you, I know, but it is a sincere apology for our irresponsible actions." But Romero waved it away. "There is no need. I have no interest in any profit," he said, his voice like iron. "That would put my son's future at risk. Announce the engagement was terminated for personal reasons. We will speak no more of it." "So they wouldn't be forced to join the Barco family?" "Thank you," Flora's father said, his gratitude genuine and heavy with regret. Before leading his daughter away, the Baron reflected with bitter irony. If he had only recognized Roman Dimitri's true worth sooner, he would have done anything to stop Flora's rash decision. It was a catastrophic error in judgment. As they departed, Roman and Romero were left alone in the vast office. "Tell me," his father asked, "what in the world happened to you?" In just 1 week of seclusion, Roman had been purifying his body of impure ki to ascend to the legendary Yin stage. This was the foundation for cultivating the divine power of a heavenly demon, a simple task for a warrior of Murim. But this world was different. The mana here was overwhelmingly abundant, with a body full of accumulated toxins. Just forming the foundation could have been fatal. Roman knew that even his changing appearance was proof. He was a completely different person now. Though he couldn't reveal the whole truth, he told his father that during his solitary training, he had achieved a moment of profound enlightenment. The memories were hazy, but he felt it. Mana was now circulating within him. Romero stared, utterly shocked. "Did you just say mana circulation?" "The circulation of natural mana within the body, a state of physical perfection." It was a legendary feat that only a chosen few had ever achieved. Roman, the one they called Dimitri's fool. First, he defeated Bloodfang. Now this. The metamorphosis he was undergoing defied all common sense. But none of that mattered. The truth remained. "You are my son," Romero declared. "Whatever trials await you, I will not turn my back on you. Never forget this simple truth. Your name is Roman Dimitri, and I, Romero Dimitri, will always be one step behind you, ready to offer my support." Roman remembered his father from Murim, the man who looked down on him with cold disdain, calling him a pathetic disappointment. But this man, this father who would not abandon his child even in the face of the unknown. Romanu offered a small, genuine smile. "Thank you, Father. Perhaps this new life wasn't so bad after all." As Roman stepped out of the office, a voice called out from behind. "Wait." It was Flora. "I sincerely apologize," she said, her voice strained. "I was biased against you, and I arrogantly decided the fate of our families on my own." He turned, his expression unreadable, and began to walk away. "An apology is unnecessary. This political marriage was never part of his grand design." "I understand your anger," she rushed, following him. "Even for a political arrangement, I broke a sacred promise. But please, allow me to say one thing." Roman stopped. He turned. Flora finally revealed the truth. "There was a reason I broke the engagement. It happened at a grand social event, where all the nobles of the Northeast had gathered. The moment news of her engagement to the Dimitri heir spread, so-called friends whispered a terrifying rumor in her ear. They told her that Roman Dimitri dabbled in drugs that were destroying his mind. I thought you deserved to know," Flora added. "I realize now that it was just foolish gossip, but back then, I couldn't ignore it." Roman turned to leave for the last time. "Whatever happened in the past," he stated flatly, "has no bearing on our future. Do not interfere in my affairs again." Flora could only watch, heartbroken, as his figure disappeared down the hall. Back in his office, Roman contemplated Flora's words. No energy in his body, due to an addiction. When his past self ended his life, the medicine he took had indeed suppressed some foreign energy, but his cultivation had now purged every last toxin. Roman called out to his servant, "Hans!" The loyal servant immediately appeared. "Have you ever seen me take any strange pills, or witnessed anything that might suggest it?" Hans paled. "My lord, what are you talking about?" he stammered. "This isn't an accusation," Roman clarified calmly. "I simply wish to see my past, through another's eyes." "Well, now that you mention it, my lord," Hans said hesitantly, "I never saw anything personally, but there were some oddities in your behavior." When Roman pressed, Hans recalled an event from 6 weeks ago, after Roman attended a high society party. That day, after you returned to the manor, you fell into a strange state. Your face was ghostly white as you locked yourself in your room. Night after night, you demanded alcohol? Hans shuddered at the memory. It seemed you feared there might have been drugs at the party. The idea seemed insane now, but Roman's mind was racing. A social event that brought together all the aristocracy of the northeastern region. "Hans," Roman asked, his voice sharp, "who organized that party?" "It was the eldest son of the Barco family," Hans replied. "Antony Barco." The pieces clicked into place. On the eve of a political marriage with the Lawrences, Roman accepts an invitation from his greatest rival, a perfect setup, to a lavish party, an event that drove him to madness and suicide. But looking back now, Roman's death was shrouded in mystery. The suicide note he left was simple. It claimed he was terrified of being sent to the battlefield in place of his 2 younger brothers. But that made no sense. He was about to marry Flora, the woman he desperately wanted. A married aristocrat had numerous ways to evade military duty. So why would he choose death over service? Roman knew in his gut that the pieces of this puzzle just didn't fit. Roman asked Hans about his connection to Anton Barco. Hans admitted that no one was closer to the old Roman than him, though things had become strained. The awkwardness began right after rumors of Roman's political marriage to the Lawrence family started to spread. Such an alliance would have been a massive obstacle for the Barco family, who coveted the Lawrence family's territory, and the simplest way to remove that obstacle was to ensure the marriage never happened. Roman realized they would have stopped at nothing, revealing the true, sinister reason for his supposed suicide. Hans then apologized, revealing that a few days ago, an invitation to a party had arrived from the Barco estate. Roman's eyes narrowed. "Barco invited me," Hans, holding the note, confirmed it. He explained that Roman had been training in seclusion when it arrived and asked what should be done. Roman smirked. Did they have a death wish? Or did they simply see him as a complete fool? A cold smile crept across his face. This was truly getting on his nerves. "When is the party?" he asked. "Exactly 2 weeks from now," Hans replied. Roman's smile widened. Tell Barco, I accept their invitation. We cut to the manor, where Hans is escorting a young man named Kevin. The young master is waiting for you, he says, adding, by the way, he's changed a little. Though shaken, Kevin tried not to show his surprise. Afraid to ask what that meant, he simply nodded and said, That's good. He entered Roman's room. Did you call for me? Master, he asked. Roman turned. You must be Kevin. The moment Kevin saw his master's face, he froze, finally understanding what Hans meant by a change. Roman approached him. So, you're the one. How are you adjusting to life here? Kevin replied that thanks to Hans, he was getting used to it without much trouble. But Kevin hesitated. Roman simply asked, but what Kevin continued, admitting he was struggling to find his purpose, his role in this place. He felt useless. Roman had told him to live for him. But what could an ordinary man no better than a pebble on the roadside possibly do for a master like him? Roman's gaze was piercing. You wish to know your role. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. I will make you. My sword. The words struck Kevin like lightning. My sword, he stammered. Roman explained that no one can decide another's path. So he would offer Kevin 3 choices. First, give up the way of the sword. If you fear its edge and the blood it spills, you can become my hands and feet. Follow Hans, learn his duties, and obey my orders. Your second choice is to stand by my side as my sword. Kevin was stunned. But my lord, I've never even held a sword in my life. Roman's voice was cold. Of course not. If you choose this path, I will test your will by splitting your muscles and stretching your very bones. Kevin looked terrified. Splitting muscles and stretching bones, this was an ancient, torturous method, designed to inflict unimaginable pain by twisting the body. Your words mean nothing to me, Roman declared. Only the result will prove your will. And finally, the third way. Roman tossed a sword at Kevin's feet. With this blade, you will cut off your own hand. If you can endure that self-inflicted pain, you will gain power faster than anyone imaginable. Roman recalled the mad demon from his past life, a man who grew up on the streets, knowing nothing of martial arts, yet rose to become one of the 4 heavenly kings through sheer, unwavering will alone. He looked at Kevin. Whatever you choose, Roman said. It will benefit me. The choice is yours. Now, find your purpose. Outside the Dimitri fortress stood a ramshackle hut, ready to collapse at any moment. It was the place where Kevin was born. He had to work from a young age just to survive, helping his parents with every grueling task. There wasn't a job he wouldn't take, but no matter how hard he toiled, his life never changed. There was always someone stronger who would come and take everything away. That was the fate of the weak, so he never dared to dream of a different life. Until now. Overwhelming power. Kevin raised the sword. What good will severing my own arm do, he wondered. But if it meant becoming stronger, if it meant becoming like his master, he stared at the blade with newfound resolve. If this can shatter the chains of my past life, I will do it. Roman watched him, his face an unreadable mask. Kevin then brought the sword to his own arm, and with all his might, he swung. Chris walked down the corridor, lost in thought. He had abandoned the order of chivalry to follow his master, and now the man had suddenly gone into seclusion for a week. He spotted Hans at the end of the hall and called out to him. I heard the master's training is over, Chris said. Where is he now? Hans replied that the master was speaking privately with Kevin, and had given strict orders that no one was to disturb them. Kevin? Who's that? Chris asked, a look of confusion on his face. Back in the room, blood dripped from the sword Kevin held. His severed hand fell and hit the ground with a sickening thud, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. Kevin fell to his knees before Roman, and then collapsed completely. Roman simply stared down at him with an intrigued expression. That evening, Hans burst into Roman's office. My lord, wait, he shouted, his eyes wide at the sight of the bloody sword. Are you hurt? There's blood on the blade. Roman, however, was calm. It's nothing, he replied with a crazed smile. It's not my blood. Roman contemplated what had just happened. He had been about to trap Kevin within the illusion demon technique to test his resolve. He planned to hold him in that illusion for a while, to truly gauge the depths of his will. But before the technique could even take hold, Kevin had already struck his own arm. Roman smiled to himself. What a fierce boy. If his illusion technique had been even a moment weaker, Kevin might have taken everything upon himself for real. 2 weeks remained until the party, and 6 months until the war. Roman still had so much to teach them, and he knew that soon. His list of worries would grow even longer, that he would unveil the mystery of mana, but warned it was a power fraught with peril. A puzzled Kevin asked if he truly understood mana, and Roman confirmed that he did. Roman mused internally. He called it a mana mystery, but this knowledge was something else entirely. It was a forbidden martial art, once wielded by a mad demon and ancient cults, the ghost demon skill. At the moment of its use, the mind is consumed by demonic ki. It is a forbidden art that grants immense powers. By shattering one's own blood vessels, the price is unbearable pain. Even as your limbs feel like they're being ripped apart, you must never lose your sanity. In order to become a sword worthy of his master, the mad demon had conquered this martial art through excruciating agony. If Kevin was truly willing to sever his own arm for this power, then he could learn the technique. Roman warned him that as the training intensified, he would endure pain, far greater than anything he'd ever known. But even so, there was a reason for this brutal path. For a 15-year-old boy who knew nothing of mana, this was the fastest way to become strong. If he could survive this trial of the spirit, he would gain the power to protect his loved ones. A spark of hope ignited in Kevin. He marveled that the very man who saved him and punished the Bloodfangs would now personally take him as a disciple. Kevin turned to Roman, his heart overflowing. Words couldn't express his gratitude, but he had to ask, why did Roman place so much faith in him? He still hadn't proven his worth in any way. What if he finished the training and simply ran away? He needed to understand the reason Roman trusted him. Roman simply smiled and said the reason was simple. Simple, a puzzled look crossed Kevin's face. As Roman walked away, he declared, "Training begins tomorrow. That is all for today." As he departed, Roman considered the boy's question. He remembered the mad demon had once asked him the very same thing. To gain blind faith from your follower, you must first place your trust in them. In any case, a boy like Kevin would never betray him. As his strength grew, he would soon realize for himself the terrifying consequences of betraying the heavenly demon. A vast, dark shadow rose behind Roman as a chilling smile spread across his face. The next day arrived. Kevin swung his sword tirelessly. Roman watched him, his voice sharp. The foundation is everything, even in a single swing. Every motion must be precise. Do not lose your concentration. Kevin suddenly cried out, his focus breaking. Watching from a distance, Chris scoffed. He couldn't understand it. Why take in some strange kid and teach him the sword, more importantly? Why wasn't Roman teaching him? Chris seethed with jealousy. He was certain that by following Roman, he could learn the secret to rapid growth. And yet, it was as if he didn't even exist to the master. A single training session with his mentor would be invaluable. Chris looked up at the scorching sun, his resolve hardening. He decided he would wait a little longer. A day passed, then another, and another. Chris's patience was wearing thin. His fist hit the floor as he roared. "Damn it!" He stormed towards Roman, shouting that it had been 2 long weeks since he began following him. Of that time, Roman had spent an entire week in seclusion. The rest was dedicated to Kevin, who could do nothing but watch, a stark contrast to his initial behavior. "Then I sincerely apologize. Please, just teach me something I will train harder than anyone. I'll do whatever it takes." Roman looked at Chris with cold disdain. "Did I not tell you to observe your surroundings and learn?" Chris froze in panic. You meant that literally?" Roman turned to leave, his voice unwavering. "Every person has a different path. Kevin is a blank slate. He must be guided from the very beginning. But you, Chris, are different. No matter what I teach you, you will not truly benefit. You are the one I defeated. Instead of calmly absorbing knowledge, you would only try to forcibly cram it into yourself," Chris demanded. "So you're telling me to just keep watching?" "No," Roman replied. He suddenly tossed a wooden sword at Chris, who caught it in shock. "Why a wooden sword?" he asked, confused. "To confirm your current state, we need accurate results." Roman's eyes glinted. "So, what do you say to a little fight with Kevin?" Both Chris and Kevin were stunned into silence. "Your sparring opponent will be Kevin," Roman continued. "And I will tell you exactly how to defeat him. Consider it like fighting a copy of yourself. If you still believe I'm wrong after this, then I will personally oversee your training." Rage burned in Chris's eyes. "Me fight? Lord Knight." Kevin stammered in fear. Chris's mind reeled. "He wants me to fight this rookie. Who does this man think he is?" "Fine," Chris roared. "We'll have our fight, and I'll prove I'm not some weakling like him." Kevin and Chris faced each other, the tension thick in the air. Kevin turned to Roman, trembling. "To fight a knight with a double-digit aura?" Roman's voice was calm. "I understand you are at a disadvantage. But you have absolutely nothing to lose. There are countless people in the world stronger than you, like the Bloodfangs who tormented your family. And Chris, who glares at you now as if to tear you to pieces. Is he any different? Will you back down every single time?" Kevin summoned all his courage and replied with newfound confidence. "I will try," Chris sneered, utterly annoyed by the boy's sudden resolve. "This little brat." Does he actually think he can win? It seems Roman intends to tame me with this battle. Roman's voice cut through the tension. Prepare yourselves, Chris thought. Sparring or not, it doesn't matter. Roman shouted, begin! In that instant, Chris charged forward, swinging his sword with deadly intent. I won't lose to a rookie who's only trained for a week. His blade crashed against Kevin's with immense power. Kevin struggled to hold it back. But the force was overwhelming. Chris shattered his defense, knocking the sword aside, then drove a powerful kick straight into Kevin's stomach. Kevin was sent flying several meters through the air. Let's rewind a few seconds. Just as Roman told them to prepare, a voice echoed inside Kevin's mind. Raise your sword and block in front of you. Chris will attack immediately. Then Roman commanded them to start. At the same time, Chris charged forward. He swung at Kevin, slashing at his sword. Kevin heard the voice in his head again. Step to the side. Aim for Chris's chest as he brings his foot up for a kick. Kevin tried to sidestep, but his feet stumbled. Chris's kick landed hard, sending Kevin crashing to the ground. He heard the voice in his head once more. Get up, it commanded. Kevin wondered if it was his master's voice. Roman confirmed it. I am using mana to send you messages through your mind. So, this was how he would guide him. Kevin questioned if it was even possible, when a voice inside his head commanded him to jump right. Kevin instantly obeyed. Chris's attack met empty air. He never saw it coming. The voice continued, ordering Kevin to pivot and strike Chris's chest from the left. Kevin spun, swinging his blade, but Chris was faster. A kick slammed into Kevin's stomach, sending him flying several meters. Was that his weak point? He raised his sword too late. Block up high, the voice inside commanded. Kevin threw his sword up, barely parrying the blow. The force was overwhelming. To the right, Roman guided him, but a knee crashed into Kevin's face. He collapsed again, his nose bleeding onto the dirt. Chris stared, shocked. The kid was holding up far better than he'd expected. Roman knew the truth. Kevin was no match for him. His body couldn't possibly keep up with the divine instructions. And yet, as if to defy that very fact, Kevin slowly began to rise. A smile spread across Kevin's face. Was this the power of Master Roman? His opponent was a knight with a double-digit aura, but he was moving precisely, just as the Master commanded. His only weakness was his own body. Otherwise, this battle would have been over long ago. By following his Master's guidance, he was playing with a knight like Chris. As if he were a mere puppet. Dodge right, Roman's voice echoed. Kevin did, then charged forward into a swift counterattack. Chris barely reacted in time, landing another punch to Kevin's face. Surely, after so many hits, the fight had to be over. But at the very last second, Kevin coldly dodged and launched another counter. Was that really an accident? Kevin realized then? That even Chris, a so-called genius, couldn't even begin to grasp the Master's true skill. So this was the level of Master Roman. For the rest of his life, he would serve him faithfully, even if he couldn't comprehend the orders. A single word from the Master was his absolute law. If a weakling like him was to become the Master's sword, then the answer was simple. Kevin gripped his sword, his only thought being fortitude. Blood trickled from his mouth as Chris issued an ultimatum. This is your final chance. If you keep fighting, be prepared to leave here a cripple. Kevin's smile widened into a laugh. Watching this, Roman smirked. Chris couldn't understand what was happening. Let's go. All the way, Kevin declared. Chris was seething. Through gritted teeth, he screamed, "You don't even know when to quit." He stepped forward, his voice dripping with menace. If that is your wish? Chris swung his sword, roaring, then I will grant it. Looking at his own severed hand would surely make Kevin regret this choice. But Kevin didn't flinch. He just watched Chris close the distance, until Roman's voice cut through the noise. Plant your foot. Move forward. He swung his blade, pouring every ounce of strength into the attack. For the first time, a flicker of fear appeared in Chris's eyes as he dodged. The blow missed, and Kevin fell to the ground. Staring at him, Chris couldn't believe it. Who would have thought he'd attack from that angle? Roman's voice urged Kevin on. There's more to come. Turn around. Now. Kevin obeyed instantly. Dash forward, he commanded, and Kevin charged Chris with renewed speed. Chris scoffed. Did Kevin really think such a slow, sweeping attack would work? He was far too weak. Then, a horrifying realization dawned on Chris. He swung his sword, but Kevin dodged. Sheer terror gripped Chris as Kevin, seething with rage, swung his own sword with a mighty roar. Watching from the side, Roman smiled. Chris was breathing heavily. He managed to duck under Kevin's attack at the last second. Then, with every bit of cunning he had left, Chris launched a low attack at Kevin's legs. The blow was too much. Kevin's sword clattered to the ground as he collapsed in agony. Chris stood over him, certain he couldn't get back up this time. Roman simply watched from behind. Did Chris really plan to duck when he swung his sword? Roman had already predicted the feint and the follow-up attack. Chris looked down at the fallen Kevin, then inside himself. "He's desperate," he muttered. Roman walked past Chris, his voice calm. "The victory is yours. If you wish, we can begin your training tomorrow." He helped Kevin to his feet. "The choice is yours." The scene shifts to Chris's home. He stands over his bed, questioning why he was asked to fight in the forest. He thought that even though he won, it was meaningless, a waste of time where he had nearly lost. Still, Kevin's final maneuver reminded him of something. It was the day he first fought Roman, a battle he'd replayed in his mind hundreds of times. If not for that brutal experience, he doubted he could have beaten Kevin without using his mana. Chris let out a hollow laugh. His skills had only improved because of that single, humiliating battle. We move to the next day. Roman asks Chris for his decision. After a moment of thought, Chris spoke. "I need training. I will find my own way to become stronger by following you, Master Roman." Chris knew then. He had only grown through that one fight. Every move Kevin made yesterday had been perfectly calculated. Roman didn't give hints. He gave absolute commands. Just trying to understand Roman's strategic mind was enough to break his own. Even when teaching Kevin, many of his words seemed aimed directly at him. No, the master was no longer the fool he once knew. He couldn't explain what happened. But Roman had ascended to a level beyond even Captain Jonathan. The words, "observe and learn," meant to reflect on his own actions and know himself. In that case, he would watch, and he would learn, until the day he could finally surpass Roman. Chris watched Kevin's training intently. Roman simply smiled. "Well then," he said, "let us continue." The scene changes. A week has passed. It's the day of a grand party, Kimei, at the Barco estate. But a week before that social gathering, whispers began to spread. "Have you heard?" one noble asks another. "What are you talking about?" The man leaned in. "Roman Dimitri. They say his marriage agreement with the Lawrence family has been terminated." The man's friend scoffed. The Viscount announced it was due to Flora Lawrence's mistake, but we all know that's just an excuse. He must have felt sorry for his precious princess of a daughter, being tied to the fool of the Dimitri family. Elsewhere, a lady in expensive silks spoke to her butler. He would terminate the agreement now. When the Barco family already has a knife to their throat, the butler replied gravely, "It can only mean one thing. The eldest Dimitri son is even worse than the rumors claim." A maid whispered to her friend, "The story is still going around. That Roman was the one who killed." Bloodfang's friend agrees, certain this was all a setup. She's convinced they built up his reputation just to be ready for this annulment. A cruel laugh echoes. Someone sneers, saying that boy Roman actually dared to break the marriage agreement himself. What an easy pawn to manipulate. Lounging on a sofa, a young man asks his butler, "Are you certain Roman will show his face at this party?" The butler confirms a reply came from the Dimitri family. He accepted. "This man is Anthony Barco, eldest son of the Barco family." "Wonderful." Anthony smirks. "Everything is proceeding perfectly. He can hardly wait. For next week, it's been far too long since he's been this thrilled for a party." The day of the grand social event arrives. Roman stands, lost in thought. "Hans," he calls out, eyeing the extravagant outfit before him. "Must I really wear something like this?" Hans insists. "This is your first official appearance, young master, since the engagement was broken. You cannot appear in just anything." Hans then launched into the grand history of the garment. Roman considered it, as Hans added with a flourish, "We acquired this masterpiece with our sweat and blood." Surely, Roman wasn't about to say no now. A faint smile touched Roman's lips. "Very well, I'll wear it." Hans beamed. "I knew you would say that, young master." Meanwhile, by the carriage, Chris was fuming. Where is that boy? At this rate, the young master will be here before him just then. Kevin rushed over, looking flustered. Apologizing profusely, he clanked forward in a comically oversized suit of armor. "I'm still not used to this," he mumbled. Chris slapped a hand to his forehead in disbelief. "What in the world are you wearing?" Kevin explained that not a single set of armor in the entire blacksmith shop could fit his massive frame. Chris sighed. The young master had helped this brute, and he'd nearly lost to him. As Kevin's helmet slipped down over his eyes, Chris's patience wore thin. He snapped, "Listen carefully. We are the young master's guard. We are the face of the Dimitri family. It is no exaggeration to say that our master's reputation rests on our shoulders. Carelessness is forbidden. Pay attention to every word and every action. Kevin straightened up. Yes, I will remember that. Sir Knight, Chris paused for a moment, then sighed. Fine. Any questions? Kevin's face lit up. Thank you, Sir Knight. Your helmet is crooked, Chris grumbled as Kevin yelped. We're transported to the Barco estate, where the party is in full swing. Tables overflow with lavish food, and the air hums with polite chatter and dancing. Someone whispers, I heard Roman Dimitri is coming today. Another young man scoffs. I never knew the Barcos were even interested in the Lawrence family. He forced a political marriage, and now he dares show his face at a Barco party after ending it himself. What is he thinking? A young woman beside him replies. That's why they call him a fool. If he had any sense, he would have done one or the other. The first man nods. Because of that fool Roman, the Dimitri family's standing must have taken a huge blow, no doubt. Another agrees. Dimitri's influence in the north is vast, but trying to maintain ties with Barco in this situation, that's just pure greed. Nearby, a young lady in a purple dress listens intently. The gossip continues. Still, Roman is coming today to try and fix his mess. His friend sneers. How amusing. The lady quietly overhears it all, then turns to her companion. What kind of person is this Roman Dimitri? The man scoffs. You'll see for yourself. He makes a disgusting impression. Utterly plain. And with a pathetic build. The only reason he's important is because he's the eldest son. The girl pondered this, as the man added, If I were a woman, I would have done anything to break that engagement. Suddenly, the butler clears his throat, his voice booming. The eldest son of the Dimitri family has arrived. Every head turns in shock as the grand doors swing open, announcing Lord Roman Dimitri. Roman strides in, a confident smile on his face. The crowd watches, stunned into silence. A wave of whispers immediately swept through the room. Is that really Roman Dimitri? He's completely different. I don't believe it. He was shorter than me, and what happened to his hair? The girl in purple watched him, captivated, and then she began to move, approaching Roman. She spoke. It is a great honor to meet you. I am Sophia, of the Grizzle family. She offered a graceful bow. You may not know my name, she added. My family is not famous, but my father, Baron Grizzle, has long served the Cairo kingdom. Roman replied coolly. I am well aware of the Grizzle family's lineage. Sophia's eyes widened with joy. She covered her mouth with her hand and gasped. You really know of us. Roman nodded. How could I not know a family whose history spans more than 100 years? Roman recalled asking Hans for information on all the noble families in the entire Northeast. Hans had looked at him, surprised. Why do you suddenly need this? Young Master Roman had answered. I'm attending the reception as the family's representative. I must show a minimum of respect. I need to know their families, their history, their traditions. One must put in at least that much effort. If one wishes to earn another's attention, especially for someone they call the fool of the Dimitri family. Roman told Sophia, your family has held land in the Northeast for generations. The Grizzly Woods are famous across the kingdom for their quality. And I heard your younger brother recently awakened his ability to sense mana. I offer my sincere congratulations on such a fine achievement. As Roman and Sophia continued their pleasant conversation, the other young nobles watched in disbelief. One of them finally stepped forward. Lord Roman Dimitri, he greeted, I am Magnier, of the Bolt family. Roman smiled. The eldest son of Viscount Bolt. It's a pleasure. Your father was a hero in the last war. I was deeply moved reading of his great deeds. Magner was utterly shocked by Roman's words. Thank you, he stammered. Just then, a girl with pink hair approached. It's been a long time, Roman, she said. He had transformed beyond recognition. Roman simply replied that it was her, Lady Ares. And she was as beautiful as ever. He then asked if her mother was well, having heard troubling news. Just 10 years ago, the Dimitri family had reaped massive profits from a deal with her family. He remained eternally grateful for the kindness they had shown him. The young man approached Roman, admitting it seemed he had misjudged him. He once thought it was impossible to even start a conversation, because he was always lost in drink. Roman replied that he was just about to have one. But perhaps it was time to lower the glass, the butler approached and addressed him, saying the young master was inviting him to a private room. Roman knew it was time. Time to discover who had disturbed his peace. We're brought to a vast courtyard, teeming with countless knights, Kevin whispered in awe. So many guards from other family lines. He then asked Chris what kind of social event this was. Chris shot back that he should forget it. They weren't permitted to go there. Then he added that Kevin's helmet was crooked again. Kevin complained that it was just too big for him. With a growl, Chris told him to just take it off. Watching this display, a knight with brown hair asked what this pathetic sight was. His green-haired partner replied that it was Roman Dimitri's new guard. They watched as Chris struggled to remove Kevin's oversized helmet. One of them sneered, saying one was more pathetic than the other. He'd heard Dimitri disowned their eldest son. But to bring a boy who couldn't even hold a sword as a guard, Chris warned Kevin to ignore them. The knight continued his taunts, questioning how this pathetic state could ever match the legendary level of the Dimitri family. At those words, Kevin's entire body tensed with fury. The scene shifts, back in time. He's at a grand party, his eyes fixed on a single girl, the impossibly beautiful Flora. Anthony appeared, throwing an arm around him and asking who had captured his attention. Roman could only ask, "That blonde girl. Who is she?" Anthony laughed. If Roman had to ask, he truly didn't know. "That's Flora," he said. "The flower of the Lawrence family." Flora Lawrence, looking at her. Roman felt a blush creep up his neck, his mind filled with only her. We flash forward to the present. The butler escorts Roman, announcing his arrival. Anthony meets him, a look of shock on his face as he asks, "What in the hell happened to you?" Roman wondered if this was Anthony Barco. He walked towards a chair as Anthony remarked he'd heard rumors Roman had changed. But he never imagined it would be this drastic. He gestured for Roman to sit. Roman's mind raced. There were no traces of anyone else's presence here. So Anthony had cleared the room before his arrival. This was meant to be a secret conversation, a move made so his opponent would let their guard down. Roman replied, with a faint smile, saying he didn't know the reason himself. "When I spent a fortune to fix my appearance, nothing changed," he said. "But lately, it's changing day by day, without me even trying." In any case, he was glad to see him after so long. Anthony, pouring a drink, replied that he hoped those words could be believed. To be honest, he was intensely curious what Roman was planning. Roman took the offered glass of wine and asked what he meant. Then, Anthony's tone turned cold. "I found you," he began, "in a locked room, holding my cousin, after you forced a political marriage with Lawrence, betraying our friendship. In truth, even if all secrets were kept, he never thought Roman would stoop so low, especially on the eve of his own wedding. In that case," Anthony's voice dropped, "can your presence here be considered an agreement to my proposal, since he kept that incident a secret?" They could now discuss a marriage with the Barco family. Marriage to Barco. The word echoed in his mind as memories flooded back. Memories of standing at his father's door, of how, by betraying Anthony Barco, he had begged his father to forge a political marriage with Lawrence. Well, he couldn't avoid these ghosts forever, so he would use this chance to settle their old relationship. When Roman had gone to see his father, he was told he was late, to come quickly and sit. Then, Anthony introduced him to his younger cousin, Emilia Barco. She simply replied, "I'm glad to meet you. Mr. Roman?" Anthony suggested they all drink together, probably because it was Emilia's first time in such a place, making her lean and quiet. Roman replied that of course he wouldn't mind. She was a member of his family now. "Emilia, go fill Roman's glass, too," Anthony commanded. Roman tried to refuse, saying he would pour it himself, but Anthony's voice became steel. "Roman, you've become bold since the marriage." Despondently, Roman began to speak, but Anthony cut him off. "Don't worry," he said with a smile. "Barco is no longer interested in the Lawrence family." A spark of hope lit in Roman's eyes as he asked if it was true. Anthony confirmed it, telling him not to worry and just drink with them. Roman drained the entire glass. His head began to spin, and his vision blurred into darkness. Roman awoke to a horrifying sight. Emilia, completely naked, was in front of him. They were in the same bed. He stared in shock, asking her how this could have happened. Just then, Anthony burst into the room, roaring at Roman. "What have you done?" in a terrified voice. Roman pleaded that it wasn't what he thought. He remembered nothing. That evening, Anthony told him to listen carefully. "I don't care who you roll in bed with," he said, his voice dripping with venom. "But you touched Lady Emilia Barco. This is a problem that cannot be ignored." Roman sat, broken, as fear consumed his entire being. Anthony then gave him a tender choice. Either the truth comes out, and your marriage agreement is terminated, or you will reestablish relations with us, becoming related to Barco through marriage. Anthony continued, saying he was furious with what Roman had done. But if Roman became Barco's man, he would calm his anger and forgive him. He then looked at the terrified Roman and asked, "What will you do?" We are pulled back to the present. Roman finally understood. Now, all his doubts were erased. If the marriage agreement was annulled because of an affair with a Barco relative, the Dimitri reputation would be utterly trampled. Even without this, there were already whispers about his low birth. The old Roman would never have been sure he could withstand his father's wrath. He was trapped, nor could he choose the other path. For Roman genuinely loved Flora. He refused to tarnish her name by annulling a marriage he had forced upon her. So, when the moment of choice finally came, he took his own life. He hoped death would solve everything. A weak man, incapable of acting on his own, that was the pathetic, wretched truth of Roman Dimitri. Anthony demanded to know why Roman hesitated. Their union would be the talk of the entire Northeast. No one would dare to challenge them. Roman could seize unlimited power in the northeastern lands. He had no logical reason to refuse. Just for that, Roman asked calmly. A surprised Anthony questioned his meaning. Just for that, you expect me to agree to a political marriage? Anthony's expression hardened. It seems you misunderstand something. This is not a choice. Roman, it's an ultimatum. If you refuse, I will announce to the entire world what happened in that closed room. What will become of the Dimitri family's reputation then? Think carefully about how you will ever show your face in public again. In response, Roman did something unthinkable. He casually propped his feet up on the table. He looked at the dumbfounded Anthony and said, Listen closely. How many times must I repeat myself? For such a pathetic reason. Dimitri has no need to accept Barco's offer. Meanwhile, the party was still in full swing. Sophia was speaking with a friend when suddenly, she noticed Roman walking toward her. She stopped him, asking where he had disappeared to. Roman offered a faint smile. I had some business to attend to. And now, it is time for me to return. Sophia looked crestfallen. You're leaving already. The reception has just begun. Please stay a little longer. My apologies, Roman replied, but the matter cannot be delayed. A small crowd began to gather, wondering why he was departing so soon. How annoying, one girl muttered. We barely had a chance to talk. I agree, Roman said. We will certainly speak again, the next time we have the chance. As Roman was leaving the Barco estate, he heard a sharp voice cry out, Take it back, you bastard! He recognized the voice instantly, and turned to see a horrifying scene. 2 knights were taunting Kevin, kicking his fallen helmet around. Is this the best the Dimitri family can do? One of them sneered. Kevin's face burned with fury at their words. Be patient, Chris warned him, and Kevin reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, the 2 knights shared a malicious look. To think they brought a mere child for security. How pathetic, his friend replied. Look at his helmet. It doesn't even fit him. The knights closed in on Kevin. Did you pick that armor up off the street and pretend to be a guard? His companion laughed. Yes, their standards have clearly fallen. Do the knights of Barco train with insults instead of swords? Chris countered. Who knows? The knight replied, contemptuously placing a hand on Kevin's head. I don't need a sword to surpass a boy like this. That must be why they call your master a fool. That was the last straw. Kevin could not bear hearing his master insulted. Take back those words, he roared. Young Master Roman doesn't deserve to be spoken of like that. The knight simply looked at him, amused. Kevin grabbed the knight's arm. I said, Take it back. How dare you, the knight bellowed, and slammed a heavy fist straight into Kevin's face. The force of the blow sent Kevin staggering back to the ground. Startled, Chris immediately drew his sword and took a defensive stance. He gripped its hilt, his mind racing. These were Barco knights, and House Dimitri was already in conflict with their family. If they caused a scene here, it would bring trouble not just for the young master, but for the entire family. But Kevin slowly pushed himself up, his eyes defiant. I am my master's knight, masters. And I will not be broken by polished slackers like you. The knight laughed. Is that so? Then let's see how long that pride of yours can last. Suddenly, a hand shot out and clamped down on the knight's arm like a vice. Kevin, Chris, and the knight all froze in shock. Kevin looked up and saw Roman standing before him. A relieved smile spread across his face. Roman turned, his eyes fixed on the knight with an ice-cold gaze. The knight started to say something, but Roman slapped him hard across the face. The unexpected blow sent the knight stumbling in a daze. He couldn't process what had just happened. He had been slapped, and he couldn't even react. Some worthless fool had dared to touch him. The knight raised his head in fury, only for Roman to slap him again across the other cheek. The sheer force of the blow sent the knight crashing to the floor. He clutched his reddening cheek in disbelief as he heard Roman's cold command, Raise your head. The scene shifts back to Anthony, sitting in his room, completely lost. What in the world just happened, he thought, replaying their conversation. He had told Roman he needed to take responsibility for touching a lady of his bloodline. He offered a marriage, not just to a branch family, but to the direct line of succession. He had considered it his final act of mercy. You are making a mistake with irreversible consequences. He had warned, But Roman had just smiled. Then do what you want. I'm already called a fool. I'm already treated like trash. What difference will one more rumor make but you, Anthony, should watch your behavior? Startled, Anthony had asked what he meant. I am ending the marriage arrangement, Roman declared. By my own decision, not because of your pathetic threats. Regardless, Dimitri has now turned its back on the Lawrences. So you can pretend your goal was achieved, but if you bare your fangs at me now, how should I respond to settle a personal grudge? I could have easily helped Lawrence thwart Barco's plans. Anthony's hatred for Roman began to seethe. Roman had already researched the Barco family's power. Their influence through the central government was significant. But it was a power built entirely on connections. When one considered only pure wealth and military strength, the true influence in the Northeast belonged to Dimitri, not Barco. Roman looked at the fuming Anthony. So, what will you do? Anthony grit his teeth. If we are done here, you will not interfere with our business with the Lawrences? That is correct, Roman affirmed. In that case, Anthony conceded, we will consider this matter closed. Now, sitting alone. Anthony thought about the man who had left his room. He had changed completely. He was no longer a simple fool. His actions, his gaze, his manner of speech. It was overwhelming. This was not the same man he knew. He was like an entirely different person. What in the hell happened to him? Anthony muttered, slapping his own face. The butler called out to him, but Anthony just roared, "Do not disturb me." The butler's words hung in the air, but he pressed on, announcing that Mr. Roman and his knights were waiting outside. In that instant, Anthony spun around, his face a mask of confusion. Out in the courtyard, a horrific scene unfolded. Guests and knights stared as the beaten knight groveled at Roman's feet, begging him for a second chance, promising it would never happen again. Kevin rushed to Roman's side, pleading that the punishment was enough. Chris quickly agreed, warning Roman to consider his family's connection to the Barcos. But Roman's reply was as cold as ice. He alone would decide when the debt was paid. Even if this knight died, it would be a small price for his insolence. Burning with fury, Anthony stormed into the courtyard, his voice booming. What is the meaning of this? He declared that even as the eldest son of the Dimitri family, Roman wouldn't get away with this outrage. He demanded a personal apology for this rudeness. Right now. Roman turned, his expression utterly indifferent, and asked why he should be the one to apologize. Glancing at the battered knight, he stated the facts. This man slandered him and dared to strike a member of the Dimitri family. By all accounts. Anthony Barco was the one, at fault here. Anthony retorted that even so. Roman had clearly crossed a line. But Roman simply said that this was the price of disrespect. A relationship born from hatred between them could easily ignite a war between their families. He advised Anthony to watch his step from now on. Anthony froze, terrified by the sheer weight of those words. Roman moved closer, his voice a low whisper, warning that his patience was thin. The next move was Anthony's. Antonio's mind raced, recalling Roman's promise to help Lawrence by crushing Barco's plans. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it all. Finally, Antonio spoke, admitting he'd thought it over and that Roman was right. In his place, he would have done the exact same thing. A faint smile touched Roman's lips. I knew you'd understand. He walked back to the knight and told him to brace himself. Then, Roman swung his sword. The knight was unceremoniously carried away, on a stretcher. Before this, even with the Dimitri name, Roman was seen by all as a powerless fool, someone to be looked down upon. Roman turned to Chris and Kevin, telling them it was time to leave. But for everyone who witnessed the event, a new truth was undeniable. The fool they once knew was gone forever. Later that afternoon, inside the carriage, the mood was heavy. Kevin bowed his head low before Roman, apologizing deeply, saying it was his fault Roman had been so insulted. Chris bowed as well, admitting his own shame, the Dimitri family. Name was humiliated, yet he had done nothing, even when Kevin was struck. Roman watched them in silence before speaking. It must have been difficult to hold back, he said, thanking them for their patience. He then added that carelessness often breeds rage. Their restraint had prevented the worst possible outcome. But that wasn't the answer he wanted from them. Within the entire northeastern territory of the Cairo kingdom, no one should dare to touch the Dimitri family line, even if they must restrain themselves. They must look their enemy directly in the eyes. Their gaze should burn with righteous anger. Roman was not a man who would tolerate anyone standing above him. He would bring them all to their knees. If they wished to follow him, they must get used to his methods. Back at the Dimitri estate, Hans presented a full report. Here is all the information. On the Barco family, ordered from the Black Moon Information Guild. According to them, their current position is alarming. Roman scanned the documents, his expression serious. He learned the Barcos were an old family, settled in the Northeast for over 100 years. Their true power began to grow when a family member entered the service of the central government. Looking up from the papers, Roman remarked to Hans that their personal military strength was surprisingly weak. Hans agreed, admitting his own surprise. He assumed a family of their status would have a formidable army. Roman explained that their military might was replaced by the overwhelming power of the central government. The Salamander continent was composed of 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among them, the kingdom of Cairo was small and vulnerable. With the exception of the northeastern mountain ranges, all of its borders were shared with other countries. Because of this constant threat, the kingdom had been forced to defend against countless invasions. With so many enemies at their gates, the only path to survival was to centralize all power in the government. This naturally gave the capital immense strength. The right to call citizens to service held absolute authority. Anyone who resisted the draft was branded a rebel, and armies were immediately sent to crush them. Once the rebellion was suppressed, the territory was seized by the kingdom. Afterwards, the local lords who joined the punitive campaign were rewarded with a piece of the land, and the rest was given to new, obedient nobles. This very system is what gave the Barcos, with their government ties, a kind of untouchable power. Hans asked why this was such a serious problem. Roman's face was grim. Because of this, he explained, they were able to secure a massive loan from the gold bank. I suspect they used their connections as collateral, without any real guarantees. And all that money was funneled into hiring the Burge mercenary group, a force of over 100 men that, by the infamous mercenary, Burge himself. Their main purpose is to violently suppress riots for coin. Hans added that, based on mass conscription within their domain, it seemed the Barcos were preparing to attack the Lawrences. Likely within 2 weeks, Roman confirmed their preparations were complete. Hans's voice was heavy with dread. Is this truly war? The Lawrence family stood no chance. Even defending with all their might, they would only last a month, at best. Roman considered this. He had told Anthony Barco he would not interfere in their affairs. But to continue living as Roman Dimitri, he could not allow a threat like Barco to fester at his doorstep. Whatever the Barcos planned, they could never stand against the full might of the Dimitri clan. He could borrow his family's power and crush them easily. But that would prove nothing. To the nobles of the Northeast, Roman was still seen as a non-threat. He needed to change that perception himself. He needed a reason he couldn't refuse. Just like that day. Roman summoned Hans, telling him to see his father at once. The time had come to fulfill the promise made long ago. We're thrust onto a street where people recoil in fear, scrambling to get out of sight. A knight strides before us, his armor caked in blood. With a heavy sigh, he removes his helmet, revealing a young man with a scar on his cheek and green hair. He mutters that Dimitri hasn't changed a bit. This is the B-rank mercenary, Lucas. He steps into the local smithy, where the blacksmith takes his armor, remarking, "Looks like that was a particularly tough battle." Lucas scoffs. "Those idiots had rocks for brains. They just swarmed me. Nearly sent me to an early grave." The blacksmith examines Lucas's broken sword, thinks for a moment, and says the quality of the blade itself is pitiful. "Where did you even buy this piece of junk?" Lucas lets out a deep sigh. He tried a new shop, and it nearly cost him his. Life hangs in the balance because of it. Hearing this, the blacksmith scoffs. After all, this territory boasts the finest iron and equipment. How foolish of him. Lucas rises from his seat, his voice firm. "That's precisely why I've come to you." The blacksmith considers him, then replies, "To forge a weapon of true power will require a great deal of time." Leaving the smithy, Lucas seems unbothered. "It doesn't matter. I'll be in the hospital for a while healing anyway. After that last fight." He's sick of it all. As Lucas stepped back onto the street, he saw a large crowd gathered around the town bulletin board. He wonders what all the commotion is. Has the war really started? Even though he'd decided to take a break from work, he couldn't overcome his own curiosity. Apologizing, Lucas pushes his way through the crowd. Suddenly, he sees a recruitment notice. It's a call for soldiers with healthy bodies, strong ambitions, and a willingness to fight. 30 positions available. The monthly salary 8 silver. Lucas does the math in his head. A typical family of 4 lives on 5 silver a month. 8 silver is an incredible offer, even with the added risk premium. But there's one crucial detail. You wouldn't be serving the Dimitri family line, but Dimitri Roman specifically. The message was clear. They wanted men willing to sacrifice their very lives for Dimitri Roman. The man, standing next to Lucas, scoffs. If you're thinking of signing up, don't even hope for it. There are already over a couple hundred applicants. He smirked. Wasn't planning on it anyway. I'm a B-rank mercenary. Offer me at least 50 silver a month, and then I'll consider pledging my loyalty to some noble. But then, something the man said clicks in Lucas's mind. He turns back. Wait, what did you just say? There are over 200 applicants already. The man nods. Lucas is baffled. Is it really worth it? Despite the excellent conditions, the employer is Dimitri Roman. Isn't he a fool? The man replied. Who knows what kind of suffering you'd have to endure? Better leave it to the soldiers. Lucas stared at the man, puzzled. The man continued. You're a mercenary, an outsider, so you don't know the full story. Young Master Roman is no longer that fool. Not only did he crush the Bloodfangs, but he also fiercely values and protects his people. Lucas's confusion only deepened. What are you talking about? The man explains. We didn't believe it at first either, but after hearing Clark's story, we all changed our minds. And Lucas asked, Who's Clark? The man continued. Clark's son became one of the young master's men. And after that, their dirt-poor life was completely transformed. The man thought for a moment. Wait, let me remember his son's name. Then it hit him. I think his name was Kevin. The scene shifts to the Dimitri estate. Kevin looks at Roman, perplexed, and asks, A vacation? Roman confirms it. He's granting him 3 days off, starting tomorrow, so that Kevin can get a proper rest before training resumes. You've had a rough time, so go and enjoy yourself with your family. Kevin simply bows in acceptance. Later, in his quarters, Kevin changes his clothes, muttering the word to himself. Vacation. It was an unusual feeling, since he was used to working every single day just to feed himself. It had been so long since he'd seen his family. He prayed they were doing well. Just then, Hans called out, rushing over to Kevin. You haven't seen your family in ages, he said. You're going to show yourself to them like this. The young master prepared some clean clothes for you to change into. He then tossed Kevin a small pouch. And you don't need money to buy a gift. This is your third monthly salary of 30 silver pieces. Spend it on gifts or luxuries. Just go have a good time. Kevin stood there, stunned, looking at the new clothes and the money. We're transported to the city, where a happy Kevin walks down the street carrying a bag of bread. I can't believe clothes can be this soft, he thinks. Just wearing them is a pleasure. He'd bought plenty of bread for his family. It was just baked, and the smell was wonderful. Marie will love this, he thought. She always wanted to spread whipped cream on fresh bread. His little sister, with her long red hair, always complained about having to eat stale bread. But even so, he was never able to buy it fresh, since it cost twice as much. Then, Kevin remembered that fateful day when the Bloodfangs broke into their home. He clearly remembered the moment his family was helpless before them. Kevin wondered what he would do now. He would definitely become stronger under the young master's leadership. They wouldn't have to go through that again. When he reached the house he was sent to, he was shocked. Before him was a luxurious home, and his entire family was relaxing outside, enjoying life. He stood there, indignant, not knowing what this was. He thought it was strange that he wasn't sent to a poor area, but to the vicinity of the castle. Marie saw Kevin and called out that her brother was back. His parents turned around, startled, and asked if it was really their son. Kevin was still standing there, motionless and in shock. His mother threw herself on his neck, saying, My God, how long has it been? Marie ran happily to Kevin, shouting that her brother was back. His father smiled and came up to Kevin, asking how he'd been. Puzzled, Kevin asked his parents about the house. His father explained that Mr. Hans came to them and said the young master Roman ordered them to be given a new house and land for cultivation. His mother added, And that's not all. Roman helped us so much so we could settle in. The city had truly blessed them in recent days. Kevin, his eyes brimming with tears, wondered how young Master Roman was doing. He was just so grateful. Suddenly, his father noticed a mark on his son's cheek. He demanded to know if young Master Roman was the one who struck him. Kevin calmly denied it, but his mother interrupted, insisting he answer honestly. If they were being treated this way, they would leave immediately indignant. Kevin's voice rose. He declared that the young master was not that kind of person. When his mother pressed again about the mark on his cheek, Kevin finally explained what truly happened. We cut to a tavern, where a man scoffs in disbelief. Kevin's father asks if he's expected to believe such a tale. He insists this is how a mere brat like Roman secured his house and land. His companion agrees, adding that you can't believe every rumor you hear. But Kevin's father presses on. He reveals that, according to Kevin, Roman had slapped a knight of Barco, all to protect his own guard. No aristocrat in the world would go that far for a subordinate. The friend opposite him was stunned. It couldn't be. Not that infamous, quarrelsome young lord. The rumor began to spread like wildfire. One girl told her friend she saw for herself how the Clark family had been blessed. She said Roman gave them the house simply because their son became his man. Another man chimed in, saying he not only gave a house and land, but he even slapped a knight from the Barco family for Kevin's sake. His friends heard it directly from Clark himself. A woman remarked that it was about time. Just yesterday, she felt pity for their son. A young man told his friend he'd personally seen Roman causing trouble in their store. His friend was certain he wasn't mistaken. But now, even the kids on the street were saying that Roman was fiercely devoted to his people. One friend wished he could become like Kevin. Another said, if you earn the young master's trust, a family like the Clarks could have a whole new life. A new narrative was taking hold. Roman Dimitri values his people. Gain his trust, and your entire destiny could change. The rumor raced through the city. A man reported to Lucas that because of this, many had withdrawn their applications for recruitment. Lucas was bewildered. What in the world was going on the Bloodfang incident? The social gathering? If Roman really did all that, he was a completely different person. The Roman he knew wasn't like this. He'd seen him brawling just 2 years ago after losing at a gambling den. What could have happened in that time? Lucas was intrigued. He had to see for himself. Elsewhere, Jonathan reported to Romero that preparations for the exam were proceeding smoothly. They were only providing minimal oversight. As instructed, the young master had told him he would handle the examination personally. Seeing how late it was, Romero ended the conversation there. But Jonathan spoke up. This was Romero's last chance to cancel the recruitment. He had to ask, would everything be all right? As Romero poured a glass of wine, Jonathan explained that hiring personal soldiers was incredibly dangerous. At the very least, they should understand Roman's true intentions. Romero called Jonathan's name. Jonathan confessed that when he heard Roman was attending Barco's reception, he assumed he was planning to forge an alliance to push the second son out of the line of succession. Instead, Roman slapped their knight in front of the entire aristocracy. A man like Anthony Barco, his heart now filled with vengeance, would surely side with the second son, becoming an irreversible threat to Roman's inheritance. Romero set down his glass. For decades, he said, Roman had been known as a fool, but ever since the incident with the Red Fangs, he had begun to live his own life, and as his father, he simply wanted to support him. Jonathan bowed, saying he understood. Romero then asked how many volunteers there were. 50, 100. Given Roman's reputation, even 50 would be a success. Jonathan's reply was shocking. He estimated there were more than 500. Romero was stunned. We are taken to the gathered volunteers, all waiting for Roman. Chris enters Roman's tent to inform him that everything is ready for the exam. The scene shifts to the day before, in one of the city's bars. Lucas takes a sip of beer, remarking that Dimitri's dark ale is still the best. He can't believe what he's seeing. The day before the exam, and the place is already packed with more participants than anyone expected. He noticed a noisy table with 3 men in the corner. Seeing the identical identity cards on their belts, he realized they were C-rank mercenaries. 3 of them, drinking together at the bar. They didn't act like typical mercenaries. At a glance, you could tell they were seasoned fighters. And they weren't the only ones. If there were already 5 or 6 powerful individuals in this one small tavern, the overall level of the applicants was far higher than he'd imagined. But why? Even if you were desperate, there were far better opportunities out there. If they were all driven by simple curiosity like him, he couldn't fathom the reason. Lucas slammed his mug on the table. As he stood up, he overheard a man talking to his friend. The friend asked why Henderson wasn't becoming a soldier for the Lawrence family. Henderson replied that was his original plan, since Lawrence was his homeland. But everything changed when he saw Roman Dimitri defeat the Bloodfangs there. He said that people who weren't there could never understand. But on that day, in that square, he witnessed everything with his own eyes. The sight of Roman Dimitri, covered in blood, dragging the Bloodfang leader by the hair. Imagine it, a highborn noble in a foreign land, punishing the villains who tormented his people, and displaying the head of their leader. The image he saw that day was burned into his memory forever. He was in awe. People could doubt. They could deny what happened in Lawrence. But he had seen and felt it himself. Dimitri was no weak fool. Henderson slammed his fist on the table and roared, "He is a true leader, willing to fight for his people." He declared this recruitment was his one chance to become Roman Dimitri's man. He would pass the exam, earn his place in Dimitri, and live with pride. Lucas was shaken. What kind of man was Roman to inspire such fierce loyalty? Who knows? Maybe this was the leader he had been searching for. The buzz of excitement among the soldiers was no accident. They had all been gathered in the training area on the day of the trial. A murmur rippled through the crowd. You could hear confident boasts of grabbing a beer after, with the losers footing the bill. Lucas wondered if the rumors he'd heard were actually true. If so, what choice should he make? Perhaps everyone gathered here was wrestling with that same doubt. Once the true nature of this test was revealed, the moment of decision would arrive. Suddenly, a chilling silence descended. What was happening? Why had everyone gone quiet? Roman was striding toward the volunteers, flanked by Kevin and Chris. He moved like a storm through the crowd. Everyone bowed their heads as he passed. Lucas was stunned. No order was given, yet they all lowered their heads instinctively, parting the way for him. The rumors? They were real. Roman ascended the steps and commanded the volunteers to raise their heads. His voice cut through the silence. As they all knew, today he would choose 30 soldiers, 30 men who would fight and die for him. But before they began, he had a warning. He roared that his ambition was not to rot on the outskirts of the kingdom. He would fight his way to a position higher than anyone could imagine, and that path would be paved with deadly battles. So for those who took this lightly, the volunteers stood frozen, mouths agape, hanging on his every word. He gave them one last chance. Retreat now, or die on the battlefield filled with regret. Not regret from hating him for leading them to their deaths, but the searing regret of not being there to witness him conquer the entire continent. The men were speechless, Lucas thought. What is he even talking about, the peak of the continent? His position was fragile enough as it was. There had to be a limit to such arrogance. And yet, for some reason, he felt it was entirely possible. Chris stepped forward to explain the first trial. The rules were terrifyingly simple. The participants would stand in a designated spot. An archer, waiting nearby, would fire 3 arrows directly at them. The arrows were aimed to either strike the board behind them or pierce their body with a fatal wound. Only those who stood their ground without flinching for all 3 shots would earn the right to pass the first stage. The test would begin in order of their names. Kadur, step up. Morrison, you're next. Prepare yourself. The archer readied his bow. The first man in line trembled. Was he really supposed to just stand there? Surely no sane commander would select soldiers through certain death. He convinced himself the archer had to be a master marksman, someone who would never make a mistake. The archer drew the bowstring and released. The first arrow slammed into the board, inches from the man's neck. The next man in line thought, that's it. It's a mental battle. I just have to stand tall. He believed nothing would happen as the archer drew his second arrow. Then, in a flash, the arrow slammed into the first participant's knee. The volunteers reeled in shock, but Lucas stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable. The first man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Medic Chris roared, rushing forward, "Get a doctor to the training ground immediately." The injured volunteer was swiftly carried away. The remaining men began to panic. They were told to be ready for injuries. But this was insane. Chris called out the next name, Morrison. He was paralyzed with fear. That arrow pierced clean through the man's thigh. If it had been his head, it would have been instant death. Morrison started cursing. "This is madness. I came here for a chance to become a knight, not to be a target." Chris's reply was cold as ice. As my master declared, "Your behavior is considered a refusal." Morrison's face fell into despair. Chris's voice boomed across the square. "Anyone else afraid of catching an arrow? It's not too late to quit. Only those who can grit their teeth and endure will pass. All cowards, get out of this square now." A day earlier, Roman had gathered a small group. He was explaining the roles they would play. Tomorrow, during the first trial, volunteers would truly be struck by an arrow. The young men before him stood with unwavering confidence. Roman introduced the archer beside him. "This man is famous in all the districts. His arrows will not cause fatal wounds." The archer nodded. "You have nothing to fear. I will not miss." Roman continued, "A reward awaits you for this." Chris revealed a small chest brimming with gold coins. The young men's eyes lit up. "A military doctor will also be on standby," Roman added. "The wounds will not be serious. But make no mistake, you will still be hit by an arrow. Do you agree?" in perfect unison. The young men answered, "Yes." "Then if there are no more questions, you are dismissed." After they left, Chris turned to Roman. "Young master, why go to such extreme measures?" Roman replied, "Words are meaningless. I cannot find the men I need by threatening them with empty danger. To reveal their true nature, I must expose them to a real threat. Even if there's only a 1% chance an arrow goes astray, that fear will break most of them." "Then what kind of men are you looking for?" Chris asked. Roman's eyes glinted. "I need men with unyielding willpower. Men born with the hearts of a wild beast." "The heart of a wild beast," Chris repeated, puzzled. "That's right," Roman confirmed. Those born with it grow stronger at an unbelievable rate, even from the very bottom. Only men like that can stand with me. Back in the present, the test was underway. A man yelled, "This is a crazy exam," as a flood of volunteers rushed to leave. "If we die, who takes responsibility?" one shouted. "Roman isn't even a noble from the capital. I won't throw my life away for him." Another declared. Chris observed that nearly 100 men had already fled. He turned to Roman, but his master was lost in thought. He was thinking about what the heart of a wild beast truly meant. An innate talent. Like Kevin, who, when ordered to cut off his own arm, picked up a knife without a moment's hesitation, model. Or Chris, who even after a shameful loss, begged the victor for a path to power. That criteria reveals the heart of a wild animal. And no matter how strong one is, those who lack that spirit can never defeat a creature born of a different origin. This exam was designed to expose people in that very category. Continue the exam. Roman's voice boomed. A man stood panting, staring him down. Lucas wondered, wasn't this the same guy from the training yard yesterday? He hadn't fled. His words were sincere, even as he trembled like a leaf. The man clenched his jaw, thinking to himself. This was his chance to swear his loyalty to Roman. He couldn't just surrender without a fight. The first arrow slammed into the board right next to his head. Seeing it, he was terrified. For a moment, he considered giving up. The second arrow struck the board by his shoulder. He thought, at least now, he was ready for the third arrow shot between his legs. "Henderson has passed," Chris reported. Henderson collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. Lucas observed that just a little more pressure, and he would have broken. You could say he was incredibly lucky. And so, the first stage concluded without a problem. Excluding those who surrendered. Out of 400 participants, only 120 people passed the first stage. This trial helped decide who still had potential. There were those who trembled uncontrollably, and those who maintained a stoic face. Roman mused that the difference between them wasn't so vast. The only thing that mattered was courage, the will to suppress one's own fear. Each person had their own story, their own goal, and from them they needed to select, not flawless diamonds, but those who, when faced with overwhelming power, felt not fear, but awe. "You have all passed the first stage of the exam," Roman declared to the volunteers. "This test proved your worth as warriors. But I will only accept 30 people. Therefore, the trials will continue. During the second stage, if they passed and became his men, they could live their lives as predators." Lucas was puzzled. Live their lives as predators. Roman continued. "The second stage is next, and the method is simple. As they could see, wooden swords of all shapes. We're prepared. The type and quantity do not matter. Choose what you like, and prove your worth in a duel against me." The volunteers were stunned. Was Roman planning to fight all 120 of them? "Alone," Roman clarified. "I do not expect you to win. Anyone who can stand against me for just 1 minute will immediately pass this stage, and you will be offered conditions far greater than any you have now." A man with a bald spot and a scar over his eye stepped forward. "I'll go first." He entered the small arena to face Roman. "Your name?" Roman asked. "I am Vulcan," the man replied. Roman glanced at his sword. "Are you sure that blade is suitable for you?" Vulcan scoffed. "It's not a problem." He thought to himself that Roman's arrogance pierced the heavens. Perhaps the rumors were true, that he single-handedly destroyed the Bloodfangs. But even so, there was no way he could be defeated in a single minute. "Prepare yourselves," Chris commanded. Vulcan wondered what he would do if he lasted the minute. But he wasn't planning on serving him, even if he became his master in the future. For now. Chris flipped the hourglass. The command was given. It was time. The timer would clearly capture the outcome. Vulcan charged, swinging his sword at Roman. He unleashed all of his strength in one mighty strike. But Roman, as if he wasn't even there, calmly sidestepped the blow, tripped him, and sent Vulcan crashing to the floor. Vulcan desperately tried to rise, shouting, but Roman's sword was already at his throat. "Next," Roman said coldly. Lucas stared in utter disbelief. He wondered why Roman felt so different now. He dodged with such light, fluid movements. It seemed like a completely different person. How could he move like that? The first stage of the exam was nothing. Compared to the sheer difficulty of this, the moment Vulcan lost, a single thought echoed in everyone's mind. Roman is insanely strong. However, they reasoned that if the fights continued, Roman would eventually tire. His stamina would run out, and it would become easier to last against him. An hour passed. It was now the 60th duel of the second stage. A young man lay defeated on the ground. The 60th loss. Roman pointed his sword down. "Next," he called out, showing no signs of fatigue. Henderson realized the words Roman had spoken before finally made sense. Roman was a true predator. A predator who carves its own path in a world ruled by survival of the fittest. One look was enough to see that Roman's words were becoming reality. He may still be seen as the fool of the Dimitri family, but right now, everyone here faced a fateful choice. To become the man of a legend in the making, an opportunity that might never come again. But how could any of them stand up to this monster Roman spoke again? If the next challenger does not come forward, everyone present will be disqualified. The volunteers erupted, arguing over who would go. Then, Lucas stepped forward. I will go. The 61st challenger. Lucas! He stood before Roman, his mind racing. Roman was a monster. Roman Dimitri was an absolute monster. Even setting aside his devastating power, his aura alone was suffocating. This Roman Dimitri was a completely different person from the one Lucas remembered. Just as he said, Roman was no longer the man who would rot on the outskirts. It was obvious that one day, he would bring the entire continent to its knees. Lucas gripped his sword and dagger. He thought that he didn't care about the 8 silvers, or the pay. He would give 1 year, just to see if Roman's words were true. Begin, Chris commanded, flipping the hourglass. Lucas exploded into action. He had to pass this test. Watching them, Chris thought that Lucas charged without a moment's hesitation. Except for the very first challenger, no one had managed such a decisive attack. The sword aimed for the head, while the dagger targeted the heart. Lucas swung his sword at Roman, but he dodged it effortlessly. Lucas was amazed. Did Roman just dodge the dagger by taking a single step back? As he lunged forward with his wooden sword, Lucas hurled the dagger straight at Roman. Roman calmly swung his blade at the approaching dagger. He parried it perfectly, then blocked Lucas's main attack with his sword. A powerful kick from Roman sent Lucas flying back several meters. Lucas knew it wouldn't work. Usually, if you attack without pause, you can create a gap in the opponent's defense. But it was like striking a solid wall. Even so, he couldn't stop. A single delay, and it's all over. To survive for 1 minute, he had to press the attack. Lucas lunged forward, launching his next assault. Roman met his gaze with a faint smile. So, his opponent's name was Lucas. He was quite skilled. His choice wasn't ideal for a battlefield, but for a one-on-one duel, it was the perfect solution. This man fought with pure instinct. In that case, Roman wouldn't hold back either. 1 minute later, their swords were still locked in a fierce clash. Roman reflected. 1 minute was the milestone. The first true test of this exam, a test designed to hammer reality into the recruits' heads. Lucas swung his sword, but Roman met the attack with ease, ducking beneath the blade before lunging forward with a dagger of his own. In that moment, Roman saw it in the boy's eyes. A desperate need to end this now. The leader they would follow was just that majestic. Fear gripped Lucas. Roman moved with inhuman speed, his sword a blur of silver. Lucas barely dodged, stumbling, his stance completely broken. A B-rank mercenary? This was the absolute limit of human effort. An ordinary person, betting their very life, could claw their way to B rank, but the realm of A rank was forever beyond their grasp without mana proficiency. To reach that level, one needs a power that utterly surpasses the norm. And the key to that power is the blossoming of mana. Lucas had hit his ceiling. No matter how hard he fought, he would forever be trapped in the B rank tier. And yet, he had survived countless battlefields that claimed so many others. In that crucible of death, Lucas learned a vital truth. To win, to live, you must use every dirty trick in the book. Falling backward, Lucas flung a hidden sandbag, aiming directly for Roman's face. The grit exploded, completely blinding his vision. Chris watched in shock. Did he really just throw sand in his eyes? The rule was simple: survive for 1 minute. Nothing else mattered. Lucas shot back to his feet, dagger in hand, and charged with a furious roar. But then he froze. Something was wrong. He looked at Roman, who stood perfectly still, his eyes wide open. Those sand-filled eyes stared right through him. A bitter laugh escaped Lucas's lips. He let his dagger fall to the ground, his voice laced with defeat. I give up. In the heavenly Demon Sect, before a disciple even touched a martial art. They endured their first trial learning how to keep their eyes open. A single blink in the heat of battle meant death. Just as Nagong circulation required perfect breathing, combat demanded flawless calculation. Even blinking was a fatal error. So they were trained to keep their eyes open, no matter the situation. The memory surfaced. A man with a dagger, walking toward a young Baek Jong-hyuk in a cave. He thrust the blade forward, stopping it just 1 millimeter from the boy's eye. This was what they meant by any situation. I give up, Lucas repeated, the disappointment crushing him. They moved to the training area. Chris handed Roman a bottle. It's water. Roman splashed it on his face, washing the grit away. Lucas stood behind him, his failure a bitter taste in his mouth. If he knew this would happen, he never would have stooped so low. To survive for 1 minute, using any means necessary, and this was the pathetic result. Lucas glanced at Roman, wondering, was he disappointed? No, that couldn't be right. He probably never held any expectations for him at all. Surely, he would be punished for his dishonor. He braced himself for the verdict, but Roman simply called out. Next, Lucas stared in disbelief. Why wasn't Roman furious? Why no questions about his forbidden tactic, Roman? However, remembered everything. He knew about Lucas's reputation. As the boy dodged, he saw his hand creeping toward the pouch, but he wanted to see it. He wanted to witness everything Lucas was capable of, so he let it happen. Lucas was a hardened veteran. Roman wondered just how much blood he had seen, but it was nothing, compared to the ocean of blood Baek Jong-hyuk had spilled, an ocean created by the heavenly demon himself. Is there no one else, Roman asked? The next recruit charged forward, a storm of fury. Roman sidestepped the attack with ease. The man then pulled a rock from his pocket and hurled it. Roman dodged it without breaking a sweat. Chris sighed. Lucas had set a precedent. Now, everyone was using dirty tricks to survive their minute. The recruit charged again, trying to capitalize on the distraction. But Roman's leg snapped out, a vicious kick that sent the man crashing to the ground. Lucas watched, a cold realization dawning on him. Dishonest tactics weren't forbidden. But once you crossed that line, you couldn't expect mercy. As the man clutched his broken nose, Roman called for the next challenger. Lucas couldn't stop thinking. If he hadn't surrendered, would he be the one lying broken on the ground? This whole situation was impossible. This was the 100th match. 2 full hours had passed since the test began, yet Roman wasn't even breathing heavily. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. In that world painted with death, exhaustion is not an excuse. Lose control of your breathing, your movements slow, and you become just another body on the pile. That's why he developed his own method of combat. Inhale once, exhale once. A perfect circulation of natural mana flowed through him, washing away all fatigue, a process enhanced by his remolded bones. Roman's body remained in its peak state. He recalled the first conquest of Mirim, a battle that lasted for 4 continuous days. A simple duel like this would never drain his stamina. Everyone, gather! Chris shouted. The second stage of the exam is over 0 people passed. A murmur went through the crowd. However, that does not mean no one was chosen. Among the 120 people here, 30 have been selected. We will announce the names later. You have all done well. Dismissed. Later that evening, Roman handed Chris a list. I'm assigning all 30 of them to you. You will oversee their training. Chris accepted. Understood. He scanned the names, the chosen ones. Vulcan was first on the list. Roman must have valued his courage. Henderson was there too, though he seemed mediocre. Perhaps he missed something. The other choices were clear, but then his eyes landed on one name. Lucas. Also passed. Chris asked. Confused. Yes, Roman replied. Is there a problem? I admit he's a B-rank mercenary with decent skills, Chris said carefully. But in this test, he not only used a dirty trick, he surrendered. The moment he thought he lost. That kind of man. He will be a poison on the battlefield model. A typical mercenary abandons honor, betrays his comrades, anything to survive. But as his commander, Chris would never allow it. He didn't even have time to finish his thought. Roman cut him off. That is precisely why I chose him. Chris stared back, questioning, and asked what he meant. Roman explained. Just as you said, Chris, Lucas is a coward who cares nothing for honor. However, in a situation no one else could solve, he found the one true way to counter the threat, and acted on it without hesitation. That type of man, on the contrary, shines on the battlefield. They will always find a way to survive, and forge a path for you to escape. Roman then pressed Chris for an answer. Does Lucas's cowardly method mean he'd abandon his colleagues? Chris stood there, completely stunned. In that moment, Chris recalled Jonathan's words, that the ones who survive on the battlefield are never true knights, not even those who can wield aura like Chris or him. The ones who, on the verge of death, can coolly assess the situation and calculate their next move. They are the ones who survive to the very end. So let Chris remember that. No matter what kind of swordsman they are incredibly strong. Those who remain silent in the shadows, waiting for the right moment, can take him down at any time. Chris wondered if he had made the right call. Was he thinking too narrowly again? He turned to Roman, asking for another explanation. There was one thing he just couldn't grasp. Chris continued, explaining that there were still 5 full months before Roman was scheduled to go to the battlefield. Moreover, nobles are only dragged to the front line when they're officially called to service. So what was the reason for recruiting soldiers so early? Roman's expression turned grim. What do you think is being announced right now? The scene shifts to a town crier, shouting the official declaration of the Barco family line. They had honored past promises, patiently awaiting the Lawrence family's decision. However, the Lawrences had disgraced the honor of the aristocracy and shattered Barco's trust. They had endured for a long time, but now, they would draw their sword. The fault of the Lawrences is clear. They did not pay the debt, left by their ancestors, and they showed great disrespect by refusing to give up the land left as collateral. Thus, with this statement, they notify the people of the Cairo kingdom, if within the next week, the Lawrences do not pay the debt or hand over the land they left as a guarantor, then the Barco families, with the full approval of the central government, will declare a feudal war on the Lawrences. Chris, terrified, asks Roman if this is real. Roman confirms that it's true. From this moment forward, they are preparing to intervene in the war between Barco and the Lawrences. Elsewhere, Flora was trapped in a nightmare where she was told they were now strangers to each other, so he must solve his own problems. Barco had taken a large sum in gold. Did Flora understand what this meant? It meant that only war awaited them. The one who must cling to this marriage is House Lawrence. She wanted to share her fate with a person she could trust, what Leno is. Experiencing, regardless of how the world sees Roman Dimitri, he insists that the marriage agreement be terminated without any changes. It is your fault. You have destroyed our family line. Flora awoke from the terrible nightmare. She began to breathe heavily, looking around. Before getting out of bed, Flora thought for a moment, then whispered, "What in the world have I done?" The scene shifts to the Lawrence Palace, where someone asks if this is because of the annulment of the marriage agreement. A maid tells her friend that since returning from the Dimitri estate, Flora has locked herself in her room and refuses to come out. Her friend, a second maid, replies that the arrangement was cancelled because of a mistake by Lady Flora. What did she do to make that fool reject her? But more importantly, what would happen to them? The other maid replied that there is much talk about the coming war with Barco, and judging by the Lord's expression. The scene shifts to Flora's room. She reflected that she had always believed she had a brilliant mind. She had graduated from the Academy's advanced course with honors. She looked at her father's happy smile, which was meant for her, and considered herself a good daughter. But the reality is, without her family's support, she's just a useless greenhouse plant. Roman Dimitri, a fool. It's laughable to even hear that. There is only one fool here. She no longer had the courage to face her father. What would that man have done in her place? Come to think of it, Roman is the exact opposite of her. No one demanded anything from Roman, and no one had any hopes for him. He had single-handedly defeated the Bloodfang gang on his own, acting resolutely in the name of their family line. In fact, he was acting alone, without anyone's help. Since when did he become so strong? How did he manage to do such a thing? Although apart from what was originally possible, he was only able to do it through sheer determination. Unlike him, she is... The butler knocked on Flora's door and said they had brought food, but Flora didn't answer. But then, she suddenly walked out, startling the butler. Flora gave him a confident look and informed him that she needed to go to the library. While in the library, she realized her father had done everything possible to enlist the support of other families. But in the current situation, there is no one who can help them, like Roman Dimitri single-handedly defeating the Bloodfangs. They themselves must find a way to solve this problem. Someone had informed the Lord that the Martel family had rejected their offer. The Lord replied that they should try to contact the Baster family house, the butler. Reported that the Baster family had also rejected their offer. They sat in shock while the butler went on to say that they had stated they would support the construction of the circulation channels they had always requested, but could not help in this matter. The Lord continued flipping through the book that contained all the family lines. A butler ran up to him and informed him that one way or another, due to Barco's pressure, it would be difficult to get outside help in the current situation. The butler informed the Lord that it was rumored that those who tried to interfere in this northeastern conflict would definitely be met with Barco's revenge. A crier was shouting in the street that if the Lawrences didn't pay off their debt or hand over the land they had pledged as a guarantor within the next week, the Barco family would declare war with the approval of the central government. Flora closed the book Then I realized that the war was only a week away, the maximum that the Lawrences can get in the current situation. The Lord slammed his fist down on the table and shouted a curse. He went on to say that before the conflict, this one went out of their way to curry favor. And now they pretend that. Meanwhile, at the Lawrence estate, the Lord asked if word had come from the gold bank. His man confirmed it. They would consider an offer with their land as collateral. But there was a catch. It would take longer than a week. With their deep investments in the Barco family, they saw more profit in siding with them than in helping the Lawrence family. The Lord's heart sank. Was everything they'd built with their own blood and sweat about to solve nothing at all? One of the men at the table finally spoke the grim truth. Perhaps we should surrender. Against Barco, they stood alone. The difference in their power was undeniable. If we submit to Barco's will, we can protect our soldiers from needless slaughter, and perhaps preserve a fragment of our lands and our family name. A heavy silence fell upon the room, though his spirit was crushed. The Lord's mind was clear. He admitted. The words made sense. Just then, a butler announced that Lady Flora had sent word. She requested to see him immediately. As Flora entered his study, her father tried to wave her off. I'm busy now. We'll talk later. But Flora would not be deterred. She strode into the room anyway. Her father stared, confused by her audacity. She declared that what she had to say was of the utmost importance. The scene shifts to Romero and Roman. Roman states calmly that everything has unfolded as he predicted. A war between Barco and Lawrence, and he plans to involve the name of Dimitri. In this battle, Romero, stunned, asked if his son truly understood the consequences. Roman simply said, Yes, you understand, Romero roared, nearly spilling his tea. And yet you still say this? The war between Barco and Lawrence is a legal conflict, approved by the central government. Romero's voice thundered with rage. After you ended the engagement with Lawrence's daughter, our reputation is already in tatters. If Dimitri intervenes now, the northeastern nobles will abandon us. And in the worst-case scenario, the central government could send an army to crush Dimitri itself. If you are helping Lawrence out of some foolish whim, then stop this madness at once. Romero clutched his head in despair. I truly thought you had finally matured. Roman turned to face his father directly. What kind of future do you wish to see? He asked. Romero was taken aback. Why? Do you suddenly ask such a thing? Roman's voice was firm. My desire to intervene is no mere whim. In fact, Barco's eldest son, Anthony, recently made a threat against my life. They did this because they feared my marriage would interfere with their ambitions. While I have no evidence of what happened that day, this is what I believe. The world sees Dimitri as the true power in the Northeast. But Barco thinks they've already surpassed us. Even with your strength, Father, they do nothing. They believe you're content and completely satisfied with the way things are. Romero was stunned into silence by these words, but Roman continued, his voice sharp. However, I, Roman Dimitri, am different. I crave power. I will not stand by silently. While Barco, or anyone else, dares to tarnish the Dimitri name, the reason is sufficient, just as Barco invented a reason to declare war. For those who hold true power, a reason is nothing but a trifle. This new life, it feels like crossing a vast, unknown sea. But one thing is certain. My true self, Baek Jong-yuk, has not changed. My life must be one defined by power. Roman then looked his father in the eyes. I am not asking to borrow the family's strength. My interference is a personal matter. Because I am Roman Dimitri. So just watch, Father. Watch the path I will forge, and see how I choose to live this life. No matter how high you climb, you can never change your origins. Romero's mind drifted back to a past conversation. He remembered staring out a window, lamenting, no matter what great feats I perform, no matter how much wealth I amass, even with all this land, I will always be a commoner. A woman beside him had asked. If he'd worked with the other nobles in the capital, Romero had just laughed bitterly. Of course, I have, he'd said, but it changes nothing. You can see it in their eyes. They do not look at me as an equal. They see me as a lesser noble. The woman then asked if he wanted to change that, but Romero had smiled sadly. No, I am content with this life. I won't reach for more. I don't desire anything more than this. But I hope my sons will be different. Unlike me, content with our small domain. I hope my children will soar beyond their status and reach for the heavens. Back in the present, Romero stared at Roman, still in shock. the look in his son's eyes. It was a fire that could not be extinguished. And deep down, he knew. This was the moment he had always dreamed of, the thorn in his side. It had finally grown into a magnificent spear. "Do as you see fit," Romero declared. "If you need my help, you have only to ask." He slammed a fist against his chest. "You are my son, and I am Romero Dimitri, your father. Whatever you choose to do, you will not bear the burden alone." The scene changes to a street of blacksmiths. Roman stands in the middle, taking it all in. So this is it. To say Dimitri's forge was the largest in the kingdom was no empty boast. It's workshops large enough for several smiths to work at once, and there were as many as 30 of them lining this single street. Roman finally understood. He'd always wondered how his family amassed such incredible wealth. This site answered all his questions. The iron mine behind their estate was considered to have the largest deposits in the entire kingdom, and Dimitri's blacksmiths possessed unparalleled skill, allowing them to sell that iron at an incredibly high price. This was the true reason the nobles of the Northeast would never dare sever ties with the Dimitri family. It wasn't just fear of their military might, it was their economic influence. If the Cairo kingdom suddenly lost its supply of Dimitri steel, that alone would deal a devastating blow to the nation. And so, he had come here to meet the man who was a symbol of House Dimitri's power, a master blacksmith. Roman's plan had begun. He planned to settle everything himself, but for some things, he still needed his father's power. We flash back to Roman's meeting with the Baron. Roman had brought up weapons for his men. Romero explained that for armaments, he'd have to see Master Hendrik, the former head of the smithy. Though Romero held the title, Hendrik was the true master of the forge, overseeing all iron production for the Dimitri family. "Tell him it's my request," Romero assured him, "and he will provide everything you need." A faint smile touched Roman's lips. "Thank you." But Romero had one warning. Dimitri's blacksmiths are a proud folk. They won't bow to you simply because you were born in this castle. Only those who truly understand steel and possess the skill to wield it can earn the respect of a true blacksmith. Back in the present, the air in the smithy was thick with tension. Every blacksmith's gaze on Roman was cold, hostile. Roman expected nothing less. Considering the reputation of the man he used to be, this animosity was perfectly natural. They arrived at the largest forge in the city. A mountain of a man with a thick beard approached them. "And who is this?" he boomed. This was Master Hendrik. Roman met his gaze. "I believe my father sent word of my visit." Hendrik grunted. "I heard you need equipment for 30 men. Then, his voice dripped with scorn. "I figured you'd run out of money for your little games again, and came crawling here to steal something to sell." Roman's expression remained unchanged. Hendrik gestured to a corner. "There's a pile of scrap over there. Pick what you need from it and leave. It should be more than enough to arm 30 men." Roman turned to him, his voice dangerously calm. "You're offering me this. Is this the absolute best you can do?" "Master Hendrik." The blacksmith's face contorted with rage. "Yes, that's the best you'll get. Take it or leave it." Roman picked up a sword from the heap, the steel feeling dead in his hands. It seems the legendary reputation of Dimitri's ironworks is nothing but a lie. To think you pass this garbage off as weapons for soldiers. He raised his eyes. "I'll ask again. Is this truly your limit?" "How dare you?" Hendrik roared. "Dimitri's steel is the finest in Cairo. How could a brat who's never shed a drop of sweat near a forge possibly dare to judge our work? If the Baron himself hadn't asked, I wouldn't have given you a single nail. While your younger brother Rodwell serves the family, you, the eldest son, do nothing but chase skirts and waste your life. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Hendrik spat. The old Roman Dimitri was even more worthless than the trash on this floor. Pointing a trembling finger at Roman, he shouted, "You are a useless disgrace." Roman sighed. "So it's the same situation again." "I can understand your anger," he said calmly. However, he held up the sword. This blade was clearly warped by the sun. During forging, the smith failed to distribute his strength evenly. This is the work of an amateur's. A failed experiment. It cannot even be called a product. Hendrik's eyes widened. "And since you knew that, you didn't call it scrap. You gave it to me to mock me, didn't you?" Before Hendrik could answer, Roman's eyes turned to ice. "Let me tell you a story. Master Hendrik, one of my soldiers just died because he couldn't cut down an enemy with a piece of trash like this. The uneven blade got stuck in the enemy's flesh, and while he struggled to free it, his head was taken from his shoulders. He fought desperately to survive, but because of the garbage weapon a trash lord gave him, he died a dog's death." Hendrik was speechless. Roman then picked up a piece of chainmail. "Master Hendrik, what is the purpose of armor to protect the body, is it not? At the very least, it must withstand a single enemy blow. He held the mail aloft, but the soldier who wore this was betrayed by it. With a flick of his wrist, Roman sliced the chainmail clean in two. He believed these tightly woven rings of iron would save his life. But this blacksmith's experiment, couldn't even stop a simple thrust. The blade pierced the armor, and all his entrails spilled onto the battlefield. Hendrik's face was pale. What are you trying to say? You still don't understand, Roman mused that of course Hendrik was angry. The worthless eldest son, who never cared for the forge, suddenly appears, demanding help and criticizing their work. Roman understood his feelings completely. But his voice dropped. You crossed a line. If I didn't know the difference between a weapon and scrap metal, my loyal soldiers would have entrusted their lives to this garbage. This isn't about some petty personal grudge. 30 lives depended on your work, and you turned a blind eye to the truth. Roman stepped closer. Can you truly call yourself a master representing the Dimitri family? He was now inches from Hendrik's face, his voice a low growl. Because of your personal feelings. Innocent men almost died. That wasn't my... Hendrik stammered. But Roman cut him off. Your intention doesn't matter. The purpose of a weapon is clear. I made a request on behalf of my father, Roman Dimitri, and in return, I received this garbage. Tell me, Master Hendrik, could this act be seen as anything other than disobeying my father? He let the words hang in the air. I know you meant no disobedience to the Baron. You simply didn't want to give me good equipment. But that in itself is an act of defiance. This wasn't a personal request. The lord of this land ordered you to arm my men. The moment the line between master and servant blurs, order collapses, and a loyal servant who crosses that line must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Now, I will ask you one last time. To Hendrik, this was nothing short of defying his own father. But Hendrik shot back, declaring that such rules don't apply when two other blacksmiths were witnessing this exchange. Roman challenged him. If it's not disobedience, then explain this shoddy equipment. From the crowd. A voice erupted. How dare he speak to Master Hendrik with such impudence? Another blacksmith, simmering with rage, knew exactly what was happening. The other agreed. I don't know the full story, but I can't stand by and watch that family fool, Dimitri, disrespect the master any longer. One of them pointed, shouting, he's holding the master's sword. You must earn the right to even touch it. But Roman simply stared back at them, his gaze as cold and hard as steel. Enough! Hendrik roared. Hendrik lay crumpled on the floor, a fresh bruise swelling on his cheek. As the man left, he muttered, a pig with muscles, calling himself the head of the forge. He teaches me nothing, just sends me on petty errands and uses his fists. At this rate, how will I ever become a true blacksmith? Later, while chopping wood, Hendrik overheard a desperate plea. Is forging just a joke to you? A young man stood, clutching a single gold coin. I know this isn't enough, he begged, but it's every coin I own. If you sell me a sword now, I swear I'll repay you 10 times over. All I have is my strength. I need a weapon to earn a living. Hendrik listened from the shadows as the head blacksmith replied with a sneer. Go beg somewhere else. The young man whispered, his voice cracking. Please, just this one request? I have a family to feed. But the forge master roared. Didn't you hear me get lost? Dejected, the man began to walk away. But then, Hendrik, holding one of his own swords, ran after him, shouting his name. The man turned, confused. What is it, he asked. Are you just giving this to me? Hendrik explained. I overheard your story. If you need a weapon, then at least take this. The man, overcome with gratitude, insisted, then please, at least take this piece of silver. But Hendrik refused. I don't need the money. I was going to throw this sword away anyway. Just be grateful that a blade made by my hands could be useful to someone. The young man gave a heartfelt smile and thanked him again. The memory fades, and we see Hendrik in the present, paralyzed by despair. He's staring at the body of that same young man, lying dead in the middle of the city. He lay in a massive pool of his own blood. The sword Hendrik had given him shattered beside him. Hendrik clutched his throat, a suffocating lump forming within him. He couldn't breathe. He turned and ran, trying to escape the horrific sight, but he stumbled and fell. He could hear the whispers of the crowd. He took a job protecting the Merchants Guild, and died for it. Poor fool. If only his sword hadn't broken against that rogue. The rest of the guards are fine. It proves you need a proper weapon. What will happen to his wife and child now? Lying on the cold stone, Hendrik's tears began to fall. A devastating thought crashed through him. I just killed that man. We snapped back to the present. Hendrik lost in his thoughts. Ever since that day, I swore it would never happen again. His mind screamed at him. Hendrik, what have you done? Just because of your petty dislike for Roman? You were about to repeat that tragic day. How pathetic can you be? Hendrik stood before his men and declared, I will take full responsibility for my actions. Roman replied coolly, if you are truly remorseful. I won't press the matter further. Let's return to the real issue. I know you are an outstanding blacksmith. Hendrik, and so Roman, gave his command, prepare equipment for 30 soldiers. As I said, I don't believe you intentionally defied my order. It was likely born from your disgust for me, and I understand those feelings more than anyone. Let's bury our past mistakes. All I need are swords and armor. That will protect the lives of my men. Hendrik stared at Roman, utterly bewildered. He thought, this man just scorched me with his words. And now he offers a path forward, I've heard the rumors. Of course, but how could Roman have changed this drastically? Hendrik let out a long sigh. It was true. This was not the same Roman he once knew. I will say it again. Hendrik announced. I sincerely apologize for what happened. It will not happen again. And as a sign of my apology, I will forge swords and armor for your soldiers from the finest iron Dimitri has to offer. A faint smile touched Roman's lips. Then, everyone, back to your posts. Get to work. The forges roared to life, and the smithy was once again filled with the sounds of hammers on steel. Roman then asked, have I ever stolen a sword from Master Hendrik? One of the blacksmiths flinched. I don't recall. My lord, the drink had clouded my mind completely. What are you talking about, Roman pressed? The blacksmith continued. It was 3 years ago. Your father cut your allowance, and to get some coin. You snuck into the forge, stole Master Hendrik's finest sword, and sold it to a roadside merchant for a pittance. The blade Roman had stolen was the master's ultimate creation. Hendrik had spent half a year on the designs alone, and then 3 grueling months at the forge to bring it to life. And yet, the blacksmith finished, you sold it for pennies. You must understand how it feels when your greatest work, unable to find a worthy master, is treated like trash. Roman was silent. He wondered, what does it mean that the old Roman had crossed such a line as Roman exited the forge? A voice called out. To him, he turned to see Hendrik standing there. I haven't completely forgiven you for that incident, Hendrik stated firmly. I will fulfill your request because of my own mistake, but I still cannot allow Dimitri's eldest son to interfere in the affairs of this forge. Remember this, the foundation of this place was laid on integrity. If the day ever comes that a single piece of trash is forged under your name, then I might just acknowledge you. Roman smirked. I must be going. I'll return when the equipment is complete. We follow Roman as he enters a small building. A smile plays on his lips as he thinks. It's been a long time. This was the workshop where his solitary training began. The training grounds were restored to perfect order, every piece of equipment in its place. Roman's gaze, however, was fixed on the forge. You may begin. At 18 years old, a fierce determination burned within him to forge his own sword. Back when the successor of the Demonic Sect was yet to be decided, a brutal, bloody war erupted between the brothers. That night, sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford, fending off endless assassins. Then, his 11th older brother, Bi Chen, launched a surprise attack, aiming to end his life. While their skills were nearly matched back then, the sword he treasured above all else couldn't withstand the enemy's assault. It shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Baek Cheon-gan lunged for the kill. But in that critical moment, Roman smashed his foe's face with the broken hilt. Escaping death's grasp, a crucial realization hit him. He needed a sword that would never break, a blade that could perfectly channel his power. He needed to forge his own weapon. From that day forward, unlike his peers, Roman sought out legendary blacksmiths, dedicating himself to the art of sword forging. And just before the final war, he created a blade worthy of his strength. After hundreds of thousands of battles and countless reforgings, the 39th blade was perfected. He named it the Heavenly Demon Sword. It became a treasure beyond any price. And now, in this new life, facing a new war, it was time to forge another, a sword for his new beginning. Roman hammered the steel relentlessly, day and night, a perfect rhythm, a precise force, repeated over and over. In a moment of absolute focus, he shattered his own limits. The hammer descended, striking the searing metal with unimaginable power. Roman questioned his purpose. To become the heavenly demon, he had to survive a world where the strong devoured the weak. After countless trials and tribulations, he earned the title of the world's strongest master. He never saw it as evil. It was simply being true to his nature. And in this new world, nothing had changed. But his current body was too weak to face the coming storms. He had no choice but to temper himself, to become stronger than ever before. In this unfamiliar world, unknown enemies awaited, Defeat was always a possibility. With a deep breath, Roman fanned the flames. The divine breath of flame, a technique of the Demonic Sect's followers. This art used scorching fire to rapidly accumulate mana. In his current state, it was a power far beyond what his body could handle. Using it too often would destroy his lungs and organs. But right now, he needed any power he could grasp to defy the cruel twists of fate. We are taken to the Lawrence Palace, where Flora announces they have reached a dead end. No outside help is coming. The difference in their military strength is overwhelming. Some argue for surrender to save their lands, but she refuses to entertain such a thought. Flora's father slammed his fist on the table. He argued that surrender was better than sending countless soldiers to their deaths in a hopeless war. But Flora countered. The Barcos used their central government connections to take a massive loan from the gold bank. A loan, she suspected. That was granted without any collateral. Whispers filled the council room. Flora pressed her advantage. A loan without collateral always carries an impossibly high interest rate. In this war, it wasn't just the Barcos seeking profit. Both the Barcos and the gold bank that funded them would tear Lawrence apart to satisfy their greed once the occupation began. A chilling silence fell over the room. Her father finally asked what she proposed they do. Flora's eyes burned with conviction. There is only one path. We fight to the death. It is our only way to survive. Her father clenched his fists. Fight to the death. For a fleeting moment, her bold declaration had filled him with hope. He had thought Flora, with her sharp mind, would present some extraordinary strategy. But her answer seemed so ordinary. And what exactly can you do? He asked, his voice laced with disappointment. Lock the castle gates and wait. I'm not talking about simply enduring, Flora shot back. We abandon this year's harvest. We set our own fields ablaze by gathering every last provision we can, she continued. We can hold the fortress until winter arrives. The Lord was confused. Hold out until winter. Yes, Flora confirmed. The Barco family may have secured a huge loan, but that is their weakness. The interest on that loan grows with every passing moment. The gold bank was a colossal power, its influence stretching across the entire continent. If the war dragged on, the Barco family would be crushed by the mounting interest payments. The gold bank could not be intimidated by government ties. Mercenaries fight for coin, and that coin flows from the gold bank. When winter comes, siege warfare becomes a nightmare. Their forces will exhaust themselves in the cold. A spark ignited in the Lord's eyes. He let out a hearty laugh. He never imagined such a strategy was possible. The other nobles began to murmur in agreement. It made perfect sense. This was a war against time itself. The Lord remembered the incident with Dimitri and how he thought he'd spoiled his daughter. But he was wrong. His daughter had grown into a brilliant strategist right under his nose. He rose from his chair, slamming his hands on the table. There is wisdom in Flora's words. From this moment, we begin preparations for total resistance. We will hold out until the very last man. We will preserve the legacy of the Lawrence family. Even if our walls crumble, even if we all perish, we will fight to the bitter end for our survival. Meanwhile, Roman had nearly finished forging his sword. For any warrior, the first weapon they create is always something special. He stepped out of the workshop. He held his first creation, a sword perfectly attuned to his current power. He decided to give it a name from this new world. He would call it Salamander. Just then, a figure approached the fortress gate of Lawrence Castle. It was a representative from the Barco family. The Lawrence soldiers on the walls grew tense. The representative smirked. He unrolled a scroll and bellowed. As the envoy of Viscount Barco, I grant you 3 choices. First, open the gates and surrender. It is the only way to save your pathetic lives. Second, face us in a full-scale war on the open plains, supervised by a judge from the central government. We will determine the victor there. A duel between champions is also acceptable. We are willing to accept any method you propose to decide the winner. The Lord of Lawrence glared down from the ramparts. Do not think we are fools. The Barco family has manufactured this entire conflict with forged evidence. We will not sacrifice the people of Lawrence for your greed, the Lord roared. Now get out of my sight. Tell the Viscount to stand down. Barco's man interrupted, his voice booming. The Lawrences will forget their noble pride. Hiding behind fortress walls like cowards? The Barco family will accept any decision you make. The representative turned, his parting words a chilling promise. We will be waiting to repay the blood you've spilled. The warriors on the fortress walls trembled. The Lord seethed at such insolence. The war has already begun. Fire from the ramparts. Lawrence archers rained down a storm of arrows. Cries of advance. Do not retreat echoed across the battlefield. The screech of metal and the thud of arrows against shields filled the air. The Lawrence forces mercilessly cut down the Barco warriors charging the walls. Someone hurled their helmet to the ground with a curse. Arrogant fools, the middle-aged man roared in fury. The army trained by the Barco family was more than 3 times their size. One of the commanders admitted his shock. He had expected this battle to be over within an hour, but the fight had turned against all expectations. The commander reported to the Viscount. Somehow, the Lawrences were perfectly prepared. They've dug a deep trench, blocking our advance entirely. And judging by that first volley of arrows, they've amassed a significant amount of military supplies. The Viscount practically vibrated with rage. What in the hell happened in just 1 week to make the Lawrences fight to the bitter end? By all calculations, they should have surrendered to save their lands. Instead, they locked the fortress gates, showing no fear of their entire family being wiped out. At what point, he wondered. Did it all go wrong? The commander asked. My lord, your orders? Are you even asking me that now? Prepare it at once. The terrified commander scrambled. Yes, my lord. The Viscount stewed in his anger. If Viscount Lawrence wasn't so stubborn, he would have folded under Barco's pressure. Just like he sold his family's treasure to the Dimitri clan to escape danger. He should be trembling like a coward. The lord commanded his knights. Move out. Who knows when those Barco brats will strike again? Find your courage. Raise your weapons. The knights roared their obedience. The lord turned to Flora. You were right. He looked at her, his voice filled with newfound respect. They're confused. They've pulled back their soldiers, just as you predicted, Flora replied. I realize there's no point in waiting for fate to save us. From now on, we must become stronger ourselves. That is how I will live my life. Tears welled in the lord's eyes. He whispered, Flora, I'm so sorry I forced you into that marriage with Dimitri. At the time, I thought it was the only way to save our family. But now, whatever happens, I believe you will make the right choice. Flora smiled, but then her eyes widened at something horrifying in the distance. A projectile flew towards the fortress, striking where they had just stood and exploding with devastating force. A breach was torn open in the wall. Flora rushed to the edge, the fortress wall. It collapsed. It was a flash, a massive, mechanical weapon that hurled bolts of pure fire. The knights stared in terror. This is madness. The Barcos have a flash. What does this mean? Flora's face was pale with dread. The flash, a magical catapult, unleashed a huge explosion. This was a strategic resource, costing dozens of gold coins for a single shot. It was impossible to use without permission from the central government, no matter how rich the user. Flora knew that even with a massive loan, Barco shouldn't have the connections. To rent a weapon of this magnitude, there were only 2 ways to stop it counter with magic of the same level, or sally out and destroy it manually. Both options were impossible. Flora fell into despair. What can we do now? But suddenly, a maid ran towards her, breathless. My lady, a magical message has been received. Flora's head snapped up. What are you talking about? The maid replied. Roman Dimitri sent it. He says he has a way to help, and asks that you accept the message. Flora didn't hesitate. How could Roman Dimitri possibly help their family now? Explain yourself, Flora demanded. Looking at Roman through the communication device, he spoke directly, his voice cold and calm, for personal reasons. I plan to exact revenge on the Barco family. The decision is already made. The only question is when. Flora was stunned into silence. He continued, If you agree to my plan, I will move up my timetable and strike immediately. She stared at him, speechless. What do you require of me? His answer was simple, yet chilling. If you are willing to be the first to sacrifice and provide me with a battlefield. He watched her, waiting. She lowered her head. I swear on the name of Lawrence, she said, her voice trembling but firm, to use all my strength to aid you. Flora clenched her fists, her gaze forward. He must have known our situation when he made this offer, she thought, shaking. There is no other choice. Even if he shamelessly asks us to sacrifice ourselves. She spoke aloud. I promise, I will do anything, if it will protect my family. Roman raised a single finger. One more thing. Give me a reason, a justification to go to war. The scene shifts to the battlefield, soldiers standing before the castle gates. A man looks down from the walls. Roman's voice echoes. I need a pretext. The marriage contract is terminated, Flora asked. But how can I create a reason? He replied with 2 chilling words. Anthony Barco. He paused. You will announce that he harassed you. Flora's world froze in utter shock. She mused, though we never even crossed paths. I will report him for harassment. This would be the key to shattering the marriage agreement. With Dimitri, his value among the aristocracy would plummet into disgrace. In her mind's eye, she saw them all sitting around, mocking her. But soon, she would be the one to decide the fate of the Lawrence family's pristine reputation. Still, if her daughter is a true aristocrat, she will have to give up much. Just then, a chain snaps and a colossal raven takes flight. This, she realized, was the omen, the perfect reason to ignite a family crisis. This crisis would be the very excuse he needed to intervene in the war. She pressed her hands to her chest, trembling slightly, as he remained perfectly still. His voice cut through the silence. If you dare speak that lie, claiming I accosted you, and use it to terminate this engagement, his eyes were cold steel. That's it. I never forgive those who touch what is mine. Do you understand? Her mind reeled at his words. What is mine? She clenched her jaw just as an explosion ripped through the air. Fire engulfed the surroundings. Soldiers scrambled, screaming that the fortress wall had been utterly destroyed. A gaping hole was torn in their defenses. An iron fence was needed immediately. As the world shook, Flora screamed, I already told you I'd accept any of your conditions, so get rid of this cursed scum now. Another soldier cried out, the enemy is breaking through. They swarmed the walls. Don't let them breach the fortress. Grappling hooks flew, biting into the stone. A man yelled, we must protect the wall at all costs. They couldn't hold out for long. As an enemy soldier scrambled over the top, he lunged with a sword. Watch out. But before the blade could find its mark, the soldier was stunned to see another blade already at his face. Suddenly, he was thrown back, an arrow piercing his chest. It was Flora. She had fired her bow. That's my daughter, Braun roared from below. Father, she yelled back. We must open the fortress gates and face them. Head on. He stared in disbelief. What are you saying? Why would we open the gates? She stood firm. Roman Dimitri gave his word. He will help us if we open the gates and draw the enemy's attention. With his forces, he would strike the outbreak from behind. Her father was stunned by this revelation. Why would he do that? She replied. There's no time for details, but I am certain he is not a man who throws his words. To the wind, she said with a confident smile. At that moment, the transmission crystal went dark. Roman stood before it, his expression unreadable as one of his men approached. Are we to attack now? Sir, he asked. Roman's answer was simple. No, the soldier pressed. But sir, if we hesitate, the family could be wiped out. The flash from a chum powerful weapon could destroy the entire fortress wall. If Roman didn't plan to help, they needed to disrupt the enemy's plans now. We must strike the enemy from the rear immediately. But looking at the burning wall, Roman asked. And why must I do that? His men were shocked. What? Why not? Whether that family is destroyed or not is no concern of mine. He gestured to the chaos. Compared to the death of a few hundred strangers, an image of him standing atop a mountain of corpses came to mind. It is far more important to me that not a single one of my people sheds their blood. Many will die in this war. Lifeless soldiers lay on the ground. Their problem is that they followed an incompetent leader. He glanced at a soldier crying in despair. Unlike him, I have no intention of senselessly sacrificing those who have sworn their lives to me. Chris looked on, stunned into silence. Yes, I understand. He watched his commanders, back with awe. A cry went up. Open the fortress gates. The massive doors lowered, and the defenders prepared to face the cruel villain. Attack, the Baron roared, and his soldiers charged forward. They crashed against the opposing family's forces, and one of their generals scoffed. They pour out, not even knowing their place. With a swing of his axe, he carved a path of destruction, smiling with chilling ease. After all, this was a detachment of the infamous Burge mercenaries. The soldiers were horrified at how easily their comrades were cut down. Fear took root, and they began to break. Biting their lips in terror, they started to flee. We have to run. We're finished. They threw down their weapons. Flora screamed at them from the walls. Stand. To the last man. The archers beside her continued their assault. Do not fall back, she screamed, thinking, if they can't even serve as proper bait, there's no way he will show up. A horse galloped toward their base. One of Roman's men asked, what in the world was that on a slope? Roman drew his sword. The moment his soldiers had to risk everything had arrived far sooner than expected. He remembered their determined charge, some with helmets, some without, many with scars already etched on their faces. They were anxious, but they continued their run. Chris, too, ran with a panicked look on his face. Even the others were deeply worried. Roman addressed his soldiers. This is the reality you now face, a trial by fire. If you can manage to survive under the banner of my army, I will give you the promised life of predators. But whether you live or die will be determined by your own strength and will. With that, Roman charged to the very front, sword in hand. Our primary goal is to strike the enemy's rear guard and obliterate their assault weapons. They may not be perfect bait, but we cannot expect them to contribute much to this. Strategy. He declared this to his soldiers as he took his place on the front line. I will run ahead. I will cut down our opponents and clear a path. You will follow me and finish off the remnants of their defeated army. Then he gave his final order. Remember, our main objective is to destroy their siege. Weapons. The enemy soldiers saw Roman's cavalry charging over the hill. Their commander gritted his teeth. Let them come! Look at their pathetic appearance. They clearly have no intention of resisting. He turned away dismissively. Prepare to meet the guests who have lost their minds. His soldiers raised their weapons, forming a defensive line of shields and spears, but Roman charged straight for them without an ounce of hesitation. Model. He swung his blade from above, unleashing a flurry of strikes that cut down his foes. Once, in his past world, the people of the great clans spoke of him. The horse is pierced, and he leaps from it. At the vanguard of the Demonic Sect, there is always the heavenly demon, and Roman soars through the air. Above them, their duplicates soared upwards, heralding the arrival of the invincible heavenly demon, who descended like a god of war to carve through his foes. His expression was one of absolute indifference as he declared their defiance an act of suicide. People often wondered why, even as the heavenly demon, he always chose the most perilous position. Why did he now stand at the very tip of the spear? The reason was simple: a creed carved in stone. The strongest warrior on the front lines must utterly shatter the enemy's spirit. Seeing the soldiers of this house tremble, desperate to flee, proved his point. He stood before them, bathed in a violet aura. If they didn't charge, death would claim them anyway. Gritting their teeth, they roared, vowing to follow their master into the fray. But then, Chris froze, his eyes widening at a startling sight. He saw some soldiers grow frantic, their attention fixed on him. Roman's men moved like shadows, cleaning up the remaining threats. But then, an enemy soldier thrust a spear into Roman's warhorse. A sudden, chilling rage consumed him. His eyes blazed crimson. In an instant, he launched himself from his horse. A blur of motion aimed at the soldier. His weapon struck true, embedding the man's own daughter deep into his chest. Fury burned in Roman's gaze. Being a master, he thought, meant being just that much closer to the edge. Chris then struck a pose, unleashing his aura. The attack annihilated several enemies at once. The remaining soldiers screamed, "Don't stop that monster!" But Roman was already moving toward them, a relentless force. He felt nothing, simply advancing and cutting down all who stood in his path. His eyes narrowed. That device, that was the true target of their plan. The Flash, a magical construct designed to unleash a devastating blow, concentrating energy in a golden ring. He charged straight for it, a reaper scything through a field of men. A soldier on the wall could only stammer. What in the hell is that? It was Roman Dimitri, captain of the Burge mercenary squad. The captain knew a fortune was on the line. He pictured the chest of gold. The very fate of his mercenary squad rested on this mission, a burden he would personally see through. With that resolve, he drew his sword, and a blood-red aura erupted from his body. He leaped into the fray, landing directly in Roman's path. Our mercenaries are recognized throughout the kingdom, he boasted. We are the A-rank elite. Their swords clashed, steel screaming against steel, glowing with power. Unlike B-rank fodder, A-rank mercenaries had to master aura to earn their title. As their blades crossed, it was clear Burge was a swordsman with a 2-star aura. His eyes turned red as he bellowed, trying to overwhelm Roman with sheer force. But to his horror, he found he couldn't even budge him. Roman was completely unmoved. A faint smile touched Roman's lips. He was in a different league entirely. With a single, fluid motion, he began his counter. The mercenary captain was stunned. This wasn't just aura. This was the power of the absolute strongest. He desperately tried to defend against Roman's relentless assault, but the blows came like a storm, one after another, an unending barrage of steel. He grit his teeth. Then a single strike broke through. 5 seconds. That's all it took. Roman stood over him as the A-rank mercenary fell to his knees. His will shattered. With a final, clean stroke, Roman severed his head, his figure standing silhouetted against the chaos. The enemy soldiers watched, their bravado turning to ice-cold terror. Our captain is dead, they stammered. In stark contrast, Roman's men let out a cheer, their spirits soaring. One of the enemy captains pointed a trembling finger. Die, he shrieked, ordering everyone to kill the bastard. But his own men hesitated, warning that it was too dangerous, that they needed to take cover first. Roman simply watched them scream, his mind elsewhere. The Flash, a creation of magic that didn't exist in his old world. He gazed at the massive golden circle. This was a challenge worthy of the heavenly demon's unique merit. An immense aura exploded around him. It was time for the heavenly demon's sword technique. Recalling his past life, He raised his blade near his head, concentrating all the magic into it. First form, a colossal beam of pure energy erupted from the sword. He unleashed it upon the magical structure. They could only watch as the brilliant light split the weapon in two, causing it to crumble and fall apart. As the dust settled, Roman's voice boomed across the battlefield. "Listen well, I am Roman Dimitri, and I have destroyed Barco's assault weapon." He raised his sword to the sky. A deafening roar erupted from his allies. Flora watched, tears streaming down his face, his hands covering his mouth. He had truly done it. The flash was destroyed. Roman stood amidst the wreckage. With Barco's central power gone, the enemy had no choice but to retreat. Soldiers rushed toward Roman's army, waving white flags of surrender. In that moment, Roman glanced into the distance. In this battle, Chris had used his power in a new way. He stood, bleeding but defiant. The aura around him had coalesced into a sharp, blue hue. He had tried to concentrate it, just as Roman did, focusing everything around his sword. As a result, even in the most ferocious combat, his mana consumption was minimal. At first, others had laughed, mocking him for trying to copy Roman, but he had continued to progress, cutting down swaths of enemies. He smiled faintly. Now, he whispered, "I finally understand." The master's method was the correct one. He sheathed his sword, a grin on his face, but his smile faded as he saw a shocking sight. He watched as the blood-soaked knights struggled back to their feet. How was this possible? He clenched his teeth and rushed to follow his master, trying to keep pace. Of course, they were exhausted. Every one of the 30 soldiers was battered and bloody, yet not a single one had broken away. Not one was seriously injured, and that was why he had chosen them. He looked at his comrades, all breathing heavily, caked in blood, pushing themselves to stand. They gasped for air. They looked ahead and understood they had survived for one reason only. As Roman walked toward them, they knew. That man was a monster, far beyond the limits of common sense. They were in awe. "I see you have all successfully survived," he said calmly. "It is all thanks to Roman Dimitri. My role here is finished." The castle gates swung open, and Roman and his soldiers marched inside. They were met with a city in uproar. Cheers echoed from every corner. "He is a hero." The families of the saved thanked Roman personally, vowing to never forget his name. The residents lined the streets, overcome with joy. They were alive. The Baron watched, thinking to himself, what a terrifying man. He knew from their first meeting that Roman was special. But this, to destroy the Flash with his own hands, it was an overwhelming, godlike talent. As Roman greeted the crowd, the defenders could only stare in awe. They said that Dimitri gave. This man's spirit gave birth to a tiger. Roman manifests as a colossal white tiger, stalking forward. If one did not stand firm, a presence like this could seize their very soul. As this beast of a man approaches the Baron, he clenches his fists. "A pity this is all in the past now," he murmurs. But the Baron declares, "You are a great hero who has come to our aid." He smiles, extending his hand. "I am glad to stand and face the fight with you again." Roman's lips curve into a smile as they shake hands. Their gazes meet, a silent understanding passing between them. Soon after, they head toward the palace, with Roman leading the way. Flora steps before him, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Clasping her hands to her chest, she admits, "We were not able to properly play our role as bait. But even so, you did not turn away from our family in its darkest hour. You helped us, and for that, I wanted to sincerely thank you." Roman simply looks at her. "I was only fulfilling my role as promised. The fact is, you played your parts exactly as I had planned." Flora's eyes widened in surprise. Even so, she insists, "I still wish to repay this favor. I know you may not feel the need to accept our gratitude, but as a representative of my family, I vow that we will repay this debt. So, if there is anything you desire, you may ask for it without hesitation. Whatever it is, I will hear your request and reward you." A knowing smile touches Roman's lips. If you are not going to change your decision, then there's no point in refusing. He opens the door to the meeting hall. "First, we should head inside." He gestures, letting her enter ahead of him. Inside the chamber, all the important figures of the family have gathered, deep in discussion. Roman joins them, listening intently. One of them argues, "This is our chance. If we don't offer Barco a truce now, they will surely accept." Roman listens, his expression unreadable. "It's true," another agrees. "We don't possess an impressive fighting force. Rather than stir up more trouble, we should bury the hatchet and find peace." Roman thinks to himself. Herbivores. All of them. He then speaks. "Your reasoning is sound. This time, we were fortunate to avoid a catastrophe. But our strength alone is not enough to hold them back forever. We must send a messenger to... But Roman cuts the Baron off. May I speak, he asks? The room falls silent, every eye turning to him, their faces a mixture of shock and anticipation. Of course, they tell him. You may. Roman rises from his seat. My thanks, he begins. You are all suffering under the oppression of House Barco, am I wrong? He paces forward. To pay off a massive debt, you are being bled dry by any means necessary. Even destroying their vanguard changed nothing. This is just a guess, but if you send a messenger, he will likely return as a severed head in a box. Hearing this, some of the officials stiffened, their faces pale with worry. They exchanged silent, fearful glances. Roman continues. Outside these walls, our soldiers are carrying the corpses of their comrades, and yet, you feel nothing. Has the Baron truly considered this? Roman's voice hardens. Barco cannot be forgiven. Think of how many soldiers, how many families, bled on that battlefield. Men are crying over the bodies of their fallen comrades. We must show the entire world. We must show House Lawrence and that monster exactly what happens when they dare to touch what is ours. The Baron, troubled, replies, We understand this, but what can we truly do? We don't have the necessary strength. Roman steps forward again. I will tell you the one way. A predatory smile spreads across his face as he approaches the Baron. The Baron's eyes lock onto him, feeling a primal fear, as if he's being stared down by a tiger. Roman leans in. Herbivores exist, only to be devoured by predators. Elsewhere, the Baron of House Barco screams in rage. Roman Dimitri, he roars, slamming his fist on a map, his face contorted with fury. He is baffled. On what pretext did that bastard appear and interfere with our plans? He grits his teeth. To change this unfavorable situation, all that remains is a duel of great warriors in the Lawrence meeting hall. Roman speaks the very same words. A duel of great warriors can solve everything. The duel of great warriors. 1. A single battle determines the victory or defeat of an entire family line. 2. 3 swordsmen enter the sacred battleground, and with the blessing of the war god, both families must submit to the outcome. 3. The authority of the duel is absolute. Once both parties agree, the decision is sent to the central government. After it is confirmed, the duel is held. A true trial by combat. A duel of great warriors. A time when rival families would cross swords directly to settle their disputes, fighting under the banners of their houses. The Baron sighs. A long time has passed since the duel gave way to battles of connections and wealth. Our opponent, Barco. They have deep connections in the central government and a massive loan from the gold bank. He recalls the Baron of Barco, clutching his gold. It's terrifying to imagine what kind of master they could hire to fight for them. It will surely be a monster. Roman's voice is calm. I understand what you mean. And right now, I will give you your confidence in victory. He smiles at them. The Baron is silent, then asks, Are you certain of this? If you are certain of victory, Roman declares, there is no better path than a duel of warriors. Think of it. First, House Barco has a 3-star swordsman. He will most likely be one of their fighters. The council members grew anxious, but Roman's voice cut through their fear. I will participate in one fight, on behalf of House Lawrence. Whether my opponent is Knight Barco or some famed mercenary, I give you my absolute guarantee I will bring you the first victory. But no matter how talented, 1 victory out of 3 is meaningless. He looks at the worried Baron. He clenches his fist and places it on the table. And the second fight will be won by my man, Chris, despite being only a 2-star. He is a genius. You've seen his mastery of mana. He has the ability to claim victory against a 3-star opponent. Isn't that enough? If we defeat their champions in the duel, we can restore the lost reputation of House Lawrence, with his declaration hanging in the air. Roman turns his gaze to Flora. She was stunned, unable to understand why he'd turned back. But Roman simply smiled, telling them the decision was theirs. In that instant, everything clicked. She remembered the discussion, how they could safely ask for anything. Her mind raced. Is this really possible? Is this what he truly desires? His quiet whisper echoed in her ears. A promise to enter the duel of warriors. A chill ran down her spine. She knew that in return, House Lawrence would bear the full responsibility. If things went wrong, their castle would fall into ruin. This man was a dangerous gamble. Looking at Roman, she closed her eyes, her resolve hardening. I support the duel of warriors. With both houses in agreement, the challenge was formally accepted. A scroll, heavy with the weight of their fate, was passed between them. Within a single week, the stage was set. In a nearby tent, a man scoffed over his drink. I heard the Barco family was making a big fuss. On either side, knights stood guard, while 3 men from the tents watched intently. The Count declared the duel of warriors a sacred ground. Blessed by Valhalla, a middle-aged man with dark hair, the appointed judge, announced the rules. Whatever the outcome of this fight, both families must accept it without question. His gaze fell upon Baron Lawrence, then to Roman and Flora at his side. If this sacred rule was broken, he would personally pass judgment, with the honor of the entire Kaio kingdom on the line. Nearby, Viscount Barco stood with his knights, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The judge announced it was time for both families to present their 3 chosen warriors and submit the order of battle. A scroll and a glass of wine sat on his table. As the wine was poured, Roman watched from beside the judge. Barco let out a laugh, his eyes narrowing. He declared that they needed to change the schedule. The Baron turned, confused. What did this mean, didn't? They finalized the order a week ago, Roman interjected, saying that was the problem. With each passing day, the pressure on Barco should have mounted. Yet he seemed too calm. It looked like Barco was deliberately stalling for time, showing no sense of urgency. The way the judge and the Viscount interacted, they were clearly in on something together. The Baron saw the scheme as well. Perhaps they used the extra time to hire powerful mercenaries. He glanced over, noticing one of the Viscount's knights nearly falling, asleep in his chair. But Roman looked closer, sensing the formidable aura that this man concealed. The Baron, now worried, asked how they should change their plan. Originally, Roman was meant to fight first, securing a decisive victory for the Lawrence family. The first to fight for Lawrence was supposed to be Roman himself, then another family knight, with Chris fighting last to close out the duels. But Roman changed everything, declaring that Chris would fight first. The Baron and Flora were stunned. Roman added that he would fight second, facing whatever trump card Barco had prepared. He smiled, announcing their new strategy of suppression. A massive crowd had gathered to witness the duel. All eyes were on the ring, where a man with long, gray hair introduced himself. Jansen, of the Barco family, he announced, a 3-star aura swordsman. His opponent, Chris of the Lawrence family, a swordsman with a 2-star aura. The crowd began to murmur. Isn't that Jonathan's student? Chris one whispered. The one they called the genius of the North. Why would they send a 2-star swordsman against him? Such a waste of innocent talent. Another added, Chris heard their words, but his mind was focused. To grow stronger, one must face danger head-on. This, he thought, is exactly why I left my old life and followed my master. As the flag dropped, the battle began. The swordsmen charged, their blades clashing. The warrior from Barco was shrouded in a fierce, red-tinged aura. But Chris remembered his first spar with his master. No matter how powerful an opponent's aura, he had learned one critical lesson. He watched Jansen's blade, dodging the attack with practiced ease. He had to master this. He raised his own sword. Jansen lunged again and again, but Chris evaded every strike, gritting his teeth, waiting for his one perfect chance. You pathetic rat, Jansen roared in frustration. How long will you run? He unleashed his full aura, shouting, die. Chris's eyes widened. A wide-range aura attack. He watched as his opponent leaped into the air. The entire arena bathed in a crimson glow. There was no room to dodge. He had to think of something. Fast. Then, he recalled Roman's words. To free himself from the world's conventional laws. That's it. He realized, a simple, unfocused burst of mana will never reveal an aura's true power. He channeled every last drop of his mana into his blade, and it began to glow with a brilliant blue light. Just as my master revealed greatness with a single grain of mana, I will perceive this power not as a flood, but as a lake. From a plane to a beam, from a beam to a single point, he would concentrate all of his aura's power into his sword. The two warriors clashed in a blinding flash. I gathered everything. To one point, Chris yelled. In the next instant, he sliced clean through his opponent's neck. The knight's head fell to the ground, blood painting the arena floor. The crowd was stunned into silence, then erupted. That's insane, they screamed his name. A 2-star swordsman had just defeated a 3-star swordsman. Chris stood panting, his body trembling. From the sidelines, Roman looked at him and smiled. And now, for the next opponent. Just think of it, a 2-star warrior defeating a 3-star. The entire audience was in shock. This was impossible. The initial surprise turned to roaring cheers. The Viscount's fist clenched in fury. He had prized that night, now defeated. His plan was to secure an easy victory in the second fight, but now the final match would decide everything. His anger boiled over, his teeth grinding. But then he calmed himself. It's fine. The second fight is nothing to worry about. After all, he had an invincible ace up his sleeve, one that had cost him a fortune. A new knight approached him, looking surprised. Is it really my turn? The man had blue hair tied in a pigtail. He entered the arena with a lazy yawn, introducing himself as Homer from the Barco family. He scratched the back of his head, looking like he'd just woken up from a nap. But the scar on his nose told a different story. Homer, a swordsman with a 4-star aura. Chris, the Baron, and Flora were utterly shocked. Homer, the legendary wandering swordsman. Why was he here? It was the first time they had ever seen a ranker. In person. The 49th place in the official rankings, Homer thought to himself, if it wasn't for the guild head's request. This ranking system originated from the Valhalla Empire, the fabled land where warriors who died a brave death in battle went. He remembered tales of knights fighting dragons, putting their very lives on the line, for a chance to enter Valhalla, to prove their strength. Their victories and defeats were meticulously recorded, showing a scribe by candlelight, writing down the triumphs of knights, immortalizing their names on sacred documents. This was the birth of the ranking system, a culture of risk belonging to Valhalla. As the Empire's power grew, the ranking system spread across the entire continent. All over the world, the temple's supreme leaders would personally select the warriors for the top 100 places. And to think, Barco had sent Homer to a mere family duel. The Baron was terrified. There wasn't a soul in the kingdom who didn't know of Homer's reputation. He wanders the land, seeking out and enjoying battles against the strongest opponents. They all recalled the legends of him defeating one powerful foe after another, earning him the fearsome nickname of the Wandering Blade. Whispers erupted from the crowd. A woman claimed he was challenging the gatekeeper, the ranker at 30th place. A man scoffed, saying he just barely reached 4 stars. He'll back out for sure. But Homer simply stood and yawned. The crowd murmured their pity, lamenting the wasted victory. A smirk touched Roman's lips as he thought, they have no idea. A 4-star swordsman. He had already tracked Homer's movements through the Information Guild, but all he got was public knowledge. This was his true trump card information warfare. His gaze locked onto Homer. Homer's eyes met his, a silent challenge. Just as his opponent hid his power, the guild had failed to uncover Roman's true depths. He strode towards Homer, his shadow stretching like a giant's. He would give them a battle they'd only ever read about in legends. Are you insane? Flora grabbed Roman's arm. Your opponent is Homer, ranked 49th. She cried, her voice trembling with panic. He's hailed as a prodigy, destined to break into the top 30, she pointed to the ranking board. He was ranked 49th for now. She begged him to forfeit, to save his own life. Holding his hand, she promised they would pray for his victory in the next match. But then, Roman felt it. So did Homer. Their eyes met, and in that instant, an unspoken declaration of absolute dominance passed between them. Homer sneered. I don't like you, Flora insisted. Now's our chance to pay the fee and field our own knight. Her face flushed. Why risk your life in a fight you can't win? Roman shoved her hand away. I don't need you to fix this, he said coldly. Just stay out of my way. She froze, stunned. He turned his back, his cloak billowing as he declared, entering the arena. Roman Dimitri, representing the Lawrences. He drew his blood-soaked blade. Homer mirrored the action, drawing his own sword. If Roman could destroy the Flash, then what was his true power? A 2-star aura. They took their stances, sizing each other up. Homer scoffed internally. He should be fighting Fernando, the 30th ranker. Instead, he was wasting time with this nobody. Let's end this quickly, he snarled, lunging forward with a burst of aura. Roman's eyes widened slightly. The spectators gasped. What is that speed? They watched Homer's blade slash toward Roman, who sidestepped the blow with ease. Homer blurred past, reappearing behind a perfectly still Roman. He smirked. Look at this fool. He's amusing. Roman countered with his own attack. Homer met it with a flurry of strikes. A deep purple aura flared to life on Roman's sword. Interesting, Homer mused. So that's how he channels his aura, Roman thought. I've waited so long for a real fight. But this man was weak. He wasn't even using his full power. Homer unleashed his 3-star aura, a swirling vortex of energy. You have my attention, he announced. I'll get serious now. The arena was engulfed in a sudden gale. The immense pressure of his mana swept through the crowd. It's too strong, they cried. He's overwhelming. The onlookers clung to their seats. But Roman simply thought, this is the 49th ranker. How pathetic. There was no reason to drag this out. With a cold gaze, he stepped forward. Try to withstand this. Roman concentrated his entire aura into his blade. Heavenly demon sword technique. Homer's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that a black wave of energy forming before him? The world went dark, swallowed by an inky tide. Homer smiled grimly. To think he controlled such devastating mana. This form has no name, Roman stated. I simply call it by its order of execution. In the next instant, he was behind Homer, and a single, clean strike cleaved him in two. Roman closed his eyes. Sky Demon Sword Technique? Third formation? In a flashback, a man with a scarred face looked at Homer. "I know you want to fight Fernando, but you need to consider our position," the bearded man pleaded. "This is a duel between the great border families. Just think of it as a light warm-up," he said to Homer, who was lounging on a sofa with his feet propped up. Homer remained silent, his expression unreadable. Ever since he became a ranked mercenary, he'd ignored all missions, choosing to wander and fight. He had no reason to refuse a challenge. Back in the present, Flora stood frozen in shock. The entire arena was splattered in blood. The crowd was utterly terrified. They could only stare at the carnage. This prodigy, a warrior who became a ranker before even reaching 4 stars, this rising star of the kingdom, who had his eyes set on the top 30, was killed in a single blow. Roman walked away, leaving Homer's corpse dissolving into black wisps of mana. "A boy who couldn't even reach the summit dared to be arrogant before me," Roman thought, disgusted by the standards of this world. He sheathed his sword, his mind drifting to his past life. His world had been a cosmos, filled with the most talented masters imaginable. He remembered clashing with countless legendary fighters. A world where a moment of carelessness meant certain death. The so-called secret techniques here were nothing but ineffective garbage. He sighed. "Mr. Judge, you should announce the result." Shaken from his stupor, the judge stammered, "The winner of the second match, from the Lawrence family, is Roman Dimitri." The knights were in utter disbelief. How was this possible? He defeated Homer. Homer is dead. It had to be a hallucination. Chris's hand trembled, his mouth agape in shock. So this was the master's true power. He thought back to their own duel, and realized Roman already possessed this monstrous strength back then. A cold dread washed over him. Roman had made an unimaginable leap in growth. The master he faced before definitely did not have abilities that surpassed Homer. But for such growth to happen, too little time had passed. It defied all common sense, model. How could this be possible? He watched, breathless, as Roman descended the arena steps. His chest heaved with the suffocating truth. After winning a single fight, he'd foolishly believed he was Roman's equal. That one day, he might even surpass him. Such arrogant, hasty conclusions. His face hardened. Victory for the Lawrences. Their banner rose high. There was no point wasting more lives in a duel where the outcome was already decided. An exception was made, allowing a change in the combatant roster. The judge then announced both families could reconvene and submit a new warrior. The Viscount's head fell, his fists clenched, his entire body trembling with rage. It was over. How could his champion possibly lose? 3-star swordsmen were supposed to be the pinnacle of skill, far beyond the brutes of the northeastern region. He was a true master, one of a handful you could count in the entire kingdom. Had the mercenary guild sent him a dud, a fraud? The horrifying thought consumed him. One of his knights approached. "My lord, we must send another warrior." The Viscount replied, head bowed, that they couldn't afford to lose any more combat strength. "Then let Benson go," the knight urged. The Viscount was stunned. Let the loser pay for his failure with this duel. He remembered Benson kneeling, begging for forgiveness for shaming the family at a ball. He was a nameless knight. Sending him out was no different than a death sentence. With a deep bow, the Viscount agreed. A man stepped forward, his voice trembling. "I am Benson of Barco." He was a middle-aged man with graying hair, shaking in fear, a nameless knight named Benson. The crowd murmured, wondering who he was. None of them had ever seen him before. People began to whisper, trying to place his face. Suddenly, Chris and another knight had a flash of recognition. Just then, one of the lion knights rushed to Roman. "Let me fight him," he pleaded, teeth clenched and eyes blazing with fire. Roman looked down at him. In a world where the strong devour the weak, defeat means only death. Even a nameless knight will be a tough opponent for you. "Kevin, are you truly prepared to prove your worth?" A faint smile touched Roman's lips. "Go." As Kevin walked away, he vowed, "I will return shortly." The nameless knight trembled. "How did I end up here? Why is this happening?" The sword felt heavy in his shaking hands. He had followed a simple path, inheriting his father's knighthood, serving an influential family without a single worry. But now, fear consumed him. For the honor of House Barco, he had given his all, and the price for his loyalty was death in a pointless duel. He looked up at his opponent, this mere boy, and a strange thought entered his mind. He smirked. "My lord, thank you." As they took their stances, his smirk twisted into a smile. It grew wider until he was laughing aloud. You want revenge, don't you? Boy, it doesn't matter. Both of us were abandoned by our masters. For me, this is a failure. But your eyes tell a different story. Kevin's expression was like stone. I am only a sword that protects my master. He settled into his stance. The knight roared, arrogant whelp, and charged forward. Die! He threw a powerful strike, but Kevin dodged it with impossible grace, placing his sword just beneath the man's chin. He almost landed a fatal blow, but the knight twisted away and landed a brutal kick. You little brat. The force of the blow sent Kevin flying backward, his helmet clattering to the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled back to his feet, using his sword for support. Chris watched in horror. The difference in their physique was massive. What was Lord Roman thinking, sending Kevin out there? His gaze shot towards Roman. The knight unleashed a torrent of attacks, blow after brutal blow crashing against Kevin. Blood began to pour from a dozen wounds as fists slammed into his stomach. Then his shoulder. Kevin stood there, unmoving, absorbing the relentless assault. A voice in the crowd screamed, "Kill him! Kill that thing! Take your revenge now!" In that instant, Kevin's eyes blazed with a terrifying fury. Roman's voice echoed in his mind. From the day I severed my own hand, the mastery of the phantom demon has taken root within you. Awaken the ghost inside. A dark, sinister aura erupted around Kevin as he shifted his stance. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his eyes glowing with rage. A new voice screamed in his head. From above, "Be careful!" He instinctively looked up. Spotting the knight, leaping down for a finishing blow, Kevin dodged just in time, the knight's sword smashing into the ground. As he jumped back, the voice shrieked again. He almost crushed your head! Tear that bastard to shreds! Kevin clutched his skull, a searing pain overwhelming him. His head was filled with noise as he tried to think, to understand what was happening through clenched teeth. He remembered his one desire to become his master's sword, to be useful to him. He looked up, his gaze even fiercer than Chris's. That feeling of inferiority, that absolute devotion to his master, had dragged him into a maelstrom of emotions, and he had gone mad, mastering the way of the phantom demon. He gripped his weapon as the voice commanded him. He exploded forward in a powerful burst of speed. No one could comprehend what was happening. An aura, the knight screamed. He tried to flee, but Kevin's sword sliced through his armor. He's pierced it. The knight cried out in pain and tried to swing back, striking Kevin's shoulder, but Kevin didn't even flinch. He just kept coming, a terrifying, insane grin spreading across his face as tears streamed from his eyes. Finally, Kevin's sword plunged deep into the knight's chest. Blood erupted in a crimson spray. Everyone watched, frozen in shock. Over the knight's corpse, Kevin smiled as he stabbed his sword into the man's chest again, and again, and again, turning the body into a bloody mess. The noble ladies of Barco covered their mouths, horrified by the savage cruelty. Blood splattered across Kevin as he finally walked down from the arena and approached Roman. He knelt on one knee. "I have returned." Roman smiled. "You did well." A wave of pure happiness washed over Kevin, and he smiled back. The duel between Lawrence and Barco was over. 3 wins out of 3, an unconditional victory for the Lawrences. And at the center of it all was Roman Dimitri. Seated in his tent, he was already becoming a legend, like the heroes from ancient tales. Truth and fiction began to blur as people everywhere discussed his overwhelming victory. In taverns and on street corners, they praised his incredible exploits. One man, raising a glass of beer, declared, "Have you heard? They talked a big game, but in the end, they were crushed by Lawrence." Another man leaned in, his voice low. "I know the whole story. To the people of Lawrence, he's more than just a man. He is their savior, standing atop a mountain of corpses, his sword held high. He single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of Barco's soldiers, and with a single blow, shattered their champion. It's a tale worthy of a song. If Roman hadn't appeared, the Barco flag would be flying over Lawrence right now. He even defeated Homer the Scarlet-Blooded, ranked 49th in all of Cairo. Homer's blood painted the sky, ending the duel. Roman Dimitri is a true hero. His legend spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of children. A small child, wearing a makeshift red cloak, raised a wooden stick. "I am Roman Dimitri. I saved Lawrence. The story of the dragon of Dimitri." A dragon that had slumbered deep within the family had now ascended to the heavens. Everywhere, heroic tales of his deeds began to spread, cementing his legend. But within the walls of Castle Barco, there was only despair. The Viscount stared at a mountain of papers. "This is the end," he whispered, clutching his head. "It's truly over." Every sheet was another nail in his coffin. Demands from the gold bank, for interest and principal. The exorbitant fee for hiring Homer from the mercenary guild. He slammed his fists on the documents, his face contorted, insignificant papers scattered to the floor. He remembered when House Barco held immense influence in the Northeast, when nobles flocked to him. He recalled the lavish banquets and endless flattery. Now they had all turned their backs, leaving him with nothing. He gritted his teeth in fury. A curse upon them all. If only that Dimitri brat hadn't interfered. And then a realization dawned on him. It's true. All of this. It all happened because of Roman Dimitri. A chilling calm replaced his rage. What Roman did was a violation of noble law, and that gave him one last chance, one final chance to save House Barco. A sinister smile spread across his face. A few days later, influential nobles gathered at his table. "Before we begin," the Viscount said, his voice smooth, "I want to sincerely thank the esteemed aristocracy who have joined me today. With you here, the future of the Northeast is bright." An impatient lord cut in. "Get to the point, Barco." The Viscount merely smiled. "Very well. Let us speak of the war, the one House Barco waged against Lawrence. In high society, justification is everything. And our war was meant to force them to pay a debt of honor. Even the central government recognized our cause as righteous. However, Roman Dimitri intervened. He joined this war without any justification because of his surprise attack. Barco lost its champion, and then he himself fought in the duel of warriors. By what right did he, a member of House Dimitri, decide to aid the Lawrence family? He slammed his fist on the table. If the families were tied by marriage, that would be one thing, but we all know. House Dimitri broke off the engagement. Roman Dimitri is a stranger to House Lawrence. He had no reason, no right. He has crossed an unforgivable line. The room erupted in whispers. He's right. Dimitri had no justification, the Viscount thought to himself, a triumphant smirk on his face. Excellent. This is enough. If I can place all the blame on House Dimitri, the compensation they'll be forced to pay will be enormous, enough to resolve the debt with the gold bank. He hid his grin behind his hand. But just as the whispers reached a crescendo, a calm voice cut through the noise. "So, you've all gathered here." The nobles turned in shock as Roman strode into the room. "I heard there were complaints being made against me." A spike of fear shot through the Viscount. What is he doing here? Roman's cold eyes met his. Why not express them to me personally? Viscount Barco. In a flashback, a fearful Chris had pleaded with Roman. "You're really going to Barco?" "My lord, that's suicide. Viscount Barco won't let you leave alive." Roman had remained completely calm. Chris looked at his lord with a baffled expression, unable to comprehend his thinking. In Barco's eyes, you are their sworn enemy. It would be far better to avoid them, but Roman simply shook his head. That is not so. A conflict that has not begun can be avoided, but one that has started must be seen to its end. We know the Barcos harbor a grudge. He mounted his horse, his voice steady. And so, while their position is precarious, it is the best time to nip any thoughts of revenge in the bud. A faint smile touched his lips. "I will go alone." Chris could only stare, speechless, back in the present. Roman faced the Viscount. "So tell me, Viscount, why has everyone been gathered here?" The Viscount's face turned purple with rage. This boy, the son of a mere baron who hasn't even inherited his title. How dare he ignore the difference in our stations? Anger seethed within him. "It seems your low birth has taught you nothing of the law, but I shall graciously educate you. Here in the kingdom of Cairo, it is forbidden to interfere in a sanctioned war without just cause." The Viscount clenched his fist, his voice booming. "We announced our cause in accordance with noble law. We received approval from the central government itself model. With the declaration of a federal war," the Viscount sneered. He asked Roman if these rules only existed because aristocrats were idiots, insisting it was all to preserve face. The Viscount slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. He declared that ignorance of aristocratic law would not excuse Roman from the consequences. He roared, finally grasping the sheer stupidity of his actions. Because of him, the Dimitri family would suffer a grave insult. A single son's mistake would bring dishonor upon them all, staining them with the scorn of the entire Northeast. But Roman stood in perfect stillness, saying nothing, just thinking. Then, his voice cut through the noise. "Are you finished?" The Viscount froze, utterly bewildered by the question, then stammered, "What?" Roman ignored him. In that case, he answered, "It's my turn to speak." The Viscount stared, confused by Roman's sudden shift. Initially, Roman began. "House Lawrence and House Dimitri were bound by a marriage pact, but I was made into a fool. rejected by my own bride. He addressed the entire hall. Gentlemen, I ask you, what do you believe was the reason for this broken promise? My reputation, my origins, the rumors about women. All of it is false. The truth was far simpler. Roman raised his hand and pointed a single damning finger forward. The entire affair was orchestrated by the threats of Barco's eldest son, Anthony. The Viscount was stunned into silence. He had no answer. Roman continued, "Let us return to the night of the Barco banquet. I was on friendly terms with Anthony and attended at his personal invitation just before my wedding to Lawrence. But I walked straight into a trap. When I awoke, I was in the same room as Emilia Barco, and Anthony delivered his ultimatum: break the engagement, or he would keep this secret for me. It was a meticulously crafted plan. A trap designed to tear Lawrence and Dimitri apart." Whispers erupted through the hall. Blackmail. From the heir of Barco himself. The moment a weakness is exposed, the game is over. The Viscount finally roared in defiance. "You expect anyone to believe your nonsense? Everyone knows you lived like garbage. You're just spewing lies with that filthy tongue of yours," Roman replied with a calm smile. "I knew you would say that." He continued, "Then allow me to offer another reason for my intervention in this war between our houses," the Viscount asked nervously, a deep fear taking root in his heart. Another reason. Roman's voice was like ice. "Anthony Barco crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. He harassed Flora Lawrence, the very woman I was engaged to marry. His disgusting actions shook her so deeply that she herself chose to end our engagement." Roman's gaze burned into the Viscount. "Do you claim this is also a lie? Then by all means, let us summon Flora Lawrence herself and ask," Roman thought. "He trapped me with lies. I will bury him with the truth." He continued speaking to the hall. "To avoid bringing inconvenience to my family, I chose to wage this war with my own strength. The only thing I could do, for her sake, was to seek revenge." Roman turned to Viscount Barco and the entire assembly. "So I ask all of you again, do you still believe that I had no reason to intervene?" The high-ranking officials were speechless. Roman hadn't just defended himself. He had completely destroyed Barco's position. Fear gripped the Viscount's heart. It was over. Arguing was pointless. He had to buy time. He had to find a way to manage this catastrophe. He collapsed into his chair, trying to save face. "I don't believe you are telling the truth," he declared, "but I will investigate these claims. For now, this is over. You may leave." But Roman didn't move. He turned to the Viscount. "Oh no," he said with a grim smile. "Now, you have a choice to make. Will this end with Anthony receiving punishment for his personal insult? Or will this matter escalate to a war between our families? If you don't choose right now," Roman warned, "I will return home and report everything to my father." The Viscount stared at him in terror. Here with Dimitri. A clash with the Dimitri family in their current crisis would mean the complete collapse of House Barco. This boy, Roman, was a demon. The Viscount finally choked out his surrender. "We believe this matter between you and Anthony should not escalate to a family feud. At my command, my eldest son, Anthony, will kneel before you and beg for forgiveness." Before the Viscount could finish, Roman interrupted him. "What was that forgiveness?" The Viscount paled. "What do you mean?" Roman's reply was cold as steel. "Since when does the aggressor get to choose his own punishment? I will be the one to decide how Anthony is punished." We are taken to the Viscount's office, where in his despair, he can only say, "I'm sorry." Anthony, kneeling and clinging to his father's clothes, screams, "No, no way. A duel. Father, are you really putting my life in his hands?" Anthony begins to sob. He cried and screamed, "Roman will never spare me." He begged his father to refuse Roman's proposal, but the Viscount grabbed Anthony, shouting for him to come to his senses. "You are the eldest son of Barco. From the moment you became the successor, your life belonged to the fate of your family. Therefore, face reality." The Viscount, seething with anger, told Anthony, "Never forget this shame, and be prepared to pay the price for it with your own hand." And with that, the Viscount left. Anthony remained kneeling, whispering, "Father, I beg you." He could see Roman's smiling face in his mind, the aristocracy, and Viscount Barco gathered to watch the duel. The sword in Anthony's hands trembled violently, with tears in his eyes and terror in his soul. He pleaded, "Roman, you see, I like Flora. I think I briefly lost my mind at the thought of you and her getting married." Anthony's body was racked with shivers. "I'm sorry for everything I did to you. I swear, there was no malicious intent. We're friends." Roman began to slowly draw his sword. Terrified, Anthony scrambled forward and shouted, "No, Master Roman, I'm asking you to spare me. Just this. Once let me live, and I, Anthony Barco will pay for your mercy for the rest of my life. The aristocracy looked on with pity, whispering that he would see no mercy. The Viscount realized his son was a fool. Roman's voice dripped with contempt. All your life, you say, how do you have the strength to pay off your debt when your family can't even pay back the gold bank? Even your vaunted connections won't be able to cover up the atrocity you committed. The Barco family line is finished. Roman closed the distance, his presence crushing. You humiliated me in front of everyone and lured me into a dastardly trap. So, why? Anthony heard him ask. Should I spare you? The Viscount's heart pounded in his chest, wondering what was about to happen. Roman replied, There is absolutely no reason for that. Then, he stabbed Anthony straight through. Roman watched with an indifferent face as Anthony coughed up blood, his life fading away. To survive, Baek Jong-hyuk was forced down a blood-soaked path of civil war. Every night, he endured the murderous assaults of his own brothers, and in return, plunged his blade straight through their hearts. But one day, a man approached him, asking if he knew his greatest flaw. It was one of the 12 elder brothers of the heavenly demon, the firstborn, Cole. He said Jung-hyuk possessed no concept of compromise. Once he saw an enemy, he would charge headfirst into destruction, never showing even a shred of mercy. This, Cole warned, was a fatal flaw that would one day become his Achilles' heel. Cole was a truly great man. He wasn't just a warrior who defeated his enemies. He had the charisma to bring them under his command. Jung-hyuk understood his brother's point, but this was his way, to utterly trample and obliterate any creature that showed him hostility. It was the only way he survived the pits of the Demonic Sect, and his future would be no different. To him, only death could erase all variables. With a single swing of his sword, Roman cleaved Antonio's body in two. No one could have foreseen such a brutal end. The Viscount let out a gut-wrenching scream, scrambling toward his son. No, he clutched Antonio's lifeless form, his mind blank with panic and horror. Roman turned to him coolly. Is there a problem, he asked. Death in a judicial duel is hardly uncommon for a criminal. The Viscount roared, ordering his men. This demon dared to kill the Barco heir. Kill him now, but the guards remained frozen, paralyzed by the monstrous aura. Radiating from Roman, tears streaming down his face, the Viscount finally understood. You planned this from the very beginning. His visit to their estate, completely unguarded, was nothing more than a trick, a pretense of mercy. Roman's voice was ice. From the moment Antonio threatened me, I could no longer share the same sky with the House of Barco. This is the result. Roman then faced the other aristocrats. And if there are any among you who cannot sever your ties with Barco, then you too shall face me. The Viscount screamed in defiance. Do you really think you can get away with this? As Roman turned to leave, his words were a death sentence. Your empty threats are meaningless. From this day forward, I will watch the House of Barco and I will strike until every last trace of it is wiped from existence. With that, Roman was gone. The Viscount, cradling his dead son, knew they had provoked an enemy far too dangerous to handle. A few days later, crushed by debt, Viscount Barco attempted a desperate midnight escape. But in the end, his body was discovered on a nameless hill. The Barco family line, once a great power in the northeast, had met a swift and pitiful end. The scene shifts to the Dimitri palace. Hans spots a young man in the corridor. Young master. Where are you headed so late at night? It was Roman, his shirt stained with blood. He smiled calmly. The moonlight is bright tonight. I decided to take a walk. Hans's eyes fell to the bloody footprints trailing behind him, and his heart pounded with anxiety. Master Roman, we have all been so worried. We are overjoyed by your recognition, but you keep throwing yourself into such dangerous situations, like this war. He couldn't hide the tremble in his voice. He pleaded, please, always be careful. Roman looked at him. Hans, I believe I've told you before. You are my person. Hans nodded. Yes, I remember. In his past life, Baek Jong-hyuk had slain countless foes, spilling enough blood to fill an entire ocean. But the one rule that allowed him to become the heavenly demon was simple, protect your people. Roman gazed at the puzzled Hans. To him, one loyal person was worth more than 100,000 enemies. He replied firmly, I will do whatever it takes to protect myself and my people. That is more than enough. Around that time, as news of the Barco affair spread like wildfire, the Miller family organized a lavish social gathering. A woman in a striking red dress appears before us. This is Helena Miller, wife of the head of the house. She noted that even the wives of former Barco supporters People who were notoriously difficult to approach had come flocking to her side. Helena knew. The balance of power in the Northeast had shifted entirely, into the hands of the Dimitri family. For the Millers, longtime supporters of Dimitri, this was a golden opportunity. Helena turned to greet a newcomer with a brilliant smile. "I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The approaching woman smiled elegantly. "My dear, you grow more beautiful with each passing day." Dressed in a stunning green gown and adorned with expensive jewels, this was none other than the wife of the head of the Dimitri family, Reincarnates Dimitri. Reincarnates graciously accepted the compliment. Immediately, other noblewomen swarmed to her side. One offered her specially prepared wine. Another spoke of what an honor it was. "To finally meet her," Reincarnates laughed warmly. "The pleasure is all mine." As the wife of Baron Dimitri, she was a master of the social battlefield. She spent her time among the wives of aristocrats, skillfully recruiting supporters for her family. Baron Romero's political talent was immense, but Reincarnates' diplomacy was just as formidable. Perhaps without the groundwork she had laid, the House of Dimitri would have fallen to Barco's schemes long before they ever secured their position. Reincarnates thanked them all, her voice carrying across the room. "I gathered everyone here today because I believe that as neighbors, we should understand and get to know one another better." The women exchanged confused glances. Reincarnates continued. "Of course, until this moment, not all of us. We're striving for the same goals, but since the situation has changed, a new point of support is needed." The hidden meaning was clear. Reincarnates was testing the allegiances of Barco's former allies, while simultaneously offering them a generous hand to join her side. The scene shifts to a table laden with fine desserts, where the true political games began. Helena asked Reincarnates, "What are your thoughts on my Veronica?" She then added slyly, "I believe Veronica would make a wonderful partner for your son." Roman, a girl standing behind Helena, froze, shocked by such a blatant proposition. The sheer audacity was breathtaking. Helena pressed on. "After all, Roman is already 25. For the future of the family, he should find a wife and settle down soon. I am not saying this simply because Veronica is my daughter." She insisted, "I truly feel she would be a perfect match for him." But these words had no effect on Reincarnates at all. As she pondered, one of the noble ladies remarked that not long ago, Veronica had accepted an offer from another family. Another chimed in, "Helena's greed truly knows no bounds." Opposite them, Helena seethed with rage, thinking, "These conniving women." All while Reincarnates calmly sipped her tea. She overheard another lady boast that Roman required a special match for marriage, and that she'd be sure to visit their estate soon. Apparently, her daughter had fallen for Roman at first sight. Another woman countered that her own cousin's daughter was a brilliant talent, hailed as the best student at the academy. "My daughter is still young," another added, "but she's destined to become a true beauty." For the past 6 years, Roman had been an outcast in high society. The fact that the eldest son couldn't inherit his family's title had tied his hands completely, but his potential as a 4-star swordsman, that alone guaranteed a golden future. And if he also inherited the Dimitri family fortune, he would be the most sought-after bachelor in the kingdom. In a single moment, Chmaine transformed from an outcast into the man of their dreams. Reincarnates finally responded, "I'm pleased you speak so highly of my son. But Roman has already been deeply wounded once. She hoped he would find a woman he genuinely loved, not one chosen for him by family. Therefore, any talk of political marriage was pointless." The ladies across the table were stunned into silence, completely blindsided by such a declaration. Reincarnates then declared, "This means whoever wins his heart will be the one to have him." At her words, the young ladies' faces lit up with newfound hope. We shift to the Lawrence estate. In this world, strength is essential for survival. Flora was buried in books, studying intently in the library. She reflected on the war between Lawrence and Barco. Technically, Lawrence had lost. She'd believed they could hold out until winter, which might have given them a chance to win. But reality was far more complex. Roman had foreseen every variable and charged fearlessly into the fray, saving Lawrence. What must she do to become like him? The memory of Roman brought a blush to her cheeks, but she quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. "I don't like Roman Dimitri at all," she told herself. Then why was she blushing? He's an arrogant egoist, caring only for himself. And yet, how could he be so overwhelmingly strong? Just what kind of man was Roman Dimitri? Flora found herself wanting to understand him more. Closing the book, she decided she needed some fresh air. She stepped out into the courtyard under the late evening sky. It doesn't matter if it's interesting or not. She mused. The engagement was broken. There was no longer anything connecting them. She had no reason, nor any way, to meet Roman again. Suddenly, A voice called her name. Puzzled, she turned. Before her stood a princess, girl with expensive earrings and vibrant blue hair. "It's been a long time," the girl said, her face beaming with joy at the sight of her sister. Sylvia Flora cried out in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" This was a girl from a branch of the Lawrence family line. Sylvia Lawrence. Flora stormed into the Duke's office. "I heard Lawrence is hosting the ball in Dimitri's territory," she demanded. "Why didn't you tell me?" The Duke turned to face her. "That incident opened my eyes," he admitted, "in a situation where no one knew what to do. You showed true wisdom and pointed us to the right path." Flora was stunned. The Duke continued. "It's because you brought Roman Dimitri to the battlefield that we won this war. I will not repeat my past mistakes of underestimating you. Flora, I will support any endeavor you wish to pursue. From now on, you are free from family obligations. Live for your own dreams." Flora thought his words were touching, but she still wanted to attend the ball. Then why was Sylvia invited? She asked, considering. She traveled all the way from the capital. Her visit must have another purpose. The Duke replied that it was a personal whim, but Flora suspected otherwise. Was this a whim or a calculated move to use Sylvia to restore ties with the Dimitri family now that the engagement was off? "If that's the reason," she said, "I understand." A determined glint appeared in her eyes. "Since I owe Roman a debt for his mercy, I will accompany Sylvia and act as her escort." The Duke was dumbfounded. "You don't have to get involved," he stammered. "I will make sure you never have to deal with our family's affairs again." But before he could finish, Flora loomed over him, her voice filled with fiery resolve. "I said I will accompany her. We are transported to the capital of the Kingdom of Cairo. Inside the Temple of Valhalla, a priest reads a report. "Is this true?" he muttered. The son of a provincial aristocrat, only 25 years old, defeated a 4-star swordsman in a single blow? Impossible. The priest began to contemplate the implications. If this wasn't just a wild rumor, then a terrifying genius had just emerged. This man, a priest serving the ranks of Valhalla, smiled sarcastically. "I suppose I'll have to verify this myself." Our scene shifts to a young woman stepping out of a carriage. The grand ball was scheduled for that evening, and the daughters of nobility had arrived in the Dimitri territory ahead of time. All the girls were buzzing with excitement, adorned with incredibly expensive jewels. "So this is what Dimitri is like?" one said with a puzzled expression. "The rumors were true. It's quite dreary." The group of ladies walked toward the ball, looking. "Around the area, anyone can see this is a land of blacksmiths," one commented. "I can't imagine how people live in such a place. Even commoners in the capital have better taste," Sylvia added, covering her nose with a handkerchief. "It's clear the Lord of Dimitri has no appreciation for the arts." Flora mused that Sylvia's father, Viscount Lawrence's younger brother, had become a merchant in the capital. Naturally, compared to the capital, both Lawrence and Dimitri were just rural villages. Looking at a group of men approaching, Sylvia asked, "Are those miners?" A group of cheerful workers walked past, deep in conversation. As they passed the noble ladies, they gave them a hard, unblinking stare. The girls muttered in disgust. "My dress will be ruined." To think unskilled laborers are allowed to walk these streets so freely. This is the problem with the Dimitri lands. Flora walked calmly past the workers, but then she suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. Something felt strangely familiar. A sudden movement caught her eye. She turned, her gaze landing on a figure. Roman Dimitri. He stood there in a filth-covered shirt, 2 pickaxes in his hands. Hans came rushing down. The street at full speed, he cried out in protest, rushing to Roman's side and desperately trying to wipe the grime from his clothes. "Young master, I know I can't stop you from entering the mines, but please, at least take better care of yourself." Hans began to clean Roman's face, his voice trembling. "Just look at this filth." With just a single wipe, the towel turned completely black. "That's enough," Roman stated flatly. But Hans pressed on, his worry unabated. "Every day, you return like this, covered in dirt and dust. It breaks this old servant's heart." The noble ladies arriving for the ball watched this display, utterly baffled, their cheeks flushed as they stared at the grimy young man. A whisper of excitement passed between them. "That's Roman Dimitri." Sylvia's eyes widened. He was far more handsome than the rumors suggested. His physique. Sylvia bit her lip, her mind racing. A lost cause. Everyone had called him. They all believed Dimitri's second son was destined to be the heir. But why would a noble family send their son to toil in a mine? This had to be a test, a lesson in becoming a true leader. This meant that Roman's recent actions, It had dramatically boosted his reputation. Sylvia turned to the other girls. Let's go greet him together, before the ball begins. They happily agreed, approaching as a group. Greetings, they chimed. Sylvia stepped forward. You are Roman Dimitri, correct? With a graceful curtsy. She continued, I am Sylvia of the House of Lawrence. I wish to thank you personally for aiding my family. You are truly as remarkable as the stories say. Roman's response was clipped and cold. I see. Then he turned his back. Hans, we're leaving. Sylvia was left standing there, her mouth agape in utter disbelief. Watching from a distance, Flora let out a small laugh. He hasn't changed one bit, she murmured. As Hans scurried after Roman, he pleaded, Young master, those ladies will be at the ball. Couldn't you have been just a little more cordial? Roman's voice was like ice. I will treat them with respect when they prove they have any value. For now, they only mock the Dimitri family's work. Hans, filled with concern, then asked, Young master, how long will you continue this work in the mines? The Lord never gave such an order. And you've been pushing yourself for days on end. Roman's gaze was firm. The Dimitri family is a forge. And this, he gestured around them, is iron ore. This ore, mined through the sweat and blood of our people, is melted in the heart of the great furnaces and forged into steel. This is the very soul of the Dimitri family. You cannot lead these people with empty words alone. I want to stand with them, sharing their hardships and experiences firsthand. As Roman walked away, Hans froze. Tears welled up in the old servant's eyes. When did the young master grow up so much, he thought. Hans then shouted with renewed conviction. From this day forward, I will wipe away every speck of dirt for you, my lord. The scene shifts to a training ground, filled with the sounds of desperate shouts. Everywhere, the warriors handpicked by Roman were clashing blades. Again, Chris roared, driving his squad onward. The brutal war against the Barco kingdom. It had forged an unbreakable, reckless loyalty in these men. To every soldier who followed him through that hell, Roman gifted the fundamental teachings of the heavenly demon sect. Its spiritual cultivation and martial techniques were a treasure capable of unlocking the true potential of an aura swordsman. Watching them train, Roman mused. With this, they can build a foundation of power. But it's not enough. I need a force for reconnaissance. A personal unit that can uncover every secret the enemy holds. The problem, however, was resources. To create TNT Intelligence Division, I need immense funds. And exceptional talent. I have neither right now, Chris Roman called out. The soldier immediately ran to his side. Yes, master. You called for me? Roman asked. How is their training progressing? Chris replied with pride. Everyone shows incredible passion, and they are learning at an astonishing rate. I believe we can expect significant progress soon. Good, Roman nodded. Then it is time for you to learn a new technique. The words left Chris completely stunned. A new technique. What could he possibly mean? Roman continued. Your foundation is different from the others. Chris, you have already established your own world of swordsmanship. In that state, accepting a new path is never easy, but a slight smile touched Roman's lips. Even so, I believe you are ready. The technique I will teach you is called lightning, the lightning sword, an art that once conquered the entire Murim. In that moment, Chris was chosen to inherit a legendary technique, one that earned its master the title of one of the 10 Grand Masters of the martial world. The scene changes, shifting to a lavish ballroom. The air buzzes with polite chatter. Suddenly, the butler's voice rings out, announcing the young master, Roman Dimitri. Every head turned, filled with anticipation. Roman entered, dressed in a crisp white shirt, a striking red cape draped over his shoulder. A wave of gasps went through the crowd. The noble ladies blushed at his stunning appearance. They immediately swarmed him. Lord Roman, why did you leave so suddenly this afternoon? We so desperately wanted to speak with you before the ball. A charming smile played on Roman's lips. I had just finished my work for the day, he replied smoothly. I hope you can forgive my desire to appear before you in a more worthy state. The girls swooned at his words. Oh, so that's what it was. Sylvia then stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. Lord Roman, you are truly as excellent as they say. Beaming with delight, she continued, to think the heir of a great house, working on equal terms with common laborers. She added with a hopeful sigh, perhaps if I could meet a husband like you, then even I could change. Roman gave a slight bow to Sylvia. You honor me with such exaggerated praise, he said, his smile never wavering. Surrounded by the adoring ladies, he exchanged pleasantries and sipped wine. Later that night, Roman stepped out onto a balcony. letting out a heavy sigh. "So, here you are." A voice spoke from behind him. He turned to see Flora, standing there in a deep blue dress. They stood in the quiet night air. "This was a necessary evil," Roman stated simply. Flora tilted her head. "I must say I'm surprised." She added, "I was under the impression you cared little for such human connections." "Under normal circumstances, you would be correct," Roman replied. "But my parents are here, as are their guests. This situation is different. Besides, you shouldn't consider it so strange. After all, our first meeting was quite similar. Wasn't it?" Roman's words caught Flora completely off guard. Composing herself, she replied quietly, "Now that you mention it. I suppose my comment was rather tactless." Flora looked at him. Her curiosity piqued once more. He is a truly genuine person. What kind of life must one lead to become a man like him? Holding fast to her principles, Flora questioned Roman's choice to work in the mines. He was the chief blacksmith's heir, not a common laborer. This path made no sense, Roman countered, asking for her thoughts on how the Lawrence family truly rose to power. Flora was puzzled by the question. Roman explained that people credit their fertile lands. But the truth was different. The Lawrence family mastered business, selling and bartering their crops to build their current fortune. It's the very reason the Viscount's own brother became a merchant in the capital. Flora stared at Roman, utterly stunned. She had only recently uncovered these secrets about her own family. Yet Roman knew everything with chilling precision. "What did any of this have to do with mining?" Roman answered simply. "Dimitri's origin is iron. Without the miners toiling in the dust, Dimitri would have never reached its current glory. He believed that to understand their hearts, he had to share their struggle. In his eyes, this was the sacred duty of the one who would one day lead Dimitri." Flora's heart swelled with surprise and awe. Roman announced he had stayed too long and had to return. Alone on the balcony, Flora gazed at the night sky. She smiled. Her decision was made. The war had left her mind in a storm of doubt. But now, a light had broken through. Everything finally fell into place. She knew she had made the right choice in meeting Roman. A few days later, Flora departed from Lawrence, bound for the capital. The sheltered flower was finally leaving the greenhouse to face the real world. Meanwhile, Jacob, the chief of iron mining, shared a drink with Henderson. "This is the life," he grumbled into his beer. Henderson asked how the work was. "Same as always," Jacob sighed. "No matter how much we dig, this damn mountain has no end." He was certain that generations could pass, and Dimitri could exist for centuries more. But the veins of the Iron Mountain would never run dry. A life spent as a miner made him sure of it. Henderson then mentioned that 2 weeks ago. Everyone was buzzing about Roman working the mines. But lately, things had gone quiet. Jacob just smiled and said, "Ah, Roman." We flashed back half a month. One miner grumbled to another. "They say Master Roman is working with us today." His friend scoffed. "Why beats me? He'll probably just pretend to try and then leave." But the veteran miner Moren, with his toned arms and blue hair, sneered, "Lord Dimitri has lost his mind. He should have done this years ago. He holds blacksmiths in high esteem." Moren spat. "While we miners are cast aside." He roared that even the third son of Dimitri was taught smithing from birth, but never how to mine iron. It was proof of their neglect. A younger miner looked at him in fear. "You're speaking too freely," Moren just shouted back. "Am I wrong? The Iron Mountain is Dimitri's foundation. But the blacksmiths get all the glory. They probably forced Roman to come here. But I won't bow my head to some noble brat. Let's show him just how grueling this work really is." Just then, Roman arrived. He was introduced as the young gentleman who would be working with them. The miners yawned, acting completely indifferent. But Roman studied each of their faces, his gaze sharp and assessing. The foreman continued his speech. "Remember, in the mines, the most important thing is safety first, safety second, and safety third." The miners roared yes in unison, and the work began. Shouts echoed through the tunnels. "Move it, faster." As Roman watched them, he knew he was being completely ignored. But their behavior didn't bother him. He was here for a reason, to understand the people of Dimitri, their power, and their world. To lay the foundation for his future. He had to know this place inside and out. The mine was a hive of activity. Don't slack off. We're nowhere near our daily quota, as Roman filled bags with ore. He observed his surroundings. Everything was perfectly systematized. He watched a miner swing his pickaxe with practiced force. All roles were clearly defined. The mine shaft was surprisingly safe. Why, he wondered aloud, is the iron from this mountain so sought after an elderly miner? Wiping sweat from his brow answered him. It wasn't just that the iron was easy to forge. The ore itself is the highest grade imaginable. That's its true value. Other regions lose massive profits during trade and processing. But Dimitri controls every stage, right here on its own land. That's the secret to their immense wealth. The miner saw Roman's intrigued look and continued. They don't call Dimitri a billionaire family for nothing. From supply to trade, it all happens within their domain. And since they bear the title of the city of blacksmiths, they can charge a premium. This has gone on for decades. The wealth Dimitri has accumulated is likely far greater than anyone expects. Suddenly, a gruff voice cut through the air. This is no place for idle chatter. The words stung. Roman turned to see a powerful veteran miner standing before him. If you're not going to work, he snarled, then get out of the way. It was Marin. Their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Then, Roman did something unexpected. He apologized. You're right. Let's focus on the work. Moran was speechless. Roman simply turned, grabbed a bag, and resumed his labor. As Moran watched him with a new intensity, a week passed. Lunch was 2 loaves of bread and a bowl of hot soup. Roman ate, reflecting on his time here. They only spoke to him when he asked a direct question. Was this some kind of local hazing? As he studied the other miners, a figure approached his table. It was Marin. He sat down opposite Roman. Can I ask you something? He began, his eyes carefully scanning Roman. I've been watching you for a week now. And he couldn't understand it. Why was Roman Dimitri even here? The heir apparent was Dimitri, the second son, who had never once dirtied his hands in a mountain mine. Yet now, the eldest son, Roman, appears to give lessons. He assumed Roman looked down on their labor, so he watched him, ready to confirm his prejudice. But what he saw shattered his expectations. Roman didn't just work. He worked harder than any of them. He crushed the quota assigned to him. One of the other miners whispered that he'd heard a rumor from the estate's servants about Lord Dimitri. It wasn't an order that brought the young master to this mine. It turns out, this was his own choice. Moran stared at his friend, completely stunned, struggling for words. Moran eagerly awaited an explanation. A small smile played on Roman's lips as he asked, Do you want the ideal answer, or the truthful one, surprised? Moran asked if he could hear both. Roman's smile widened. Then let's start with the perfect one. Dimitri is a city built on mining. This mountain is the very lifeblood of its people. He wanted to understand them, not as numbers on a page, but by walking in their shoes and living their life firsthand. Was that really necessary? Moran asked. It was, Roman declared without hesitation, his brow furrowed with conviction. As long as I carry the name Dimitri, this is my duty. Moran's lips tightened as he stared at Roman, thinking, that's the ideal answer. Those are the words everyone dreams of hearing from their ruler. The very image of what a true noble should be. But then, Roman revealed the truth. The Dimitri family has amassed a vast fortune, but it belongs to my father. So I came to this mountain mine, to find out what I can contribute, so I can demand my rightful share. A slow smile spread across Moran's face before he burst out laughing. So that's what this is about, he exclaimed. To demand a fair share of his own father's fortune was a move Moran had never even considered. Looking at Roman with new eyes, Moran confessed that he believed Roman had come only to compete for the position of heir. To build his foundation, young Master Roman didn't go to the forge. He came to the mines. This meant Roman truly understood the importance of their work. He understood the miners. Moran clenched his fist, a determined smile on his face. He vowed to tell Roman everything he wanted to know. And so, Moran answered an endless flood of questions. From him, Roman gathered incredible intelligence. The Dimitri mine was the largest in the kingdom. In fact, it was no exaggeration to call it the largest on the entire continent, especially with the unexplored lands beyond Dimitri. Known as the continent's edge, an endless mountain range, ripe for the taking. If they could conquer it all, Dimitri's wealth would be limitless. But Moran looked at Roman, puzzled. He confessed that despite their potential, production wasn't that high. The work environment was simply too dangerous, which reduced the rate of ore extraction. Of course, the Lord provided support for safety, but there was one massive danger they couldn't control. Moran's smile was grim. In the northeastern mountains, earthquakes are a frequent occurrence, and there was no way to stop a natural disaster. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. The entire mountain shuddered. Moran rushed to the miners, shouting, "What's happening?" A miner turned, his face pale with terror. The 8th shaft. It collapsed. An unskilled worker is trapped inside. Fear shot through Moran. Panic erupted among the miners as they crowded the caved-in entrance. "It's too risky," one yelled. "There could be another collapse." They couldn't risk a rescue mission. But Roman stared into the darkness of the collapsed shaft, and with unshakable resolve, he said, "I'm going." "No way!" Young Master Moran cried out in fear. "You're the eldest son of the Dimitri family. Even an aura swordsman can't survive if it collapses again. We need to assess the situation first, but Roman turned, his gaze as sharp as a blade. By then, he said, it will be too late. Moran froze, stunned by the sheer pressure of Roman's aura. He couldn't utter a single word. Roman's voice was cold steel. I've already told you. Those who bear the name Dimitri bear this responsibility. He stared into the abyss of the mine. I'm going in. Prepare to receive the wounded. With explosive force, Roman launched himself forward. He ricocheted off the walls like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the darkness. Moments later, a hand reached out from the rubble. Moran and the miners could only watch, their mouths agape in disbelief. Roman emerged from the dust and debris, carrying an unconscious miner on his back. Get a stretcher. Now, he commanded. The miners erupted in cheers. The young master had saved him. Roman expertly bandaged the injured man's leg. Moran watched in awe. Treating injuries was a complex skill, but even in this, Roman was a master. Roman turned to Moran. Get him to a doctor immediately. If he requires an elixir for his treatment. I will cover the cost. Yes, sir, the miners shouted. As two of them carried the victim away, Roman watched with a heavy expression. Then, his voice rang out, sharp and stern. Everyone, listen. I know you see today's accident as nothing more than a miner's fate. Every miner fell silent, hanging on his every word. Roman clasped his hands behind his back. It's true that even with perfect preparation, no one is safe from unexpected disasters. But, Roman declared proudly, there is a way to fight back, no matter how difficult. As someone who carries the name Dimitri, will use every method at my disposal to solve this problem. Moran stood there, mouth agape, completely stunned by his resolve. Later, a man demanded to know if Roman was hurt. I am not, Roman replied calmly. What were you thinking, charging in there like that? Even an aura swordsman isn't immune to a natural disaster. The man's face was a mask of disbelief and anger. You were lucky this time. Things turned out fine. But you got lucky? His anger boiled over as he slammed his fist on the table. Because of your reckless bravery, I almost lost my son. And I'm not saying this because you're the eldest son of the Dimitri family. Even if it were someone else, I could never allow it to save one life. By risking two is a foolish trade. He glared with fury, but Roman stared straight ahead, his voice unwavering. I did only what had to be done. The man roared his name, Roman. But Roman continued, even if I could go back in time, my decision would not change. There was an accident in the mine. And I believe the name Dimitri bears the responsibility for it. I made the right choice. The Baron shot back. Then, at the very least, leave the mining business now. You were never ordered to do this. I can't understand why you would make such a choice. It would be better if you simply agreed to stop him. Instead, he declared his desire to work not in the forge, but in the mines. He wanted to understand the heart of his family's legacy. The Dimitri name was built on revolutionary forging and smelting techniques. It was a history forged in fire. But the soul of their lands lay with the miners who toiled to feed their families. Roman knew his path wasn't just the forge, but the earth itself. The Baron, taken aback by this declaration, could only agree. He asked his son what he had learned in the darkness of the mines. Roman's answer was simple, yet profound. He had learned the true weight of the people's hardship. The Baron scoffed, asking what he could possibly mean. Roman spoke of the deep respect the workers had for the family's safety efforts. But he had seen the truth. Their best efforts were still not enough. The mines were a place of constant danger. One could never predict the moment an earth tremor would strike, turning tunnels into tombs. He recalled the sight of support beams groaning under the pressure, before inevitably collapsing. It was a tragedy waiting to happen. Every single day. The Baron admitted as much, calling it an unavoidable fate. But Roman disagreed. There was a way. He insisted. They needed to embrace magical innovations. Magical innovations. The Baron's mind raced. Was his son truly talking about artifacts? He demanded to know what Roman was suggesting. Roman's plan was commendable, but the cost? To protect every mine shaft with magical artifacts, the price would be astronomical. The sheer number of shield-type artifacts required was unthinkable. Roman calmly agreed, acknowledging their high cost and flaws. He knew the artifacts had a limited duration, but he insisted it was necessary. Roman then unveiled his master plan. With the safety of the artifacts, iron ore production would skyrocket. They could finally develop the untouched parts of the mountain without fear. He explained that while the initial cost was enormous, the return on investment would be even greater. He clenched his fist, brimming with conviction. The astronomical cost wouldn't be a loss, but a gateway to legendary profits. They could even appoint dedicated safety officers, further reducing risk. A portion of these new profits could then be used to improve the lives of every worker. He turned to his father. How does that sound? The Baron was stunned. It was clear his son had calculated every last detail. He agreed to the investment, but with a warning. He told Roman to be prepared if his bold decision proved to be a mistake. In Roman's old world, ruled by survival of the fittest, two groups reigned supreme. The Lords of Information, the Canes, and the Hao clan. They didn't rely on simple rumors from wandering vagabonds. Their methods were far more insidious. They used the invisible people of society as their eyes and ears. Waiters, laborers, and entertainers in the city's underbelly all served as part of their vast intelligence network. Roman had chosen the mines over the forge to understand his people. Now, he would use that same insight to gather information on the entire northeastern region. With his father's funding, he would build his own network, the Lords of Information. But he knew a regional guild wasn't enough. His gaze burned with ambition as he stared at the map. He didn't just want a piece of the pie. He needed informants across the entire continent. A new guild of specialists, filtering every piece of knowledge gained. The first step was to connect with the Dimitri Trade Guild. He needed to find the perfect person to lead this shadow organization. Someone who could collect intelligence from the very summit of power. Roman smiled. He already knew exactly who to choose. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, the soldiers heard words they could never have imagined. Chris announced that, from that day forward, he would teach them a mana cultivation technique and swordsmanship. A personal gift from Master Roman. A wave of stunned silence washed over the soldiers. Chris declared they must approach this training with unparalleled passion and diligence. This was unthinkable. A mana cultivation technique. It was the art of gathering and refining the energy within one's own body. When properly systemized, what was once considered market trash could be transformed into an invaluable, legendary scripture. These techniques were secrets so profound, even a father would not pass one to his own son. One soldier scoffed internally, certain it was a trick. Surely this was just some worthless text bought from a market stall. Despite their oath to Roman, he couldn't possibly trust them with a real treasure. But then Chris announced the technique's name, the spiritual instructions of the Asura. The Asura, a demon of the battlefield from a distant land. A soldier's eyes widened in shock. This was insane. He could already feel it. The power was real. He could feel mana itself coursing through him. In just a few days of training, his senses had sharpened to an impossible degree, feeling even the wind on his skin. The Asura's book contained 108 methods for dominating an enemy. As they sparred, they realized this was an invincible technique, an ideal art, born from the power of spiritual guidance. A single question burned in everyone's mind. Who in the hell was Roman Dimitri? If this divine technique had fallen into anyone else's hands, they would have hidden it from the world, even from their own family. Yet Roman had given it to them freely. One soldier, who had once spent his entire fortune on a worthless technique, felt his life change in that instant. A smile spread across his face as he trained elsewhere. Lucas approached Roman, a look of pure joy on his face as he asked for forgiveness. He pleaded to remain by Roman's side. Lucas was a veteran mercenary, a man who had walked through fire and water. Roman knew he was perfect. Roman informed him that if he were to lead the new information guild, he would have to leave his position as a soldier. But Lucas refused. They had fought through a war together. He had sworn to devote his life to Roman. He begged not to be sent away. A faint smile touched Roman's lips. He thought to himself, "This is a masterful performance." And he asked Roman just one question. "Why did you teach us spiritual techniques? Why the sword arts?" Roman's answer was simple. He didn't know. He just knew that he gave them a gift, as payment for their unwavering devotion. Then Roman declared that a man named Roman Dimitri would give everything he has to repay his soldiers for their loyalty. The man started to speak, but Roman cut him off. "I don't need blind devotion. This is merely payment for you putting your lives on the line to follow me into war. In any case, what more can I give to a man whose value now exceeds that of a simple soldier?" The man's eyes widened in shock and excitement. This was far more than the spiritual instructions he'd received before. Bowing deeply, he pledged his loyalty. "I will follow your command, and to create the greatest information guild on cheese." The entire continent. The man thought to himself. He is calculating. A true realist. He was perfectly suited to be the Pionese, leader of the clan's information guild. A green aura of loyalty already blazed around him. Sometime later, Roman returned to the mine, and the miners saw him from a distance. "It's the young master," they shouted, waving their hands. "We were so worried for your safety," they cried, thanking him. One of the old men proclaimed, "The young master is a true hero. I can finally rest easy, knowing my only son is safe." He began to cry. "No matter what happens, for your sake, I am willing to risk my own life to repay this debt," kneeling. Roman simply said he was grateful. From that very day, the faith of the Dimitri people was chained to Roman. Everyone praised him. This new reality plunged Romero's forces into deep, troubled thought. He sat in his office, his arms crossed, brooding. An entire month passed since the war with the Barco family ended. It was time for the regular meeting of the Dimitri clan. All the key members gathered before the Baron to discuss the state of affairs. One of them spoke up. Now, with the fall of the Reincarnates, Barco family, no power remains that can challenge us. Even their former allies now wish to bend the knee and form an alliance with Dimitri, the gray-haired man continued. As you ordered last time, we refused to even speak with them. They were closely tied to the Barcos and showed us nothing but hostility. What should be our next move? The Baron's voice was cold as steel. To show mercy to those who have inflicted unforgettable wounds upon us is not condescension. It is arrogance. There is no reason to form an alliance with them. He continued, his voice dropping. We will make it perfectly clear what it means to make an enemy of the Dimitri family. The others listened, a chill running down their spines. Now, on to the next topic on the agenda. This war revealed our reliance on outside support, and the dangers that come with it, said the man seated beside the Baron. If we were to face unexpected variables, like the flash of the Homer family, it could put us in grave danger. He remembered the duel between soldiers, along with expanding our combat power to withstand the unforeseen. Shouldn't we consider acquiring magical weapons? The Baron pondered this. A stable military force was the most reliable asset of all. Thanks to young Master Roman, our budget can now afford it. A great deal of money was spent installing protective artifacts in the mines. He admitted, we secured every entrance, and this led to a massive increase. In production? By 30%, in the shortest time imaginable. He held up the papers. With this growth, we can soon expect production to be more than 2 times our previous volume, they murmured amongst themselves. What about the cost of those artifacts, one asked? Another replied, because increased profits are more than enough to cover it. Roman's decision was correct. He had followed his own instincts, deciding to start mining iron in the mountains himself. They pictured him working tirelessly in the mine, personally facing every problem that arose, and finding the most rational solution for each one. This act alone finally silenced any lingering doubts about Roman's reputation, which had undergone a drastic change. The entire family was now united behind him. Then, one of the men asked the question on everyone's mind. My lord, how will we resolve the issue of the future successor? The man thought to himself, so it has finally begun. 3 years ago, the young Master Dimitri was appointed as the future head of the family. Back then, young Master Roman's behavior suggested he was not capable of shouldering such a responsibility, but the situation has completely changed. We won the war. He solved the security crisis in the mountain mine, and he is a brilliant swordsman. The current actions of young Master Roman demonstrate the qualities of a competent ruler. Others at the table nodded in agreement. It is true. We believe so as well, although no official statement has been made. We believe that a fair competition is necessary. The rivalry between the heirs, Roman and Dimitri, sent ripples across the calm surface of the family's politics. The Baron thought of his 2 sons. In such a short time, Roman had proven his worth beyond all doubt. But his other son, Dimitri, had carried the responsibilities of the successor from an early age. Would it be right to pit them against each other now? He began to worry. For now, he declared, we will observe the situation and consider our decision. Later, the Baron returned to his office alone. He knew the issue of succession would be decided by key figures, by personal loyalties, and by the trust of the one who held the mines. For the blacksmiths, at least 3 factions must align. He leaned back in his chair, a plan forming, a way to test their loyalties through rivalry. He summoned his aide, Hans, who arrived utterly baffled. Hans confessed he didn't understand the purpose of this meeting. The Baron cut straight to the heart of the matter. Was Roman truly worthy of becoming the successor to the Dimitri family? Hans looked him in the eye and said, if you had asked me this 3 months ago, my answer would have been no. But the young master of today is a different man. I have observed him, and he has grown into a leader worthy of the name. Intrigued, the Baron pressed for more details. Hans began to tell the tale. The young gentleman announced he would go to work in the mines. His goal, to truly understand the people of Dimitri's lands, to know their very souls. He lowered his head and worked alongside the common man. He sought to face Dimitri's reality head-on. The young master now carries the immense responsibility our family name bestows upon him. As Hans finished his report, his head held high with pride. The Baron understood. He gave an order to bring him in, then immediately asked to summon the owner of the mountain mine. He wanted to hear about the collapses firsthand. Soon, the man entered, but he wasn't alone. They were surprised to see who followed him. Behind the boss stood a man with long, wild hair. "I was told you wished to hear about the incident at the mine," he said. "So I brought someone who was there." With a swift kick to wake him, the man stumbled forward. "I am Morgan," he grumbled. The Baron's eyes narrowed. The name was familiar. "Tell me exactly what happened," he commanded. Morgan began his story. The accident occurred just a week after the young master arrived. A mine shaft gave way, burying one of the workers alive. Fearing a secondary collapse, they were ordered to retreat, following protocol. But the young master was furious. He declared he would save the worker himself. Despite their desperate pleas, he refused to listen. He charged directly toward the site of the collapse and rescued the victim. Recounting the tale, Morgan's voice was filled with disbelief. "To be honest," he said, "I never expected that from him." At first, I didn't believe it was the young master. Now I realize how foolish I was. In that critical moment, the young gentleman had made a declaration. "I am the eldest son of Dimitri," he had roared. "The problems of my people are my responsibility to solve." The rescue of that worker was entirely the young master's decision. Morgan recalled his final words. "If anyone asks me how I rate the young master, I will tell them he is the true successor, a man I would follow faithfully." He bowed deeply to the Baron, who now mulled it over. Everyone was declaring him fit to be the successor, but he couldn't make a decision yet. The most important opinion, that of the Forge, had not yet been heard. The scene shifts to the heart of the Dimitri domain. A young man approached the Forge Master. "Sir, young Master Roman's uniform has arrived." "What should I do with it?" the Master replied. "Accept it." Confused, the apprentice asked why. "Are your ears clogged?" the man growled. "Just accept it." This was Hendrik, the Master of the Forge. As the apprentice ran off, Hendrik thought to himself that he would have gladly refused. But after hearing the stories from the mine, he felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps his past machinations had been for nothing. He examined the gear. Everything is in perfect order. If one needed to train themselves to the point of collapse, the tattered pile of uniforms told a story of brutal dedication. As the other workers discussed this in surprise, they suddenly noticed it. Roman's sword. Its smooth blade and perfect hardness were breathtaking. The dotted grip felt like a masterpiece in the hand. A sword of such high quality is hard to find, even for Dimitri, the heart of blacksmithing itself. As he stared, he wondered where Roman got such a thing. Then he saw it. The blade reacted to the fire's mana in a special way, resonating with power without any mana being poured into it. Any swordsman would lose his mind over a weapon with such an aura. He was confident his technique was the best on the continent, eh? But this sword, with its impossibly high mana resonance, was another question entirely. He resolved to ask Roman personally. Later, after they repaired all the equipment until it sparkled, Chris arrived, amazed. "Are you done already? I thought it would take at least 2 weeks." The worker who brought the gear agreed. "I thought so too. It was 2 weeks of labor." But the foreman went into a fury and put every single blacksmith on the job. Chris was stunned. Just then, the master of the forge himself appeared. He walked toward Roman and asked, "Where is he?" "Roman, have you had enough of this sword?" he demanded. "Tell me, what master forged this weapon? Tell me everything." Roman simply smiled. This was expected. "I didn't get it from anywhere," he said. Hendrik was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Roman answered. "I forged this sword myself." Pointing to his chest, Roman declared he had made it. The head of the forge's face turned red with anger. "Do you really expect me to believe that? I am the master of the Dimitri family forge, and you dare to mock me?" He clenched his teeth. So all the rumors that Roman Dimitri has changed were lies. But Roman replied, "This is truly the only sword of its kind in the world. I named it Salamander, in honor of the spirit of fire." Hendrik roared, "You insolent brat! You're trying my patience to the very end." "Fine, I will show you. It's better to see once than to hear 100 times as a master blacksmith myself. I will know everything the moment I see you wield a hammer." Roman's smile widened as they moved into the forge. In preparation for war with another family, he began. "I made a decision. I realized I needed a new sword, one I could trust with my very life." He stepped towards the hammer and sledgehammer, facing the blistering flames. He tirelessly struck the iron, and at some point, the forge transformed into a sacred place. The forge master watched this all with growing irritation. Roman said, "I think you yourself know this feeling very well. Soon, I will have to fulfill my duty to defend the country. Therefore, I began to forge a sword that would best replace Salamander." Pointing to the roaring furnace, he asked, "Mister, I want to show you the process of its creation. The Forge Master sets an iron ingot on the table. He scoffs, utterly bewildered. No protective gear. This boy doesn't even know the most basic rules of a blacksmith. With a sigh, he closes his eyes. There's nothing more to see here. But then, a deafening clang of a hammer echoes through the forge. His eyes snap open in shock. Roman remembers the fundamental difference between worlds. Here, iron is worked with brute force. In his old world, it was commanded. He strikes the ingot, holding it with one bare hand. In this world, they lack true mana control. So AMD's tremendous effort is poured into crafting the sword itself. But in his world, a swordsman's foundation was perfect energy control. A blade was just a tool to maximize that mana's effectiveness. Warriors would saturate their weapons with raw power, and a sword that could handle it achieved legendary fame. Having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, he'd carved out countless blades. The memories of their forms flood back to him. Suddenly, an aura of fire envelops his body. Lost in the moment, he strikes the molten iron. The Forge Master watches, his mind reeling. It can't be. Is that truly Roman Dimitri? The way he commands the metal is breathtaking, the symphony of steel striking steel. Every detail is flawless. He can't look away, instantly reminded of the Baron in his prime. Yet, this goes beyond mere bloodline. He sees the shadow of the Baron, superimposed over Roman's form. By evening, the Forge Master approaches him, head bowed. You are the true owner of this place. He kneels, begging for forgiveness. A faint smile plays on Roman's lips. Roman offers to give him the salamander sword. The man is stunned. How could he? After witnessing a masterpiece forged today, in the past, I arrogantly sold it. Please accept the salamander as my gift. He passes his final creation into the blacksmith's hands. We flash back 3 years ago. Wake up, the Forge Master roars. So what if he is the eldest son, if he is destined to? Drag the Dimitri family into ruin, then so be it. Ask any 10 people on the street. All 10 will say that Roman is a fool. He yells this across the meeting table, directly at the Baron. Do you truly wish to make him the successor? Are there no other options? Roman listens to it all, his eyes closed in silence. The blacksmith continues. My second son has not only studied blacksmithing since childhood, but his talents are recognized even in the capitals back in the present. 3 years have passed. The Baron sips his wine. I was worried. He says, I wasn't sure I could convince you. The Forge Master smiles warmly. Of course, I agree. Roman fully deserves the right to be the successor. The Baron, shocked, asks, Are you truly serious? How could I lie about this? The Master replies. Roman has poured his sweat and blood into his training, hidden from everyone's eyes. He recalls Roman forging his own blade. To be honest, the last time you ordered weapons for him, I gave him low-quality equipment out of spite. But do you know what Roman said to me? He accused me of murder by sending soldiers into battle with such trash. That night, the blacksmith replayed Roman's actions in his mind. Sitting on his bed, he came to a startling conclusion. Roman possesses the insight unique to the Dimitri bloodline, and today, he witnessed Roman's work in the forge, with his own eyes. The Baron is utterly astonished by this revelation. I watched him face the inferno of the forge, completely devoted to his craft. As a blacksmith, I couldn't help but be captivated by that sight. He presents the newly forged sword. Roman created this himself. It shouldn't be hard for you to see its value at a glance. The Baron takes the blade, his breath catching in his throat. He thinks to himself, How could he possibly forge such a weapon? The Master Blacksmith declares, the decision we made 3 years ago needs to be reconsidered. Later, the Baron opens a box containing a letter from his other son. He writes that he was recently promoted to C class at the Kingdom's Academy. Now he will move from the practice grounds to gain real combat experience as a commander. He vows to graduate with the highest honors and become a son his father can be proud of. He will bring a new future to the Dimitri family. The Baron stands by the window, lost in thought. Both of his sons possess extraordinary talent, but even Rodwell, nicknamed a genius, cannot compare to the Roman of today. Roman is capable of building a reputation, not just in this kingdom, but across the entire continent. When Rodwell graduates from the academy, and Roman serves his time in the defensive forces, the true war for succession will finally begin. A few days later, at the gate of the Dimitri fortress, 2 men on horseback arrive. The Baron greets them personally. We heard you came from the temple. One of them speaks. My name is Priest Wilson, from a branch of the Cairo temple. I've heard rumors that Roman Dimitri defeated the Rancor. Homer, Since this is an exceptional case, I've come to meet him myself. After that, I will decide if he is worthy of the ranker title. He removes his hood, revealing his face. He has glasses, gray hair, and a long braid. This is Priest Wilson of Valhalla, here for the ranker certification. To have a ranker in a family line is a great honor. With that title alone, an illustrious family's reputation soars. The Baron asks for the priest's pardon. Roman has been in the forge for several days. Why not rest from your journey today and meet him tomorrow? At the same time, you'll have a chance to see our city. The priest agrees to the terms. A guide is provided. Who leads them forward? He shows them the sights, explaining that the Dimitri family owns the largest iron mountain in the kingdom and produces the highest quality iron products. As they can see for themselves, nearly every building is made of iron. Even the fortress gates, the land of the Dimitri family, is not easily broken. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a shout. 1, 2, 1, 2. He sees trainees at the gate and asks if he can watch. They allow it, but only from afar. The priest thanks them. He watches two men sparring fiercely. A bald man with red tattoos taunts his opponent. Kevin, do you really think you can win? Remained intact if he ignored such protection. But soldiers Falcon and Kevin challenged him, saying he'd have to defeat them first before he could talk. He called them fools and dared them to try. And so the battle began, mana flaring between them. The appraiser watched, utterly stunned. He was shocked that both men possessed an aura. Among an entire army of soldiers marching, there wasn't a single aura swordsman among them. Roman revealed a simple truth. He was born for war. No one present could grasp the depth of his words. Then, after a few weeks, on one fateful day, he had successfully awakened his mana. Ever since that moment, the soldiers' entire attitude towards training had been completely transformed. To shatter their limits, they trained relentlessly. They put their lives on the line, constantly sparring, pushing past every barrier. One soldier dared the other to fight back. His father parried the blow, but still held back. With a grim face, he called him a scoundrel. With that, he unleashed even more mana and attacked. Togo dodged in a flash, his own class igniting with crimson energy. His sword blazed with red mana as he prepared his counter. But he realized too late he had walked right into a trap. What the hell, he cried, as the force of the blow sent him flying. His opponent shouted, asking if he needed to go that far. He demanded he take the fight more seriously, relentlessly pressing the attack. If this were a real battlefield, he snarled, your head would already be rolling on the ground. The appraiser stared, his sword held against the soldier's neck. What had he just witnessed? Every soldier used the exact same technique. Their movements were honed to absolute perfection. Was this really a professional army? It was like observing a miniature version of the Imperial Valhallas. He was completely astounded by what was unfolding. He was certain they were no ordinary soldiers. This had to be one of Dimitri's knightly orders, forged in blood and sweat. This was the kind of strength the Dimitri family held. He recognized the bloodline. Dimitri held great influence in the northeastern territories, but even so, this force was far beyond what a provincial army should be. A robed man standing nearby then asked a question. Reverend, he began, are you certain the city of Dimitri is focused only on mining? The Reverend admitted that after seeing this, he was starting to have his doubts. But one thing was clear, these were no mere soldiers. This had to be the Dimitri Knightly Order, sworn to the Baron. But the servant corrected him. This is not the Dimitri Knightly Order. The men they were watching were not sworn to the family. This was the personal army of young Master Roman. The Reverend was floored. He demanded to know if they were just common soldiers. In shock, he grabbed the servant. How can you treat aura swordsmen like common troops? Had they been hired for a fortune? Were they recruits preparing to become knights? The servant calmly replied, I don't know your purpose in asking. But if you mean the two who just fought, it wasn't long ago that they weren't aura swordsmen at all. They came from humble beginnings. One was from a poor family sheltered by the young master himself. The other was a low-rank mercenary. They grew stronger simply by following the young master's teachings. It's unbelievable, isn't it? As the future successor, young Master Roman possesses an innate potential. To unlock the hidden talents of others, he truly is a blessing to their family. The Reverend was speechless, wondering to himself, who is this man the next day? They sat for tea, finally meeting Roman Dimitri face to face. The Reverend wondered, was he a hidden genius waiting for his chance, or just a fake hero? The servant announced his arrival. As Roman entered the room, his firm steps and calm, downward gaze were immediately noticeable. Roman greeted him warmly, happy to finally make his acquaintance. The Reverend introduced himself, and got straight to the point. Is it true, did you defeat Homer in battle? Roman calmly confirmed that it was. The man continued, "It seems you don't realize what you've done. Homer was ranked 49th, a 4-star warrior about to climb even higher, and not even 25 years old, to strike down someone like that. Looking at Roman, he saw a colossal, brilliant flower. To call him the most talented warrior in the kingdom of Kurans wouldn't be an overstatement. His feat defied all common sense." Roman cut him off. "Let's skip that part. Get to the point." The man insisted that to establish the truth, he had to first explain the order and its rankings. The prestigious rankings are divided into official and unofficial battles. Official fights require permission, where your strength is judged by observers. Victory or defeat in an official battle directly impacts your place in the ranking, and you're issued a certificate confirming your status. However, if someone defeats a ranker in an unofficial duel, the defeated ranker's spot becomes vacant for a year. After that year, all ranks below that spot move up one level. Winning an unofficial match doesn't automatically grant you the defeated's rank. But if you can prove your qualifications, the winner of that unofficial fight will be awarded a place in the rankings. Roman was intrigued. In other words, he could claim a spot in the top 100 if he just proved his strength. He smiled. The temple only believes what it can personally verify. To confirm a winner's qualifications from an unofficial duel, they use an aura meter. He handed Roman a transparent orb. The method of proof was simple. If the measured aura meets the established standards, they would deem him worthy of the last place in the ranking. But unlike an official fight, claiming the 100th spot this way means there's a high chance you'll become prey for other challengers. That's why they allow time. Roman then asked him, "What is the reason for this desire to be ranked?" The man replied, "The entire world will know your name as a swordsman, even without a reward. Isn't fame itself reason enough to risk one's life and Roman?" Roman smirked. "Wouldn't this be easier than tracking down a high ranker for a duel?" The official was stunned by his audacity, thinking to himself, what does he think a ratings battle is? Still, he reluctantly agreed. Of course, a sanctioned duel is the ultimate proof of one's ability. But it's not so simple. An official match has many strict conditions, and since the Northeast Kingdom has no rankers to begin with, holding a ratings battle is, in principle, impossible. Roman just sighed, a shame. Then let's proceed with the verification. The official explained the method. Just pour your mana into this aura meter. 1 star glows red, 2 stars orange, 3 stars yellow, and 4 stars and above will shine green. Since you defeated a 4-star swordsman, you must prove you are at least a 3-star. To this, Roman simply agreed. He reached for the device, his mind racing. This world is so much more advanced in magic than my own. A tool that can instantly measure one's powers. Who are these magicians? Are they like the sorcerers of Miriam? Or have the Celestials reached a domain akin to the gods? He knew he couldn't afford to underestimate this magical power. At the official's command to begin, Roman focused. He thought to himself, the very foundations of our two worlds are completely different. What happens if I channel my energy using their methods? A confident smile crossed his lips. Let's experiment. He unleashed his mana, letting it flood into the orb. An overwhelming torrent of power surged forth, causing the official's mouth to fall open in pure shock. What in the hell is this?